I have given credits to original author in starting of the video, but if the original author wishes to reclaim copyright or remove this video, I kindly request before giving copyright strike, please contact us using the information provided in the channel info. We respect and acknowledge authorship rights, and I will delete that specific video by myself. Thank you. Bella Hale by Jules SC. I don't know what happened. First my mom and dad were happy, and we were going to the annual carnival. Then everything went blank. It was so scary, and I wanted my mom. She always knew what to say when I'm scared. But I couldn't find her. My head was in pain, it was throbbing so badly, I started to cry. Shush, it's all right, you're safe, someone said. Who was that? I've never heard that voice before. It sounded like velvet. Instantly, I calmed. I tried to open my eyes and saw a pair of golden eyes, looking at me with concern and alarm. Mommy, I whispered. I don't think my voice was loud enough. My throat was too sore. I swallowed painfully and opened my mouth to try again. Before I could, though, the same voice said, "She's not here right now. It's all right. I'll be right here. You're safe." I nodded my head, then stopped because it hurt too much. I studied him now. He was older than me. He had the strangest hair, brown and red mixed together. Copper, I realized. His skin was white, and his features were sharp. His eyes were golden. Golden, I whispered, and he froze. I didn't know why. I liked golden. Carlyle, this angel said, she's awake. I felt something cold touch my forehead and tore my gaze away from the angel. Hello, Bella, someone Carlyle said, smiling at me. I couldn't help but smile back. He had the same eyes as the angel. He looked the same somehow, though he was blonde, and older looking than the angel. Are you an angel, too? I asked him curiously. Carlyle broke into laughter. No, not quite. I'm a doctor. Isabella. I shook my head. Bella, I corrected him firmly. Bella, he repeated with a smile. I'm going to make sure you feel better, all right? I nodded my head. I turned back to look at my angel. He looked so sad. Why? I reached out to touch his nose, and giggled when it was as cold as Carlyle's hand. My angel looked shocked. Then I remembered my mommy and daddy. Where's my mommy and my daddy? I asked him. My angel wouldn't look at me anymore. Is he mad at me? I continued to gaze at him, my bottom lip quivering, my eyes filling up with tears. When he saw this, he panicked. With gentle hands, he wiped away the tears that had fallen down my cheeks. Shush, Bella, don't cry, he whispered urgently. Are you in pain? I shook my head, but a sob broke free. You're mad at me, I said, cringing into the pillow propped up behind me. He looked shocked again. Why would you say that? He asked, confused. You won't look at me. Daddy does that when he's mad at me, I explained. My angel smiled sadly, and shook his head. It's not that, Bella, he whispered, leaning in closer to rest his chin on my pillow. Will you promise me you won't be angry if I tell you? I nodded my head, eager to know. Do you know what heaven is? I scrunched up my nose in concentration. I got it. A few months ago, Grandma went to heaven. Mommy was crying and I thought she was upset, and she said she was, but she was happy, too, because Grandma's in heaven, and she's happy there. My grandma went to heaven, I told him proudly. Mommy was very sad because she couldn't see Grandma anymore, but she told me not to cry. She said Grandma was happy in heaven because she would get everything she wants there. So we should be happy, too. My angel nodded slightly. Bella, he shot a helpless look at Carlyle, who sat tentatively on the edge of my bed. Your mom and your dad, they went to heaven, too, he told me quietly. I considered this. So they were happy. But that would mean that I wouldn't get to see them anymore. Just like I couldn't see Grandma. But they didn't even tell me goodbye. I protested, tears falling down my cheeks. And I'm little. My angel enveloped me in a hug and I fell into him, sobbing. I wanted my parents. I didn't want them to go to heaven. If they stayed with me, they would be happy, too. Shush, it's all right. Bella, I'll protect you. I continued to cry into his shoulder. I knew I should be happy that my parents were in heaven. They were happy now, and would get everything they want. They were probably with Grandma. I was just sad that I was never going to see them again, or get to tell them goodbye or anything. I missed them. Edward, Carlyle said quietly, as soon as I was done sobbing. Edward? Was someone else in the room? Yes, You should check with child services. That's a good idea, my angel replied. I realized that Edward was probably his name. Child services? I frowned. What was that? I didn't notice when Carlyle left. I was too comfortable in Edward's arms. Then it occurred to me. I'm little. Both my parents went away to heaven already. Where am I going to live? Edward? I called out tentatively, pulling back to look into his golden eyes again. His eyes were the same shade, the same color as Carlyle's, but the depth was different. His was more intense, more beautiful. I felt very safe with him. He raised an eyebrow at me. He looked so serious that I started to giggle. He looked at me, amused. What's so funny? Bella? I shook my head, and buried my head against his shoulder, the giggle growing stronger. Well, I like her already. I heard a booming voice. I jumped, startled, and looked around in panic. Oh, Emmett, you scared her, came a gentle chiding. My stomach clenched. That voice reminded me of my mother. I looked for its source and found a beautiful woman, her brown hair cascading down her back, her amber eyes glowing as she came closer to me. I settled back in my bed, watching as she entered the room. 4 others followed her. I scrutinized them. There was a large man, with heavy muscles and dark hair. His face was happy, though, like a little child. He reminded me of Pluto, in those Popeye cartoons my dad loved to watch. Next to him was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I smiled at her shyly, and received a tentative smile back. She was blonde and tall, and looked like the women on my mom's magazines. A tall, blonde man stood next to her, his arm wrapped around another girl. He was looking at me apprehensively, but I thought I caught the hint of a smile playing around his lips. Then there was a smaller, shorter girl, with spiky hair. She was bouncing on her feet, and her excitement was so obvious I started to giggle again. She smiled widely at me and leaned over the bed to kiss me on the cheek. I blushed and squirmed, but waved slightly at them all. She's adorable. The spiky-haired girl burst out, dancing over to Edward. Alice, he warned. She pouted and I grinned. She looked like I did whenever my mom told me I couldn't have ice cream before dinner. I wondered what they were all here for, and why they looked so excited. Child services won't be able to send someone until Monday, Carlyle announced, stepping into the room. He smiled at the sight of everyone. I see you've met Bella. Is that her name? The big man asked. His laughter was infectious. I like it. Now, Emmett, said the woman who reminded me of my mother. Carlyle turned to Edward, eyebrows raised. Does she know who everyone is? He asked. Edward shook his head, realizing this, and started to explain. This is Carlyle and Esme. He gestured to the motherly figure. They're my parents. I waved at them shyly. If it was possible, Esme's smile widened even further. These are my sister and brother, Alice and Emmett, and these are Rosalie and Jasper, he told me, pointing to the spiky-haired girl, Pluto, the blonde girl and the blonde guy. We're all a family, Carlyle added. I nodded my head, then my gaze dropped. I still didn't know what happened to me. I hadn't gotten the chance to ask Edward yet. What's wrong, Bella? Jasper asked, and I looked up, startled. My eyes had already filled with tears, so I couldn't see them clearly. I blinked a few times to clear my vision, but the tears fell to my cheeks instead. Where am I gonna go? I whispered, grabbing the thin sheet on the bed and holding it tighter around me. Oh, Alice said, and her eyes closed. When she opened them again, I think I detected sadness and a little bit of happiness. No, Alice, Edward growled. I blinked at him. Alice hadn't said anything. Please, Alice whined. She would like it with us. I felt myself blush and my eyes lighting up at this. You want me to stay with you? I asked Alice. She nodded her head excitedly and climbed on the bed. I giggled at her enthusiasm, but fell into her gentle hug nonetheless. We could be like sisters, Alice said, ignoring Edward's angry glares. Oh, I can't wait to start preparing your room. Let's see, does blue suit you? Yes, I think it does. I don't even think I was present in her one-sided conversation, so I turned towards Edward, who was scowling at Alice. My heart dropped when I realized what he was so upset about. You don't want me to stay with you, I accused him, my bottom lip trembling. Edward blinked and stopped scowling. He looked a little panicked that I might start crying again, and that just made me sadder. I felt the first tears started to escape from behind my eyelids. Edward uncrossed his arms and leaned forward. "That's not it, Bella," he whispered urgently, shaking his head. But I turned away from him. He looked so sad, he really didn't want me there. "See what you did, Edward," Rosalie snapped. I started to sob. This was all very embarrassing. I didn't want to be the little girl who started to cry about everything, but I couldn't help it. Before I knew it, I was out of my bed. I blinked in shock to see Esme cradling me in her arms, shushing me soothingly, and glaring at Edward at the same time. He hung his head, and I felt bad for him. I was being silly, and his family was blaming him for it. "Sorry," I whispered. It was too soft for him to hear Esme, and I weren't even anywhere near him. But he raised his head and gave me a little crooked smile anyway. I felt myself grin back, my tears disappearing. Esme's hand was rubbing my back soothingly. "Well, she really has nowhere else to go. I think it would be a good idea if she came to live with us until Monday," she said softly. I wrapped my arms around Esme's neck and rested my head on her shoulder, my eyelids drooping. "What about?" I didn't hear the rest. I was already in deep slumber, dreaming of my last hours with my parents. Edward's Pav, I was going to kill Alice. How could she even suggest this in the first place? I knew what she saw in her vision: Bella being in our house, playing on the floor with Emmett happily, while the rest of us watched. Yes, it looked like a good time, but seriously? We were a family of vampires. She was a child. A human child. One temptation too many. One of us could kill her. Carlisle and I shouldn't even have been there. We'd ventured into the woods for hunting, and we'd had a satisfying meal. I was just taking a rest when I heard the screeching. Carlisle and I had run off towards the road not far from the woods and saw the wreckage. It was so bad that I didn't think anyone could survive. Bella survived, and she was a true miracle. I admit, she has a certain draw to her. Her blood, it smelled refreshing, like freesia. It wasn't strong, since she was so small, still a child. But what would happen if she got hurt and cut herself or something? Not only Jasper, but any one of us could lose control. We couldn't take that risk. Of course, Carlisle would be able to refrain himself, but he was one vampire against 6 if it ever happened. "Calm down, Edward, it's only for a few days," Rosalie had thought, exasperated with my moody behavior. She was still unforgiving towards me for making Bella cry in her hospital room. The truth was, she was excited. Bella was a little girl, so human, so soft, so warm. She was the daughter Esme and Rosalie never had, the sister Jasper and Emmett always wanted. Carlisle was intrigued, and taken by her. I had to admit she had charm: a button nose, brown hair, big brown eyes. She was perfect. The only flaw I could think of was flabbergasting. I couldn't read her mind. She was blank. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't read a single one of her thoughts. When I voiced this worry to Carlisle when Bella was asleep, he'd given me a few theories. One being she had been through a traumatic incident. But I had been around people who had gone through terrible things. Their minds were unfocused, but I could still hear every fleeting thought. Carlisle suggested that it was because she was a child, but I could read the minds of infants, never mind 6-year-old girls. They might not make much sense, but it was still there. She was perfectly human, though, and nothing seemed to be wrong with her mind or body, nor with my talent when unleashed on others. Carlisle told me not to worry about it excessively. "We'll figure it out in time," he'd told me jovially. That meant he planned on having Bella around for some time. But we couldn't. We could harm her. And I'd seen the vision in Alice's head before she blocked me with an Avril Lavigne song. I rolled my eyes at that. Of all the music she could have chosen. The point was, Bella had been older during that vision. She was probably 9 or 10. Her hair was longer, her legs were longer. Subtle differences, but I could tell. That meant that she would be in our lives for longer than just this weekend. I sighed. Alice had picked one lousy song after another to recite in her head. I wondered what she wasn't telling me. Carlisle and Esme were just finishing up on the paperwork to take Bella home with us until Monday. We were all waiting in Carlisle's office. Bella was in Rosalie's lap, playing with her blonde hair and poking at Rosalie's arms and face as much as she could reach. Rosalie didn't mind. In fact, every thought she had was of how adorable and beautiful this precious human child was. I rolled my eyes again, but kept my tongue. Not having a child of her own because of what she was had taken its toll on Rosalie. This was a once-in-a-lifetime thing for her. Of course, it was only going to get worse when we would have to give Bella to social services. I don't care what the vision said. I wasn't going to allow Bella to be harmed in any way. Your protective nature's already kicking in, Jasper said suddenly, startling me. Almost everyone looked at me then. Only Bella continued playing with Rosalie's hair idly. She was still grumpy after being woken by her hunger after a few minutes of sleeping in Esme's arms. She had yet to receive her food since Esme wasn't back. What? I asked warily. You're already wanting to protect her, Edward, Jasper told me, smirking. You won't be able to let her go that easily. I shook my head, defiant. I still know that we can't, I whispered the last part. We're what we are. Am I the only one who remembers that? No, you're not, Rosalie snapped, causing Bella to jump. I shut my mouth quickly, silently berating myself for upsetting Rosalie. Carlyle cleared his throat behind us and I turned, guiltily. We're all set to go home, he said gently, smiling at Bella. She waved at him tiredly. I have food, Bella, Esme announced, stepping into the room. She brightened up and struggling to a sitting position. Rosalie helped her. I watched as Esme handed her a tiny bag of fries. Bella's small hand dug into the bag eagerly and pulled out a few fries. She munched on them happily. I smiled a little at the sight of that. She was very easily pleased. I suppose that's because she was just a child. The others were watching her eat as well, and she blushed when she realized this. Aren't you going to eat? She asked, looking around confusedly. That brought me back to reality, and I frowned, grimacing. Jasper cleared his throat and shook his head, smiling. No, he said. I heard a little of his southern accent coming out. We've already eaten. You go ahead, Bella, it's okay, he urged her reassuringly. Bella took his word and began to eat on. I just stared at her, this girl, whose mind I can't penetrate, whose existence drew me forward, whose smile charmed my entire family into wanting to adopt her. I sighed again. This was going to be interesting. Like I said, this was probably done a million times before, but I just loved the idea. I thought about an 8-year-old Bella having Edward wrapped around her tiny little finger, and had to write this. Tell me what you think. Was this how you imagined an 8-year-old Bella? Was Edward OOC? Is this even worth continuing? Good or bad, I expect reviews. Thank you so much to everyone who read. Thursday night surprise A.N. Wow. Thanks to everyone who reviewed. That was the most reviews I've gotten for a chapter, I think. This is the next chapter, because I simply can't get a tiny Bella having piggyback rides with Edward out of my head. Is that creepy? Anyway. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Edward, Bella, Alice. Edward's POV. We went out of the hospital with Bella still munching on her food. I don't see how they're so appealing. It smelled disgusting to me. Carlyle and Esme wanted to bring Bella home as fast as possible. We had 3.5 days with her, and absolutely nothing for her at all. We had to prepare. Esme went to get groceries, food and necessities. Alice and Jasper went to get things Bella would need. Diapers, change of clothes, the whole shebang. As Alice had so gracefully put it for me before she dashed out of the hospital in her Porsche without a second glance back. That left Carlyle, Rosalie and Emmett with Bella, and it could be worse. When Rosalie had stood up from her chair to carry Bella out of the hospital, Bella had protested, flailing her arms out at me and pouting. For the love of all things holy, I had fallen for it. I gently lifted her from Rosalie's arms and cradled her against my cold chest. Bella had given me a wide smile, blinked up at me, and touched my nose with her small finger again. I fought the urge to kiss her forehead, and smile at her, or do anything that would suggest I loved having her around. This would only give incentive for my parents and Alice to keep her around longer. Jasper was right. I was starting to feel protective over her. There was no denying that. But that was nothing more than my pity for her. She was an orphan at the age of 6, who had gone through a very traumatic incident. Her charm had nothing to do with that. I would keep telling myself that until I believe it. Bella wouldn't sit with anyone else during the car ride home, wailing the moment I passed her on to someone else. I scowled, stepping into the back seat with Bella in my lap, smiling contentedly. Emmett chuckled at this, and I merely glared at him. Cheer up, bro. She likes you, he teased. I rolled my eyes and looked down at the little girl. She was incredibly beautiful. I still couldn't read her mind, though, and that annoyed me more than it scared me. She was just a human, after all. Baffling as it was, I don't think she posed a threat to us. We, on the other hand, could harm her in so many different ways. Just her presence among us was dangerous. We, especially Jasper, had been able to hold back for so long because we'd not only gone on our hunts recently, and because Bella was still a child. Her scent was very weak, and had little effect on us. Even so, I could feel the temptation, no matter how small, every time I caught a whiff of her freesia scent. I couldn't even begin to explain the dangers on her life if other vampires found out about her. Edward. Bella poked at my shoulder. I blinked down at her, focusing on the present. Why are your eyes golden? I shared a panicked look with Rosalie sitting next to me. We were both helplessly trying to figure out what to tell her. Finally, it was Carlisle, Indiana, the driver's seat, that answered. It's a family thing, Bella. We all have the same eye color, he explained. Bella nodded, then frowned. Does that mean I'm not family? She inquired, her brown eyes wondering. Why do you say that? Rosalie asked in a motherly voice I had never heard her use before. My eyes are not golden. Rosalie laughed and ruffled Bella's brown locks. Silly Bella, she said. Eye color doesn't make you family. We love you, that's all that matters. Bella brightened up at this. You love me? Rosalie nodded, reaching forward to peck Bella's cheek. I squirmed uncomfortably in my seat. Good God, can't they see how dangerous that is? We finally reached the house, and Bella's eyes widened. You live here? She asked, shocked. Emmett laughed and nodded his head. Come on, human girl, let's go inside. I hissed at Emmett for his choice of words, and he stopped in his tracks, realizing his mistake far too late. Bella was staring at him, confused. He's playing around, Bella, Rosalie said quickly. Emmett likes to do that. Esme, Alice and Jasper haven't returned from their trips yet, so the house was empty. Rose, Carlisle and I decided to give her a tour of the house. This is my room, Rosalie announced as we stepped into the room. Emmett cleared his throat, and she rolled her eyes. This is our room, she amended. We showed her Alice and Jasper's room, and Carlisle and Esme's room. Then came Jasper's study, and Carlisle's office. There was, of course, the living room, the dining room and the backyard which Esme had turned into a garden. My room came last. She smiled when we stepped into the dark interiors of my room. This is my room, I announced quietly. Bella squirmed in my grip and I set her down gently on her feet. She took off, running towards the black sofa in the middle of the room. On her way, she tripped on the golden carpet. I chuckled, shaking my head. Clumsy Bella, I thought affectionately in my head, before I caught myself. Let's all be thankful that I was the only mind reader in the house. I was by her side before she could cry out, and I lifted her off the ground and sat her in the middle of the sofa. Are you okay? I asked, checking to see if she's scraped or injured herself. She seemed all right. There was a faint bruise on her knee, though. I couldn't smell any wounds, so I started breathing normally again. Bella nodded her head, and looked around the room eagerly. It was bare, mostly, except for the sofa we were both seating on, and the music collection I had. The stereo system I just bought was top of the line, too, but I highly doubted Bella would prefer listening to me brag about that. I could see her eyelids drooping, though. She must be tired after all that excitement since the hospital. After a few moments, her eyes flew open, and she looked around the room with wide eyes. I frowned. She was struggling to stay awake? Why? I picked up the remote control for the stereo and turned it on. Claire de Lune filled the room, and Bella smiled at me. We listened to the melody for a few seconds, before Bella crawled over to where I was sitting. I looked at her, too shocked to move. I have had more contact with her than I've had with every human I've come across combined. My cold touch, my golden eyes, my pale skin, the things that scare people when I need to, attracted her. She was impossible. I liked song, she trailed off, yawning. She was barely awake anymore. Bella raised a small fist and rubbed her eyes sleepily. I chuckled. Sleep, Bella, I told her, it's okay. Bella stared at me for a moment, then she nodded her head, accepting my words. She crawled into my lap, and I held her like I've been doing it for years. Her eyes drifted shut, and a moment later, I could hear her breathing even out, her heartbeat gaining a slow but steady rhythm. I sighed as I looked down at her angelic face. Bella, what am I going to do with you? Bella's paw. When I woke up, I was still in Edward's room, on his sofa. I really liked his room a lot. It's all golden, Just like him. And he has a lot of CDs. The one he put on before I went to sleep was very nice and soothing. Edward was standing by his window when I woke up. His arms were crossed in front of him, and he was looking at me. I couldn't tell what he was thinking or feeling because he didn't smile or frown. I blushed when I realized that he had placed a golden comforter around me. It was the same color as his eyes. I fingered the soft material and whispered, "Thank you." When I looked up, Edward gave me a little crooked half smile. After a moment, he said, "Come on. Let's go downstairs. The others are excited to see you again." This got me excited, too. I really liked Edward's family. Especially Alice. She's very happy all the time. I liked that. I made to climb off the sofa, but I tripped on the carpet again. I heard Edward's laughter beside me, and for a moment, I was too shocked by his presence. Do adults always walk this fast? Then I heard his laughter, really heard it, and wondered why it sounded so wonderful. "Come on, silly Bella," he said, gently lifting me into his arms. I closed my eyes as I yawned slightly, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. When I opened my eyes, we were already in the living room. Everyone was there, looking at me. I blushed. Alice was the first to come up to us. I watched her dance towards us and took me from Edward. "I bought you some things," she said, her amber eyes glinting. I was afraid of what that might meant. I hoped she didn't go to a lot of trouble for me. I didn't want to cause anyone trouble. "Alice, don't scare her too much with your pixie energy," Jasper teased. Alice scowled at him, but calmed down slightly nonetheless. She started to speak, but my stomach growled. Everyone in the room grinned, and I couldn't help but think that they had all heard it. I blushed deep red. Esme chuckled and stepped forward. She smoothed back my hair from my face and smiled tenderly down at me. It reminded me of how my mommy always smiled at me. I blinked up at her. "Are you hungry, Bella?" she asked. I nodded my head, smiling shyly. "What would you like to eat?" I scrunched up my face in concentration. Alice started chuckling, though I didn't know why. I smiled widely and said, "Can I have cookies?" Esme laughed at this, and shook her head. "How about I make you a sandwich, and after that I give you some cookies, will that be?" "All right." I thought about this. Mommy always said I can't eat cookies before eating a proper meal. So I guess this was all right. I nodded my head. "Okay," I agreed, trying not to sound dejected that I'd have to wait for my treat. Alice carried me to the couch, and sat down with me in her lap. I started to play with her spiky hair. I liked it. I stared at her in amazement. With her hair, and her eager face, shining eyes, bright smile and tiny body, Alice reminded me of a fairy. I started to giggle. That would be incredible if I were friends with a fairy. "What's so funny?" Alice asked, though her smile widened when I laughed. I shook my head, unable to talk because laughter was taking over me. Alice narrowed her eyes at me, and leaned forward. "Won't you tell me?" she asked. I breathed in her sweet scent, and immediately became intoxicated by it. It was nowhere near as amazing as Edward's scent, but it was nice enough. I shook my head again at Alice's question. Her grin became impossibly huge, as she raised one clawed hand. "Then I'll just have to tickle it out of you," she cried. I squealed, laughing harder, squirming to get away from her, but her tickles only became more insistent. I felt her lithe fingers all over my body, making me laugh. I was starting to hiccup now because I'd been laughing so hard for so long. "Alice, I'm about to die of giggle overload here," Jasper said, laughing almost as hard as I was. Alice snorted, but stopped tickling me. "Sorry, Jazz," she said sweetly. I wrapped my arms around Alice's neck and buried my face in her spiky hair, calming myself down. "Here, dear," I heard Esme said. I turned my face to see her bending over us, a plate of sandwich in one hand and a glass of water in another. I took the water first and gulped down a few sips to get rid of the hiccups, then I started on the sandwich. Alice and Rosalie played with me while I ate. Esme would reach over and smooth out my hair, and Emmett and Jasper kept making jokes. I hiccuped so much I had to drink 2 glasses of water to calm down. Carlisle smiled a lot, and made me think of my dad. Edward was the only one who kept his distance. Whenever I looked over at him, though, he would smile a crooked smile. And I would blush a little, and everything would be okay. But why didn't he say anything or do anything? Finally, I was done with the sandwich and my cookies. Alice started to bounce in her seat. "Bella, Do you want to see what I've bought for you? She asked excitedly. Despite the dread I felt at having someone buying something for me, I couldn't help feeling a twinge of excitement as well. Alice's pav after Bella has finished her meal, we brought her up to one of the spare rooms in the house. I turned it into Bella's room, considering I've seen her future. It was with us. At this, Edward growled in the back of his throat. I rolled my eyes, my back turned to him since I was rushing up the steps as fast as a human could, with Bella in my arms. Grow up, Edward, and accept it. If I could see that far into the future, don't you think it's a good thing then? That none of us hurt her? That she's still safe after all those time? Of course, the future isn't set in stone, but there's no need for me to think that now. Edward was grouchy enough for all of us. We reached the closed door, and I looked at Bella. She looked anxious, a little worried. Are you ready? I asked. She hesitated before nodding her head. Don't worry, you'll love it, I assured her. I'd seen her reaction, of course, the moment I decided what to do with the room. I pushed open the door, and I stepped inside, aware of the others spilling in after us. Esme and Edward were the only ones who didn't gasp. She'd been the one who helped me out, and of course Edward has seen it in our heads. The walls were already painted blue, so we didn't have to change that. I'd gotten silk blue bed sheets and comforters for her, though, and Esme had gotten the shelves and bookcases and toy racks. She had even made a treasure chest which lay closed at the foot of the bed. We were two vampires who had 6 hours to work while Bella slept. It was more than enough time. Is this all for me? Bella asked incredulously. I nodded my head. Of course it is, Bella. She smiled widely and hugged me tightly. Thank you, she said quietly. Although I'd seen this in my vision, I couldn't help but be struck by her maturity. She didn't yell or scream like a normal child. I had no doubt that we would encounter that, especially when she reached her teenage years, but she was still mature for her age. I placed her on the floor and she ran to the bed. I watched her stumble slightly before catching herself and making the rest of the way to the bed. It was a kid's bed, so it was easy for her to climb on it. I watched her giggle and wriggled under the covers until all we could see was a lump under the covers. I laughed. This was the more playful side of Bella. I liked that. Every child should have a chance to be playful and innocent and silly. While they can, right? Edward sighed softly, too low for human ears. I turned slightly and frowned at him. Don't ruin this for her, Edward. It's not just our decision. It's hers, too. Her fate. We've all accepted that. It's time you do, too, I said quickly, before turning back to look at Bella's moving form under the covers. Emmett stepped forward and called out to her. Bella, aren't you going to come out? All he got in reply was a string of playful giggles. Well, then, he smirked. I guess we're just going to have to play with all the toys, he stressed on the word, by ourselves. Bella gasped and threw the covers back. She jumped down from the bed and bounced over to where Emmett was, almost losing her balance more times than I could count. Toys? She asked eagerly. We laughed, and I swore I heard Edward chuckling quietly behind me, as well. Good. Emmett and Jasper proceeded to show her the toys they'd gotten for her, all laid out in the treasure chest. Rosalie joined them, as well. I'd sent her with the boys if I hadn't. Ella wouldn't even have one toy meant for a girl. She'd have ended up with video games and soccer balls. Esme, Carlisle and I watched Bella squeal as she dug through the treasure chest to get to her new toys. Edward watched from outside the doorway, and after a moment, he left. I didn't need Jasper's gift to know that he felt remorseful that Bella would have to live in a house full of vampires. Even if he was determined it was only for the weekend. Don't be like that, Edward. She loves it here. We love having her here. Is that so bad to have her around? He didn't answer me, but I heard loud rock music blaring from his room. I rolled my eyes again, and blocked him out, focusing only on the miracle in front of us. Sorry for the delay. Now, what do you think of this chapter? Is Bella and Edward's relationship now totally weird? Will it be weird for me to start making her character grow up, and show their blossoming relationship? Would it be strange to add in the inevitable romance? And if Bella seems ook, it's because she's a child and I have no idea what 6-year-old Bella would do or say. This was what I imagined, though. Again, I wanted to thank readers and reviewers. It meant a lot. Don't forget to do the same for this chapter, and tell me what you think, yeah? Thank you. Bella's first Cullen morning A.N. Sorry to keep you waiting. Went to my grand's house today and my uncle hogged the computer there. I got so mad not being able to write. Anyway, I'm really grateful for all the reviews. I want to answer some of your questions. Roxymar. I won't forget my other stories. In fact, it's 9 at night where I am right now, and I'm planning to stay up the whole night to write as much chapters for all my stories. I'm going to need a lot of caffeine refill. Issy girl. Bella's 6 years old but she's going to be 7 soon. And she's not going to be adopted by Charlie. It's my fault for not clarifying this sooner, but Renee and Charlie were still together when they died. Also, I wanted Bella to grow up in the Cullen household, then as she becomes a teen, she develops romantic interest in Edward. Awkward, just like Bella. Shizuku Tsukishima 749. Since it's a few years back, around 11 years. The Cullens are nearly as old as they were in the books. Dragon Witch 250. Yeah, of course Edward will be wrapped around Bella's finger. He would never deny her. Of course, there's still the protective side of him and the I know what's best for you side of him to consider, so, yeah, he'll start to act differently as time progresses. And for everyone else who read, reviewed and loved the story, thanks for your support. I'm glad you think my portrayal of the Cullens are realistic. Bella's character will solidify into the Bella we all know and love with time. I'm happy you think I can do it and are following the story. Thank you for making the story and favorite and all. I hope you enjoy this chapter. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Rosalie, Bella, Jasper, Edward. Rosalie's POV. I have never, in my entire existence, felt this happy. Not when I was human and started gaining attention. Not when I thought I was going to gain everything by getting engaged to Royce. Not when I met Emmett. Never. I have always wanted a child. I wanted a little boy, but Bella, she was everything beautiful. I couldn't get enough of her. She was like the daughter I never had. We don't look alike, not at all, but I keep seeing similarities between us. I see her dark hair, and I think of Emmett. I see her wide eyes, beautiful, inquiring, and I think of my own. I see her button nose, and her smile, and I hear her laughter, and suddenly I was fantasizing about Bella being Emmett's and my daughter. I try and keep this out of my thoughts whenever Edward was around, but it was hard. For one, he was always around. I knew he was concerned we'd harm Bella, but he was as infatuated with her as the rest of us. Maybe even more. No one loved her more than me. I had to have her. I need her with me. It would kill me to give her up. And to think, it's been less than a day. After Bella had woken up last night, she had eaten her dinner Esme had made for her, and seen her room. Alice and Esme decorated it. I didn't have much say in it, but that was all right. I went to the mall with Jasper and Emmett to help pick out Bella's toys and such. I got her dolls, and a toy cooking set, and a dollhouse, and stuffed animals and everything a little girl would want. I think I ended up buying the whole store. I didn't care, she deserved it. She had played with Jazz, Em and me for a while before falling asleep in my arms. If I could have cried, I would have. And now, with dawn so near, time has never moved this slow. I wanted it to be morning. I wanted the sun to rise. I wanted to be able to wake Bella up. It seemed everyone in the house was anticipating it. It was driving Jasper crazy, I knew. He kept pacing the living room, sending calming waves to everyone. It did nothing for me. It was so different, to have a heartbeat in the house. It was all the more incredible knowing that it was this beautiful 6-year-old girl I could consider a daughter. Her freesia scent, her laughter, her human warmth, it made me feel so alive. I touched her, hugged her, kissed her forehead, stroked her hair, and not once did she flinch from me. She could look into my topaz eyes and not be afraid. She could grab onto my cold, marble hand and not run. Her innocence and trust amazed me, and made me so happy. We were to keep her until Monday. Child Services would send a representative over. My dead heart broke every time I thought of it. Alice foresaw her future, I knew she did. But she won't tell us anything. I think Edward saw it, though. That's why he's even more agitated than usual. I hoped it wasn't a future where Bella was hurt, or killed. I wouldn't be able to stand that. I wanted to ask Carlisle and Esme if we could adopt Bella. I knew their answer would probably be a no. We were vampires eternally damned to live forever. Bella was human. She would grow older, find a human mate, marry, move away, and continue growing older. She would die at some point. I flinched at the very thought. But I still couldn't let her go. Would the rest of us be able to? I saw how attached Alice and Esme already were to Bella. I saw how even Jasper warmed up to her. He wasn't as out of control around her as he was around other humans. He didn't get that mutinous look in his eyes. Oh, God. What if we really had to give her up? Would I be able to handle that? Would I be able to endure losing the opportunity to have a child of my own for the second time? You know it's for the best, Rosalie, Edward sighed quietly. I jumped and swiveled around to glare at my brother. He had come down the stairs so silently that not even I had noticed it. Of course, I had been absorbed. I love her, Edward. I can't explain it. It's only been a few hours and this human child has taken over me so completely. I could love her like a daughter. Don't ask me to give her up, I pleaded. It wasn't like me, to plead, to beg. But Edward was Edward. He would do anything to get things the way he wanted them to be. He would throw a tantrum, have a sulky fit, argue until our heads spun, anything. And being the first son in the family, Carlisle and Esme have always respected his opinions. They had always listened to what he had to say. More often than not, they took his side. But I couldn't allow it this time. Most of the time, I was beyond grateful that I had eternity with Emmett. I had Carlisle to thank for that. If it weren't for him, I would have died and never gotten the chance to exact my revenge on Royce and his buddies. I would have never met Emmett, my true love. I would have never known the love of a real family. But there was that awful pain in the pit of my stomach I could never let go of. The pain of never having a child. I wanted it so badly, it hurt. Bella was my chance. She was my savior. I needed her in my life. I didn't know what would happen in the future, if it was good or bad. If she would move away from us, leave me in my grief and move on with her human life. I didn't know, but I was willing to give it a try. Even for a little while, if I could have her with me, call her my daughter, give her happiness, then I was willing. Edward stared at me coolly, and shook his head. You know, Rose, he said again. She's human. We can't keep her. It's not like she's a stray puppy. She'll grow up, and she'd have to have a normal life. That's what's best for her, he was determined. You don't know that, I snapped. I couldn't keep my cool. Who the hell was he to tell me that I had to let go of her? I felt a wave of calmness settle over me, and shot Jasper a murderous glare. He was unabashed. I need you two to calm down, he groaned. I can't take it. Can't take it. Yes. That was how I felt every time I thought of never being able to conceive. Every moment of happiness I spent with Emmett was tinged with sadness over never being able to give him that, never being able to have that. What about what we are? Edward retorted. I flinched at his flat tone. It was like he didn't even care. What about her finding out? Have you ever thought about that? Do you think she'll want us after we tell her? What he meant to say was, did I think she'll want me after we tell her about us? I turned away from him, shutting my eyes so no one could see the hurt in them. I felt like sobbing, but of course, I couldn't shed tears. Hey, Emmett said. It was one of those rare times when he sounded serious. Back off, Edward. All right? Let's just get through the weekend first. I heard him sigh, heard the apology in that one insignificant noise. I'm sorry, Rose, he muttered. I didn't answer him, nor did I turn around to face him, or any of them. I walked over to the window facing the mountains, and sat down on the ledge. I stared out into the darkness, and waited for dawn. Bella's paw of sunlight was streaming in through the blue curtains when I woke up. I sat up in bed and stretched, yawning. I blinked, adjusting to the sudden brightness. There was a knock at the door, and I started, calling out to whomever it was to come in. Rosalie and Alice came into the room, Alice bounding in like an excited fairy. I smiled widely at them. Rose sat on the edge of the bed, and I immediately crawled into her lap. I really liked her. She was very pretty and nice to me. They all were. But Rose always treated me like my mommy did. She would hold me, and hug me and kiss my hair. I felt safe around her. What do you want to do today, Bella? Alice asked excitedly. I thought about this. What should I do today? I didn't feel like going out because I was still tired and a little sore from my bruises. I wanted to stay inside the house, play with my new toys and just rest. I was still sad from losing Mommy and Daddy. I knew heaven was a good place, but I won't be able to see them anymore. I tugged on Rose's sleeve and she looked down at me. Will I be able to visit Mommy and Daddy in heaven? I whispered quietly. I had the feeling that I shouldn't ask this question, at least not so loudly. Rose looked pained for a moment, then she gave me a sad smile and smoothed back my hair. I'm sorry, baby, but no. She leaned forward and kissed my forehead. I felt tears welling in my eyes and closed my eyes so Rose and Alice wouldn't see. I snuggled deeper into Rose's arms and rested my head on her chest, breathing in her sweet scent. After a moment, I felt myself calming down. It was the strangest feeling ever, like suddenly, I knew everything would be okay. I knew it was alright to be sad, but it would be better soon. I felt like my heart was lighter. I opened my eyes and blinked. My tears were gone. Alice smiled at me, crouching down in front of Rose and me. She took my small hands in hers and kissed my knuckles, smiling brightly at me. It wasn't a fake smile, the way I knew some people felt obliged to give me just because I was little. So I smiled back, it was infectious enough. I have an idea, she said. What about if we just stay at home today? We could watch movies, play with your new toys. She rattled off the things that we could do in a sing-song voice. I liked the sound of what she had in mind. I started to nod my head slowly. I could do that. Play dress up, I cringed at that. All right, maybe I didn't like everything that she had in mind. Alice didn't notice my cringe, still going on and on about the clothes that she had bought for me and what fun we would have playing dress up. Rose did, though, and laughed. Take it slow, Alice. We wouldn't want to traumatize her. Alice stuck her tongue out at Rose and I felt a fresh burst of giggles escaping me. She was acting just like me when I felt playful. Alice smiled at this, and raised an eyebrow. Does that sound okay with you? She asked hopefully, her bright topaz eyes glinting. I nodded my head. Except for dress up, I made a face. Rose and Alice burst out laughing, and I smiled widely at them both. Let's get you some breakfast, then. Jasper's paw, she smelled enticing. I've never been this close to a human before and not end up drinking their blood. But she was different. The love and affection I felt for her was multiplied through my gift. I felt everyone's affections for her. It was still hard for me to control myself, but I tried. I've never been more in control of my actions as I was at this point, in my opinion. Edward saw it might have something to do with the fact that Bella was still a child, and her scent wasn't as strong. I think he's right. And if we get to keep her longer, I would hopefully be desensitized by the time she was older. We all would be. I was amazed at the tenor of my family's feelings towards her. I wasn't at all surprised by Rosalie's reaction. She had always wanted a child of her own. And now suddenly, a human girl was presented to us, beautiful, innocent, untouched, warm and loving. It was her dream come true. I was still shocked by the fierce love I felt coursing through her. It broke her heart to think of giving Bella up. Emmett was just happy that Rose was happy. He was glad to see her so loving and motherly towards Bella. To him, Bella was a miracle, a gift. And he was glad he could be around her, play with her. He was just as excited as I was. Alice was beyond control with her happiness. She wanted to buy Bella clothes, and shower her with gifts. She wanted to spoil Bella, and be her best friend. She couldn't wait for Bella to grow up, so that she could see what sort of a girl she would turn out to be. I had no doubts she'd already seen it, but that probably just added to her excitement. But she also wanted Bella to stay a child for as long as possible. Her innocence was a virtue. Carlisle felt the same way as Emmett. Esme was so happy to have Bella in the house. She'd lost her own child when she was human, the last straw that led to her suicide. He was seeing her healing up, and was astonished that a 6-year-old human girl could heal his wife the way no one else had ever been able to. Edward was Edward. He was stubborn, and refused to believe that anything good would come out of it. Rose called it selfishness. I called it selflessness. He wanted to protect Bella, whether he admitted it or not. Alice said he would in time. I knew she saw something else, but she never shared it with me, or with anyone else. Judging from the frustration I felt from Edward, she was keeping it a secret from him, too. But he was affected by her. He wanted to protect her. The very idea of him wanting the best for Bella already proved that. I think even Rosalie knew that deep down, and that's why she hadn't really lashed out at him. I sighed impatiently for Alice and Rosalie to bring Bella down. I could hear their conversation upstairs as clearly as if I was right there next to them. Edward was sitting at his piano, playing the moodiest songs I've ever heard him play on that thing. Esme was busy in the kitchen, making a breakfast big enough to feed an army. She didn't know what Bella wanted, and she wanted to make sure everything was available. Carlisle was pacing the living room, anticipating Bella. He was anxious to see what her progress was like, as an interested father figure and as her doctor. She had suffered a traumatic experience at such a young age. Emmett couldn't wait to see if she would stumble again. Her clumsiness amused him. Alice and Rose were helping Bella into the bath, and I heard Bella chat animatedly with the both of them about school. It was the summer holidays at this point, so we didn't have to worry about that yet. According to Edward, we didn't have to worry about that at all, considering it was the middle of July and school started in September. He wholeheartedly believed Bella would be gone by then. It saddened him to think that, although he would never admit that, but he still believed it true. I knew better than to bet against my Alice. Finally, I heard Alice and Rose bringing Bella down the stairs. I caught sight of my Alice carrying Bella in her arms, and my breath caught. She looked so beautiful. A child in her arms, a perfect picture. Alice set Bella down on the couch, where she wriggled into a comfortable position. She was wearing a blue sundress that ended at her knees, and her long brown hair hung in waves around her shoulders. She really was an adorable human. When she stopped fidgeting and looked up, she saw the rest of us looking at her. Bella blushed and looked down shyly. Esme came out of the kitchen and sat next to Bella, smiling. "Good morning, dear," Esme greeted her. "Morning," Bella mumbled, picking at the fabric of her dress. She looked up once more to glance around the room curiously. Everyone was crowding around her now. Even Edward had stopped playing the piano and had come to join us. He sat on a lone armchair, away from where Bella and Esme sat. I smirked. "You can't fool me, Edward. You love having her around." He ignored me, but I caught a flash of annoyance anyway. Esme asked Bella what she wanted to eat. Bella wrinkled her nose and scrunched her face in concentration. Adorable. Her face lit up as she made a decision. "Waffles," she cried happily. Esme laughed, kissing Bella's forehead lightly before heading gracefully back into the kitchen. Carlisle asked Bella if he could check her bruises to see if she was feeling any better. Bella nodded her head and allowed him, though her bottom lip quivered as he examined her. Carlisle was gentle with her. He'd had years of practice being a doctor to humans. But she was little, after all. It couldn't be easy for her to be in pain. Something in her caught my off guard. Embarrassment. She was embarrassed at being hurt. Her pride was wounded. I stared at her in surprise. Even at such a young age, she hated to show weakness. How intriguing. Esme came back into the living room with a glass of milk in one hand and a plate of waffles in another. Alice was already turning on the TV and pulling out DVDs of children's shows I never thought we had. She'd probably gotten them yesterday at the mall. Alice thought of everything. God, I love her. Bella began to forget her embarrassment and her shyness as she ate her breakfast and watched the cartoons. At this moment, all conflict, all pain, all confusion, indecisiveness and anger in my family were gone. All that was left was contentment. That was when I swore never to let anything happen to Bella. Edward's Pav Jasper was right. In the past 20 hours, I'd become attached to Bella. I never showed it. I never went anywhere near her if I didn't need to. I let the others crowd around her, and spoil her and treat her like the miracle she was. But I felt it. The affection, the love, I could hear it in their thoughts, and they somewhat mirrored mine. Was this how they felt? I couldn't tell simply by their thoughts. I couldn't tell the intensity of their emotions. I didn't have Jasper's gift. But I felt my own emotions surging through me. Her scent was stronger to me than to any one of them. I didn't know why. If it were simply because I was one of the first to find her, Carlisle should have had the same reaction to her as well. Maybe it was because he has better self-control than I do. She was amazing. I couldn't stop looking at her. Something about her captivated me and unnerved me at the same time. I still couldn't read her thoughts. Something Carlisle said might change in the future. Emphasis on the might. He said it might be because of her grief of losing her parents. She might have shut down. That was highly unlikely. I hated to admit it, but Jasper was right. I wanted to protect Bella from everything. I wanted her to keep her innocence. I wanted her to be safe all the time. But a tiny part of me was too selfish to see her go. "You can't fool me, Edward. You love having her around," I heard Jasper's blaring thoughts. I resisted the urge to scowl and tried to distract myself. Unfortunately, her freesia scent only filled my head with thoughts of her. Would it be so bad to have Bella around? She was already making our lives better. I have never seen Esme and Rosalie so happy. I'd never seen Alice so excited about shopping, and that was saying something. Emmett was showing a rare tender side that I was half afraid of because it was so unlike him. Jasper's self-restraint was admirable at this point, though I stuck by my theory of her scent being weak due to her age. Carlisle was excited too, and so happy to see Esme healing from her wounds. And I was just trying to protect Bella. She was too sweet to be anything but. If she were to go out there into the world, all on her own, would she be able to fend for herself? Would she make it out there? She was an orphan. She would be given to a foster home. I didn't have experience with foster homes, but I knew of the system. It was terrible, and the families the children were given to weren't always respectable. Sometimes the children were beaten, abused in various ways, mistreated. Could I think of this sweet angel being abused that way? No, I couldn't. The anger flaring within me at the mere thought of that had Jasper in panic, shooting wave after wave of tranquility at me. I breathed out through clenched teeth and forced myself to calm down. It would do no good to scare Bella. She was only a child. I didn't want to scar her for life because of an outburst. It would be scary to a little child, I knew. So, no, foster homes might not be such a good idea, and if Bella had any relatives, the hospital would have already contacted them. But she didn't. She was all alone. But was this a better fate for her? Living in a house full of vampires? Monsters who were cursed to drink blood to sustain? Was this her destiny? No, I had to find an alternative. I had to make sure she had the best possible life. And yet, gazing at her sweet face, looking into her chocolate eyes, seeing the blush that stained her cheeks when she saw me looking at her, I couldn't help but give in, just for a second, to my selfish side. I hope this chapter was satisfactory. Please tell me what you think. Thank you once again for all of your reviews. They meant a lot. Review. Thank you. Vote A.N. Thanks so much to everyone who reviewed. Your words kept me fueled to stay up until 4 a.m. writing another chapter, so here it goes. P.S. Ellen Stevenson 173. I know that Bella's grandmother died when she was 12 and she's only 6 in this story, but if I wrote that, then the Cullens won't be able to keep Bella. So let's just imagine that Bella's all alone for the sake of this fan fic. Lol. Thank you for your review. Foggy Moon. No worries. EXB won't happen when she's tiny. He'll just be super protective Edward, and she'll just be dependent on him. When she becomes a teenager, then things change romantically for them. I promise not to gross you out as much as I can. Lemon Drop Dreams. I type pretty fast, so when inspiration hits, it takes me an hour or two or so to write a chapter. Thanks for your review. Try Gemini. I love your reviews. Thanks so much, makes me want to just write more every time. To everyone else, thank you for reading and reviewing, and putting this on Story Alert and such. Angels, all of you. Disclaimer. SM owns all. POVs. Alice, Edward, Bella. Alice's POV. Can I just say how incredible it was to have Bella around? I could almost feel the atmosphere in the house litten. And I didn't even have Jazz's gift? The past few days have been heaven for us. We spent all of Friday lounging at home, watching movies and playing with Bella. I couldn't remember a more normal time in my life. I hung out with my family all the time, but there was always the supernatural aspect to it. If we played a game, someone would try to cheat. If we raced, we used vampire speed. Our normal day together would be Esme planting in the garden, Carlisle, Indiana, his office, Jazz and I in front of the TV with Emmett. I know what you're thinking. I do not help Jazz cheat during video games. Alright. Once, Edward practicing his piano and Rose in the garage. Whenever we had movie nights, it was always filled with Cullen family moments. I loved those. But none of them could compare to Bella. She was so innocent. I loved her. I already saw her future. I knew she would be living with us. And I knew Edward had partially given in. I just needed to push him in the right direction a little more. In time, he'll accept it. And Bella was enthusiastic about her new toys, her new room and her new family. She was so inquisitive. She kept asking questions like why our eyes look so different from other people. Edward would have made this into a smug, "I told you so" comment had Bella been older and had a longer attention span. The moment the question was out of her mouth, she was asking another one already. Why was Emmett so big? Why did she feel so calm whenever Jasper's around? Why was my hair spiky? Didn't Edward want to play, too? Can't we watch Tom and Jerry? The mouse was always so funny. Could Esme please make pasta for lunch? We didn't actually have to answer any of them. She was too adorable, really. Even I was having a hard time keeping up with her. As a 6-year-old girl, it was understandable that she would have a lot of energy. But I think Jasper had something to do with this. Either way, it didn't matter. I fought the urge to get her to change into something else when the clock struck 5. Why limit her to one outfit a day? I think I wore Jasper out with my eagerness. Thank God no one could protest when it was time for Bella to bathe and change into pajamas. I was so glad I was able to shop for her. Once the child services issue was settled on Monday, I was hoping I could take her out to the mall, get her to pick out a few things, with my help, of course. Edward was still trying to fight the reality that Bella was here to stay. Honestly, why he bothered to bet against me is beyond any of us. I was never wrong and I never will be. It was Saturday night now. 2.5 days since Bella had entered our lives. It has been nothing but euphoric. Rose, Esme and I were crowded around Bella's bed, tucking her in for the night. Esme had to read her a bedtime story and put on Edward's Debussy CD or she won't be able to sleep. Claire de Lune. Figures Edward would get her addicted to one of his classic songs. Tonight, Esme was reading Cinderella. We were at the part where Cinderella and the prince were reunited. Bella had a happy smile on her face, and her eyes were drooping. She was almost snoring right then. 12 seconds, I whispered, too low for Bella's human ears to pick up. Esme nodded, and closed the book while Rose grabbed the remote control from the dresser and pressed play. Claire de Lune played softly from the stereo Edward had gotten for Bella. I smirked as I thought of it. Bella hadn't been able to get much sleep yesterday night, until Edward played Claire de Lune on his stereo. That had prompted Bella to fall asleep on his couch. When we brought her to her room and tucked her in her bed, she woke up and started wailing for Edward. She'd spent the entire night in his room, listening to playbacks of the same song. Edward had gone out today, blessed the stormy weather, and bought the stereo for Bella. It looked like Bella would be able to sleep peacefully tonight after all. In 12 seconds, just like I'd predicted, Bella had fallen asleep. We each said our good nights, kissing Bella softly on the forehead, and heading out the door. I made sure to turn on Bella's nightlight. She was afraid of the dark, something Emmett found incredibly hilarious. We all headed downstairs. Everyone, including Edward, was sitting in the living room. She's asleep, Esme stated proudly. So we heard, Emmett said in relief. He'd panicked last night when Bella started wailing uncontrollably in her bed. I would have laughed at the sight of the big, strong Emmett, pacing the room with alarm, thinking of ways to calm her down, half of which weren't even logical, might I add. I joined Jasper on the love seat and Rose and Esme sat next to the significant others as well. We fell into a peaceful silence, listening to Bella's breathing and her steady heartbeat upstairs. Oh, Bella. Did she have any idea just how wonderful life was just because she was here? Carlisle was the first to speak up. He cleared his throat, gaining all of our attention. Most of you need to hunt, he said, looking at us all. Edward and I have gone hunting Thursday, as you know. Esme, you take the kids out tomorrow. He nodded at his wife, who smiled at him and kissed him briefly. I smiled at their tender moment before Carlisle's words caught up to me. Wait, what? I nearly shrieked. Esme and Rose both glared at me. Shush, Rose chided. I lowered my voice. I don't want to leave Bella, I whined. Carlisle chuckled. I know, Alice, he said gently, but it'll only be a day. Not only for Bella's sake, but also for Monday. Everyone except Edward and I gave him quizzical looks. I'd already known what he would be saying next. Child Services will be sending someone by the house on Monday, he told us. The room became even more silent now than ever, and I felt tension seep back. The air felt heavier. Will they take Bella? Rosalie asked, her voice strained. I shot her a reassuring smile. Carlisle shook his head. I'm not sure about that, yet, Rose. We're going to have to decide what to do before they get here. He murmured the last part almost to himself. Emmett raised an eyebrow, looking around confusedly. What do you mean decide what to do? He asked. Carlisle sighed. He stood up and started to pace. We have to decide if we're going to allow Child Services to place Bella in the foster system or, he shot Edward a quick look before turning away, or if we keep her. Rosalie brightened up almost immediately. Can we do that? She asked eagerly. Emmett wrapped his arm around her shoulder and rubbed her arm encouragingly. Carlisle ignored her question, and continued to pace. I could see Rosalie fighting the urge to spring from her seat and shake the answer from Carlyle. I think Emmett was holding her down with his arm. I held back a giggle. Was she forgetting my vision? Carlyle. Rosalie snapped, impatient. Carlyle jumped a little, startled. He smiled sheepishly at her, and took his rightful seat next to Esme. He took a deep breath and slowly let it out. Was he trying to get on Rosalie's bad side? The way she was fuming now, glaring daggers at him, was enough to send any sane being running in the opposite direction. But Carlyle was our father and, more importantly, older than Rose. He wasn't afraid of her. What he was more afraid of was Edward's temper. "We'd have to take a vote," he said quietly. Edward's head snapped to Carlyle, and he glared at him. Carlyle held up a hand to stem any protests. "Edward, this decision is conflicted. I have to know what the others think before we make a decision." "Carlyle," Edward begun, his voice dripping with disapproval. "Please, Edward. Just hear what they have to say," Esme pleaded with her son, giving him a full motherly look. I knew Edward would never contradict Esme. True enough, he sighed and settled back in his seat, though his shoulders were tense, awaiting what the rest of us had to say. "Alice," Carlyle prompted. I took a deep breath and shot Edward a sharp look. "You already know what I think," I said. "I've seen Bella, alive and healthy, with us. She's meant to be with us. My vote is yes." Jasper. I won't contradict Alice. Bessie's, this family is a whole lot more complete with Bella in it. I've never, your emotions are euphoric at this point. It's a good feeling, he smiled. I leaned into him, encouraging him to vote. Yes. Emmett. The squirt is too cute, he exploded. Shush, Rose jabbed him in the ribs. He smiled sheepishly, and said, I vote hell yeah. I giggled at his exuberance. Edward shut his eyes, as if not wanting to see an unsightly scene. Rosalie? She had calmed down enough to snuggle back into Emmett. Seeing the rest of us leaning towards keeping Bella in the family had pacified her. She hesitated for a while, biting her lip. I love her, she said quietly, looking up at us. She's the daughter I never had. I want her with me. I know it's selfish of me to want her around all of this, she waved dejectedly around us. But I can't help it. I'm not saying we condemn her to our life. I'm just saying protect her. We don't know what's out there. Humans could be even more cruel than vampires. More cruel than us, most definitely. We would protect her, love her, give her everything, and if one day she decides to leave, Rosalie broke off, taking a deep breath. Then at least we'd given her all we could. She smiled, confident of her vote. I vote yes. Emmett kissed her on the cheek, and I heard her let out the breath she was holding. Carlyle smiled at her in that fatherly way of his, and turned to Esme. Esme? He asked. I knew there was a reason he was asking. Edward laughed. He knew Edward would say no. He was already pinching the bridge of his nose, leaning forward in his seat as if he was in physical pain. Esme smiled softly, staring at a spot on the wall. I knew she was thinking of Bella. I vote yes, she said, automatically reaching for Carlyle's hand. I vote yes, too, Edward, Carlyle announced. No, Edward shot out of his seat, glaring at all of us, breathing heavily. Jasper stood up as well, and by the look of concentration on his face, I could tell he was trying to calm Edward. I don't think it was working. We're vampires, he snapped. You don't say, Emmett said sarcastically. Edward glared at him, but Emmett didn't back down. We have no right to keep her. What if we snap? What if others, he stressed on the word, to prove its significance. I could almost feel a collective wince as the others realized his meaning. Find out about her? At some point in time, she's either going to find out or we'll have to tell her about us. Why we move around so much, why we never age, why we don't go out in the sun. You think the Volturi will let her live? A human who knows of our existence? He spat out. Even I had no idea what to say to this. I hadn't seen this part of Bella's future. And it was wavering. My vision was wavering. Edward's words were striking a chord with the others. They were wondering now if keeping Bella would be the best solution. Edward's voice softened the slightest bit. You don't know that she won't find a good home. A proper one, with loving humans. You don't know that she'd grow up and have a perfectly normal life. We have no right. It's not up to us, he concluded. My vote is no. Edward's pav, he has a point. The Volturi won't be happy. I'm sure I could sway Arrow. If he finds out, that is to say. I'm sure we could keep her a secret. Arrow is an old friend. Surely he would sympathize. I won't let anyone, including the damn Volturi, hurt my daughter. But she's been so good for us. Maybe Edward's right. Maybe we are being selfish, keeping her around just because it finally felt like we're living instead of surviving. Oh, and I was getting so good at cooking. I do wish Bella could stay. She's my second chance. My baby died. I wouldn't want the same fate for Bella. I want her safe. Was it too illogical to think that we could protect her? Surely not. The vision's changing. Why is it changing? Damn you, Edward. Alice jumped out of her seat, her eyes wild. No, she said, shaking her head. The Volturi won't be pleased, but we could sway them. Strike a deal, something. But Bella is safest here with us. I opened my mouth to protest, but Alice turned her death glare on me. You think you know it all, Edward. But you don't. I'm the one who sees the future. I'm the one who knows how her life is supposed to play out. She's been through hell and she's only 6. Foster systems and strange humans aren't a part of her future. I won't let it. My vote is yes, Alice said firmly. She means too much. You could stick with your vote, Edward, but I want the others to say if they've changed their minds or not. Her eyes challenged me, and when she gazed at them, her eyes challenged them, as well. I could see their train of thoughts in my head, and fought to stay calm. I've made a promising argument. Surely they won't just dismiss it. But slowly, I watched in horror as Alice's vision solidified in her mind. Her original vision, of Bella playing in our living room when she was 8. I saw flashes of one vision after another. Bella sleeping in her room. Bella reading in Carlisle's study. Bella getting a piggyback ride from Emmett. Bella getting her hair brushed by Rosalie. Bella frowning at the shopping bags in Alice's arms. Bella smiling as she hugged me tightly, her tiny form reaching my waist only. She was staying. Defeated, I slumped back into my head, closing my eyes so I wouldn't have to see the others. Yes. Alice cheered. Bella's staying. I opened my eyes to see Carlisle smiling. I'll call and tell them we'll be adopting Bella, he agreed. I sighed. Carlisle adopted a serious expression, then. Well, off you go too. Hunt, he said to the others. I would be staying behind with Carlisle to look after Bella. We'd both just hunted, since Tuesday. We were living in a pretty secluded area just outside Forks. Carlisle wasn't sure how long we would be staying, and he refused to ask Alice. So he had started working at the hospital, even though we were only here to stay until our home in Alaska had gone through all the necessary renovations. Alice, Jasper, Emmett, Rose and I had also just finished school a year ago in England, right before we moved, so we didn't particularly want to go back yet. Unfortunately, when we got to Alaska, we'd have to resume school. It was part of our charade. We had to evade suspicion. 5 teenagers being homeschooled was definitely suspicious enough. At Carlisle's words, the others started to grumble. Carlisle shook his head, though I saw the quirk of his lips as he fought the urge to grin at their antics. No, you know you need to hunt, he said sternly. Can't we stay until morning? Say goodbye to Bella first? Emmett pleaded. Please, Carlisle? Esme asked him sweetly. I rolled my eyes. Once Esme used that tone, Carlisle was putty in her hands. He sighed and agreed. Like I said, putty in her hands. I stood up and went up the stairs. I could hear what the others were thinking. They thought I was going to my room, to pout and sulk and be moody. Alice knew better, of course, but she blocked out her thoughts so I couldn't hear her smugness. Thank God for that. I climbed up the stairs and was in front of Bella's bedroom door in 2 seconds flat. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open her door and stepped inside. It was dark, though that didn't deter me. I could see even better in the dark than I could in the day. There was a nightlight in the corner, casting an almost orange glow in the room. Bella was snoring softly into her pillow. I stepped closer to her, and kneeled down next to her head. I stared at her sleeping form, her seraphic face. Why was it that she captivated me? Why was it so easy for her to steal the hearts of 7 vampires? All she had to do was waltz into the room, and we were willing to give our lives for her. Yes, I was willing, too. She meant more to me than I could understand. I was a mess inside. One moment, I was thinking of how she smelled so wonderful. Her freesia-scented blood was just too tantalizing. The next moment I was thinking how I'd protect her from anything and everything. The next moment I was wondering if giving her up would be the best option, and the next I wanted nothing more than to yell out, "Yes. My vote is yes." I sighed softly and smiled at her. "Ah, Bella. What am I going to do with you?" Bella's pav. I woke up to find Rose, Esme, Alice, Emmett and Jasper crowding around my bed. I started to laugh. They were the strangest but funniest people I've ever met. "We have to go, Bella," Alice said sadly. I frowned. "Go where?" I couldn't help but whine. Were they going to leave me? Rose laid down next to me and wrapped an arm around me. "We have to go run an errand today," she said. "Errand? It's what Mommy called having to go grocery shopping and going to the bank. We'll be back at night, but really late, so you probably won't see us until tomorrow morning." I bit my lip, thinking, well, if they had to go out, then why did I have to stay at home? Couldn't I come? I pouted. Rose laughed, shaking her head. "You stay at home. Okay. Get better. Edward and Carlisle will be staying with you, so you can play with them, okay?" I broke out into a grin. Edward was staying? I nodded my head. Okay. I was still sad. They were leaving me, for an entire day. I was just so used to seeing them by now. They never left my side when I was awake the past few days. They were my best friends. "Don't worry, we'll bring you out with us one day, okay?" Alice promised, taking one of my hands in hers. "We could go to the mall or the park, or anywhere you want. Okay." I nodded my head, smiling widely at her. "Have fun," I mumbled as they kissed me on the forehead one by one, then filed out of my room, waving at me. I sat up in my bed and looked around the empty room. What was I going to do now? Then I smiled. It was time to find Edward. Edward wasn't in his room. Did he leave with the others, too? I was about to cry when I heard the soft music of the piano. I smiled. He was downstairs. I trudged softly down the hall and made my way carefully down the stairs. I'd always been clumsy. I didn't want to trip and fall down the stairs. I almost made it all the way when I slipped on the last step. I fell down flat on my face. I felt the sting on my knee, and the pain shooting up my ankle, and started to cry. Edward was by my side in an instant, and picked me up. I buried my face in the crook of his neck, breathing in his scent. It has always helped me to calm down. Maybe it would help me now. But the pain was getting worse. I sobbed harder. "Bella," he said, panicking. "Bella, are you all right?" I shook my head against his cold skin. Why on earth was he so cold? Did he want a blanket to keep warm? Mommy said it wasn't good to be cold, otherwise you might get sick. I wanted to point this out to him, but the pain in my left leg was overtaking me. "Bella, tell me," his pained voice pleaded me. Without looking up or pulling away, I mumbled, "My leg," into his neck. He shifted me in his arms gently and took a look. "Oh, Bella," he sighed. "Carlisle, could you come down a second?" He called out. He spoke normally, but Carlisle was already climbing down the steps. "What is it, Edward?" he asked, his voice worried. "Hello, Bella," he greeted me. I didn't turn around to look at him. "She fell down," Edward told him. I bit my lip as I felt a familiar blush coloring my cheeks. Why did I have to be so clumsy? "I think she sprained her ankle. Could you have a look at it?" "Certainly." Carlisle attempted to take me from Edward's grip, but I whimpered, hugging Edward tightly. Carlisle chuckled slightly. "All right. How about you sit on Edward's lap while I take a look at your leg? Would that be better, Bella?" he asked gently. I nodded my head, my face still buried in Edward's neck. Carlisle left to take his medical kit, and Edward carried me to the couch. He sat down and cradled me against his chest. "Are you in a lot of pain?" he asked quietly, his face a grimace. I studied him. He looked upset that I was hurt, and I didn't want to make him upset. So I shook my head. "It's okay," I whispered. "I fall down a lot." But my angel didn't look as if he believed me. He stroked my hair, and I closed my eyes, resting the side of my head against his chest. Strange. I couldn't feel his heart beat the way I could with Mommy and Daddy sometimes. Before I could ask, Carlisle was already coming towards us. I squirmed in Edward's lap. I knew Carlisle was a good person, and I liked him. He reminded me a lot of Daddy. But he was a doctor. I hate doctors. I hate going to the hospital. When he opened his bag and plunged his hand inside, I blurted out, "No needles." Carlyle raised an eyebrow at me, and smiled amusedly. I flushed a furious red. I don't like needles, I mumbled, dropping my gaze. Edward chuckled, and kissed my forehead softly. I promise you won't use needles, Bella, he said. I looked up into his twinkling topaz eyes and smiled. Carlyle examined the scrape on my knee, and my slightly swollen ankle. It's sprained, he confirmed. He bandaged up my ankle and placed a band-aid on my knee. I felt a vibration near Edward's abdomen and watched as he took out a tiny silver cell phone from his shirt pocket. Alice, he said exasperatedly. No, she's fine. Really? I'm not. Why would I do that? He sounded angry. I shot a look at Carlyle, but looked like he was about to start laughing. What was going on? Edward handed me the phone. Alice wants to talk to you, he said. I took the tiny phone and placed it at my ear. Bella, how's the day so far? I heard her melodious voice. Fine, I replied. I fell down. I frowned at that. I wondered if all children fell down all the time. It didn't seem likely my friends at school didn't fall as much as I did. Are you okay? I held the phone away from my ear for a little while. How could she be so loud? Yes. Carlyle didn't use needles, I announced happily. Edward and Carlyle both laughed at this. We'll be back by tomorrow. Okay, Bella? When you wake up, we'll be there, she promised. I nodded my head before remembering that she couldn't see me. Okay. I sighed, settling back into Edward's chest. Have fun, Alice, I smiled. I gave the phone back to Edward, who shut it off. He smiled down at me, a big, crooked grin that made me blush for some reason. What would you like for breakfast, Bella? So there's a limited Bella cuteness in this chapter, but the rest was necessary, I think. Don't worry. Bella fluff on its way next, along with a certain Alice vision. I feel the need to clarify that Carlyle isn't working at Forks Hospital. He was just hunting with Edward near the area. He's working at another hospital nearer to their home. This is because when they're 16, Bella's going to move back to Forks with the rest of the Cullens. And, also, Bella blushing because of Edward was because of her growing affections for him. It's not romantic love, not yet. It's just that she looks up to him. So soon? Yes. She loves him already, though she probably won't say it, being so young and all. So here's Chapter 4. Chapter 5 will be up within the hour. Please review, because I love to hear what you think. Reviews are inspiration, so hit me with them. Meadows and Visions A.N. Just like I promised. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Alice, Bella, Edward, Rosalie. Alice's paw of the vision of Bella falling down the stairs took me completely by surprise, and allowed the lion I was targeting to escape. I rolled my eyes, too worried to care, and took out my cell phone. Thank God Rosalie was nowhere in sight. She'd barge straight home if she knew. Edward. I shrieked into the phone, trying my level best to keep from shouting at vampire volume. Rose would definitely hear that. What's this I see about Bella falling? Is she hurt? Is she okay? Why didn't you check up on her the moment we left? Where is she? I could hear the exasperation in his voice as he sighed my name, trying to keep my questions from overflowing. Don't you sigh at me, Edward Cullen. I fumed. Is she badly hurt? No, she's fine, Edward replied. I breathed out in relief. Really? Really? Are you lying to me? I'm not, came his defensive reply. Why would I do that? I shrugged my shoulders, sensing Jasper approaching me. He would be next tome in 3 seconds. I don't know, to pacify me for one? To keep me from yelling at you for your stupidity? I snapped back. I could practically see Edward fuming. Jasper slipped his hand in mine, and I immediately felt him calming me. I shot him a grateful look. I sighed. I'm sorry, Edward. I'm just worried for her, that's all. Could you please put Bella on the phone? I asked sweetly. I knew he wouldn't hold it against me. I heard the phone being passed to Bella, and said, Bella, how's the day so far? I couldn't just ask her if she was all right. Edward hadn't called me. I'd called him. It would be suspicious, even to a 6-year-old, and especially to Bella. She was much too observant for her own good. A moment later, I heard Bella's sweet voice in my ear. I smiled. Fine. I fell down. I heard the sadness in her voice at the mention of falling down, and felt my own dead heart break. Why were we so protective of her? This little girl had gotten us all to love her within 2.5 days. Amazing. Are you okay? I knew Edward wouldn't lie, But I still needed to hear it from her. Yes. Carlyle didn't use needles. She sounded happy about that. Well, it was to be expected that children wouldn't enjoy having needles being poked through their skin. We'll be back by tomorrow. Okay, Bella? When you wake up, we'll be there. Okay. I heard her sigh. Have fun, Alice. I closed the phone and turned to Jasper. He also had a worried look on his face, hearing Bella said that she fell. But he was calm, knowing she was all right. I missed Bella already. Her sweet voice, her angelic face, her deep brown eyes. I sighed. Have fun? Hardly. I gripped at Jazz's hand, ready to track a new prey. The vision hit me then, hard and fast. A 16-year-old Bella, dancing in Edward's arms, both gazing lovingly into each other's eyes. Another vision hit me the moment that one ended. A 17-year-old Bella, wrapped in Edward's embrace, their lips moving together against each other's mouths, their bodies glued together, their faces glowing. Then Edward pulled back and said, I love you, Bella. She smiled lovingly at him, her gentle, human fingers caressing his face softly. I love you too, Edward. I gasped, blinking. I was back in the present. Edward and Bella. Together? Oh, my. I slowed down to a stop, and Jasper looked at me, confused by my sudden behavior. Edward and Bella would fall in love with each other. How was this possible? Was it possible? Oh, wow. Then I started to smile, jumping up and down. This was great. I knew Edward's love for Bella wasn't very brotherly. He looked at her differently, like she was something he needed to protect beyond reason. But in love, I knew they didn't feel that way about each other now. For God's sake, she was 6. But they were going to be. It was in their future. And this was something that couldn't change. Her destiny was set. She was going to be with us. Falling in love wasn't a decision, it was just fate. I hugged Jasper, squealing excitedly. If I can't wait to shop with Bella after this adoption issue was settled, then it was impossible to be patient for Bella to become a teenager and watch Edward and Bella fall in love with each other. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the true miracle. Bella's paw Edward didn't let me walk, because he didn't want me to hurt my injured ankle. He carried me to the kitchen and sat me down on a chair at the kitchen aisle. It was a very tall chair, but Edward made sure I wouldn't fall before walking towards the fridge. I'd told him that I wanted more of Esme's pasta for breakfast, and he'd made me promise to drink a glass of apple juice for energy first. I'd agreed. I watched Edward move around the house, pouring a glass of apple juice for me. He handed me the plastic mug Alice had gotten for me, the word, Princess, scrawled in glittering purple print on the blue surface. I sipped the apple juice and waited for Edward to reheat some of the leftover pasta for my breakfast. Carlyle had gone to his study to put away his medical kit. It was just Edward and I in the kitchen. I frowned, thinking. I loved the entire Cullen family. They were incredibly nice to me, and I felt wonderful when I was with them. I missed Mommy and Daddy. A lot. But the Cullens made me feel like I had a home with them, like it was okay for me to be happy here. They made me feel like a family. Carlyle and Esme were like my dad and mom. They reminded me of them a lot. Esme read me stories just like my mom did. Emmett and Jasper were like brothers I never had. They always made me laugh with their jokes. Emmett was especially funny. Even when he didn't try to be. Sometimes I don't understand his jokes. But he was always saying things in a funny voice or making funny faces, so I laughed anyway. And I always felt happy around Jasper. Alice was like my friend. She gets excited about everything. It was so fun to watch her and play with her. She kept talking about shopping, though. I hoped she wouldn't drag me to the mall. I always hated it whenever my mom brought me to the mall. Shopping was boring to me. More often than not, I fell asleep while my mom shopped. Rosalie was somewhere in between an overprotective older sister and a mom. I think she and Esme would make great mommies. She's always so kind, and she helped to kick Alice out when she wanted to play dress up with me when I was too tired. She also always brushed my hair before bed, and kissed my forehead before I went to sleep. But Edward didn't feel like a brother or a parent. He felt like my best friend. I couldn't explain it. My feelings for the Cullens were very strong. I felt like I've known them for years instead of days. I loved them all very much. But Edward was different. I kept feeling like he understood me, and how I felt. He was very protective of me, and even when he kept his distance, I knew he would do anything I asked him to. Yes, he was my best friend in the whole world. Edward sat next to me, and smiled. I smiled back. He never lied to me or smiled phony. It was always genuine. I liked that. He placed a plate of pasta in front of me and my smile widened. My stomach was already grumbling wildly. I grabbed the plastic fork and dug in hungrily. I wondered what I was going to do today. I didn't feel like watching more movies. We'd done that all day Friday. I wanted to go out of the house, maybe go to the park. But it was already clouding over. It could rain, and Edward wouldn't let me walk. Suddenly, Carlyle appeared in the kitchen. "Edward, Bella," he called out. We both turned to him. Edward was already frowning. "I have to go to the hospital for a quick while. Do you mind watching her for a few hours, Edward?" Edward was silent for a moment, then he shrugged. "Sure. It's not a problem, Carlyle. I'll call if anything comes up," he assured Carlyle. Carlyle smiled brightly at Edward, then came forward to talk to me. "Be good, will you, Bella?" he asked. He spoke it so fatherly that it made me tear up. I nodded my head, and raised my arms towards him, indicating that I wanted a hug. Carlyle chuckled and obliged, hugging me for a while. He released me, and kissed my hair. "I'll be back soon." I fell silent, and stared at my plate. I didn't bother to pick up my fork again. I suddenly felt sick. I missed my parents. They were gone. How could I even think of replacing them, especially so suddenly? Edward poked my shoulder gently, and I looked at him. He smiled sadly at me. "What's wrong, Bella?" he whispered, his sweet breath blowing into my face. My tears started to fall, and Edward hugged me, rocking me gently. "I miss my parents," I mumbled once I calmed down enough to speak without sobbing between words. "I feel guilty," I admitted. Edward pulled back slightly to look at me, surprised. "Why, Bella?" I shrugged. "I feel bad for feeling happy when I'm here. But they're gone. I shouldn't be happy." Edward shook his head, and smoothed back my hair. "No, Bella," he said firmly. "You should be happy. You deserve it. Your parents are in heaven, remember? They're happy there, too. And I'll tell you what," he leaned forward, he was about to tell me a secret. Unwittingly, I leaned forward to hear it. "They're watching over you," he whispered conspiratorially, "and they wouldn't be very happy if you were sad all the time. But it wouldn't be right for me to be happy either, was it?" As if he could tell, Edward continued talking. "It's okay to be sad. They were your parents. But be happy that you're okay, and that they're in heaven now. Be happy that you have a whole new family to be with." I sniffed, nodding my head. Then I smiled at him. "Does this mean I get to stay?" Edward stared at me for a long moment, before he matched the grin on my face. "Yes, Bella. It means you get to stay." I considered this. It would be amazing if I got to stay. I already feel at home with the Cullens. It would be very hard to leave. I glanced into Edward's topaz eyes shyly. "Does this mean you want me to stay?" Edward smiled and kissed my forehead. "Of course, Bella," he said quietly. He pulled back to look at me seriously. "I want you to stay," he said firmly, nodding his head. I resumed eating my pasta happily, and finished it faster than I've ever eaten anything. I turned to face Edward again. "Can we go out?" I asked. "Please?" Edward shook his head. "I don't think that's a good idea, Bella," he said disapprovingly. "You just hurt your ankle." I pouted at him. "Please?" I tried again. "I don't want to watch movies today, please?" I could already see him ready to give in. Finally, he sighed in defeat and I grinned, cheering silently. "Fine," he grumbled. "Where do you want to go?" I stopped. Where did I want to go? I didn't actually have a specific place in mind. I just wanted to get out of the house for a little while, get some fresh air. I shrugged sheepishly. "I don't know," I admitted. Edward thought for a moment, then he smiled. "Come on, little Bella," he said, standing up and lifting me into his arms effortlessly. I locked my arms around his neck. "I think I know where we could go." Edward's paw I had to move slower than usual because Bella was still unaware of my nature. I carried her out to the Volvo, again amazed that she had gotten me to do what she wanted without much effort at all. I was going to bring her to my meadow. It was a place I always went to whenever I needed to escape. Living with my family, that happened quite often. We'd been to our house in Olympia quite often. This meadow had been a part of my existence for the past 50 years. Whenever we came here, I always found myself being drawn to the meadow. I drove under the speed limit, as well. I didn't want to scare Bella, or injure her. Not that I believed I would lose control of the car, of course. I just didn't want to chance anything. When we finally reached the path, I pulled over. I turned around to look at Bella. She had to sit in the back because she was still a child. Bella looked around curiously. "Where are we?" she asked, tilting her head to one side, looking at me inquisitively. I shook my head. I just brought her to the middle of nowhere, and instead of being scared, she was curious. My God. "I have a special place," I told her. "It's very nice there, very calming, but we're going to have to walk a little, is that okay?" Bella frowned and looked down at her lap. Was her sense of danger finally kicking in? I felt a strange sense of depression seeping in, instead of the hope I thought I would feel. "What's wrong?" 3 times today I'd asked her that. I had never been so concerned about a human's welfare before. I'd never been this concerned about anyone's welfare before. "I won't be able to walk and not fall in there," she told me sadly, pointing at the trees. I chuckled, relief spreading through me irrationally. "Silly Bella," I said, smiling. "I'm going to carry you." With that, I climbed out of the car, and rushed as fast as humanly possible to Bella's side. I opened her door and unbuckled her seatbelt. I lifted her into my arms, carefully maneuvering her out of the car so her head and swollen ankle wouldn't hit the side of the car. I slammed the door shut and shifted her into a more comfortable position in my arms. Even though I was walking just slightly faster than an average human, Bella didn't seem to question or mind it. In fact, she closed her eyes and smiled as the light breeze brushed against her skin. It took a long time to reach the meadow. When we finally reached, Bella's head was nestled against the crook of my neck, and her light breathing told me she had fallen asleep. I smiled, and gently woke her up. "Bella, we're here." She stirred and straightened up in my arms, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Bella yawned a little, and looked around. Her beautiful chocolate eyes widened and she gasped. "It's so pretty," she breathed. I laughed and nodded my head. Yes, I suppose it was. I walked over to the middle of the rounded meadow and sat down on the grass, setting Bella down next to me. I made sure to be careful of her ankle. She was still looking around the place in awe. "So you like it, then?" I teased. Bella grinned at me. "I love it," she corrected. "Thank you for letting me go out today." I smiled. Really, this girl was too adorable. I laid back on the grass and a moment later, Bella followed me. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to relax. There was just enough clouds to block the sun, so my skin wasn't glittering. But Alice had told me it wouldn't rain until Wednesday, so we were safe. I was just happy Bella was happy. I knew being cooped up in a house for nearly 3 days couldn't be fun for a 6-year-old. It wasn't even fun for me. Bella was certainly enjoyable company, but she needed fresh air, too. I'd never brought anyone to my meadow before. It was my place of escape. But Bella could come. I didn't know why exactly I felt comfortable sharing this private piece of my life with this human girl, but she just seemed trustworthy to me. I sighed as I thought of our connection. In the few days I've known her, I seemed to have forged a certain kind of connection with Bella. I didn't know what it was, but it was odd enough. Now that Bella would be living with us, I suppose I'd have the time to figure it out. I never blamed Carlisle for turning me. My life was over when he changed me. I was grateful for it. I had an entire family now. They were a little insane sometimes, to put it mildly, but I loved them all nonetheless. Life could be a miserably endless string of days sometimes, though. I knew the others wouldn't necessarily agree with me. They had their significant others. They were fine. I didn't need love. I was fine on my own. I had no interest in finding a mate, and I knew that concerned Esme to no end. She thought my misery would be diminished if I were to find that one special mate. But I had love. I had my family. That was enough. Misery didn't come from being lonely. It came from having to repeat the same charade over and over again. It came from pretending to be something I wasn't. It came from having to hear inane human thoughts every time we were around them. In a way, being secluded in Olympia was a good thing. But Bella was different than other humans. Correction, she was just different, period. I couldn't read her mind. I get pure silence when I'm around her. While that scared me, worried me, I was blissful. I was in peace, left to my own thoughts when it was just Bella and I. It wasn't just peace I felt. I felt love. I felt loved. Her innocence, her childlike manner, her warmth, they made me feel like I've never felt before. Beyond the familiar feeling of family. It was friendship and trust. and loyalty. I sighed again, too soft for her human ears. This connection I felt with her, I didn't understand it. I don't think she felt it, because not only was she human, she was 6 years old. A mere child. But it was strong. I could feel it. And undoubtedly, it would only intensify as she grew older. What it meant, I had no clue, but one thing was very clear. This human child had captured my heart, just like she had captured the affections of all the others. I knew she could have asked me to give my life to her, and I would gladly do so. In just 3 days, Bella had managed to become the uninvited focal point of my existence. Rosalie's paw. I heard Alice's squeal from the other side of the forest. Normally, I would let it go. Leave it to Alice to squeal in the middle of a hunt. But Bella was a factor now. She could have gotten a vision of Bella. What was it? Was it good or bad? Was that a happy squeal or a panicked squeal? Did Bella learn something new? Was she looking adorable doing something? What was it? Not knowing made my chest ached, and I tugged at Emmett's hand. He had just finished his second bear. I wanted to get to Alice. He nodded and followed me. When we reached Alice, she was jumping around, hugging Jasper at the same time. She wasn't done squealing yet. Jasper looked as bewildered as Emmett and I. Alice, I interrupted. She didn't stop. I glanced at Jasper, annoyed. He chuckled, then placed a hand on Alice's shoulder. I knew he was calming her down because the effects were obvious. She was still grinning like a maniac, though. I just had a vision, she announced proudly. So what? Alice has visions all the time. Of Bella falling? Jasper said, puzzled. Alarm kicked into my senses. Bella fell? I shouted. Alice, Jasper and Emmett all jumped. Then Alice waved it aside. Don't worry. Edward and Carlisle took care of it, she said. I was still worried, so she added, really? She told me herself she was fine when I called. I nodded and forced myself to relax. Jasper helped. Anyway, I just had another vision, and this one is the best vision I've ever had. Alice started squealing again. When she calmed down again, she regaled her vision, every detail spilled out without a beat. I listened with rapt attention. Edward would fall in love with Bella. Well, that was a little strange. Still, she would be 17 by then, so it wouldn't be all that odd anymore. I glanced around me. Jasper and Emmett were grinning almost as widely as Alice. They believed it was a good thing. On one hand, I was happy for Edward. He'd spent a long time being alone and miserable. It wasn't just Esme who believed it was his lack of a mate that caused him to be the real-life Grinch the whole year round. But on the other hand, I was jealous. Bella was supposed to be mine. My second chance. My daughter. My new start. And suddenly, it was fated that he would fall in love with her. I felt cheated of my time with Bella. You've got more than 10 years, Rose, Jasper said suddenly. I glanced at him guiltily. I didn't want to be caught being self-centered about this. Besides, the way you treat her, he shook his head. She loves you. Edward won't replace that. He's got a different kind of her love. I grinned at that. It was true, what he was saying. Besides, if I were to be angry about this, I was being selfish. After all, wasn't Bella going to fall in love with Edward, too? This was for her. This was about her, not me. Are you going to tell him? I asked Alice, curious. I couldn't help but wonder what Edward would say once he finds out. Tell who what? Esme asked, appearing behind us. All of us, but Alice, jumped. We'd been so involved with what Alice was saying we hadn't paid attention to Esme approaching. Alice grinned, happy that she would get another opportunity to tell the story of her visions. When she was done, Esme was smiling proudly. She looked as if she could cry if she could. This is very good news, Alice, Esme said, pulling Alice in for a hug. So should we tell him? I repeated my earlier question. Alice considered, then shook her head. Not for now, I don't know how long we could keep it a secret, but I think we need to get him a little less on edge about Bella staying first. Then we'll tell him, she said determinedly. I sighed. Keeping a secret from Edward? Nearly impossible. Of course, Emmett viewed this as a challenge. Being Emmett, he didn't back down. Bring it on, he cackled, rubbing his hands together. I rolled my eyes. Okay, tell me what you think of this chapter. Man, I'm sore. And beyond tired. I feel like a zombie. And this is exactly why I expect plenty of reviews. Pretty please. Thank you. Dear readers, I need your help. Just an author's note, guys, please read because it involves two important topics. Okay. Seeing as how I hate these things, I know you do, too. Probably, so I'll get straight to the point. I desperately need your help deciding two things for this story. The first will be, when will Edward find out about Alice's vision? I wanted it to be a few years from now, when Bella's older and Edward's starting to realize and all, but that would be a little unrealistic. Get real, Emmett. Keep a secret this big from Edward for years? Besides, it's all of them. What are the chances not one of them will slip? I could probably twist it all around or something, and I could see it as a funny thing, his reaction. But I want to know what you think. Should Edward find out when Bella's 7 to 9 years old, or should he find out when she's 13 to 15? On to the second thing. After Bella joins the family legally and officially, the Cullens would have to move. It's their time, anyway, to go someplace else. What I want to know is, would you prefer the Cullens to move to Alaska, where they would no doubt have interaction with the Denali clan? Or would you prefer they move to a secluded part of London which is as equally rainy as Forks? Bear in mind that the timeline of their stay in Alaska or London would be from when Bella's 7, all the way until she's 13. Then they move somewhere else for a few years until they're ready to move to Forks. I don't particularly like Tanya, even though she was nice at the wedding. Mainly because she wants Edward. So if the Cullens move to Denali, I'm going to make her as annoying as possible. So tell me, Denali with Tanya or London with new vampires with equal amounts of humor? I really want to know your honest opinion because I'm at a crossroads with these particular decisions, so please tell me. I'm wrecking my brain here just attempting to decide what to write. Know that I've drunk enough coffee to impress Lorelai Gilmore at this point, so tell me your honest opinions on these two subjects. I'll just go with which one most people want. Thank you. The next 2 chapters will be up within 2 hours, and Save Me will also have updates by today. I'll also update my other stories. Today will be a busy day, so keep checking. Once again, thanks. Juliet LB. Edward and Bella's Day. A.N. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for all the reviews. I'm overwhelmed but greedy for more at the same time. Lol. Seriously, I'm touched. On to the next chapter, then. Here we go. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Edward, Emmett, Bella. Edward's POV. We stayed silent for a while in the meadow. I was just laying back, my eyes closed, enjoying the serenity that this place brought me. Strangely enough, it felt even more refreshing with Bella next to me. Her presence lifted a certain suffocating feeling in the atmosphere I'd never even realized was there. I told myself it was because of her scent, freesia, innocence, beauty and grace, mixed in together. But even I couldn't deny the connection I felt between us, growing stronger by the day. I didn't particularly understand it. I'd never actually thought of having children before, so being around Bella, having her in my life, it felt nothing like fatherly love. But it didn't feel like brotherly love, either. If it wasn't one or the other, then what was it? I could grow frustrated just thinking about it. Maybe Bella was right about needing to get out of the house. Edward? I heard her whisper, her warm, soothing breath caressing my neck. I opened my eyes and looked to my right, where she was lying down next to me on the grass. Her brown eyes were wide as she waited for my response. I smiled at her, encouraging her to continue. What's your favorite color? My grin grew wider. My favorite color? I'd never been asked that question before. Of course, I'd never actually spent time with a 6-year-old girl before, either. I turned at human speed, so that I was lying on my side, facing her. I propped myself up on one arm, resting my weight on my elbow and cradling my head in my palm. I scrunched up my face in mock concentration, amusing Bella. Brown? For the color of her eyes. Pink? For the color of her blushing cheeks. Mahogany? For the color of her hair. Cream? For the color of her skin. But I couldn't say any of that. Emmett would crucify me if he knew I'd even thought of pink. So I said, blue. It was true, I liked blue, especially in Bella's room. My God. Since when did my entire existence revolved around this one human girl? Her eyes lit up and she smiled excitedly. My room is blue, she announced. I nodded my head and smiled. So much for hoping that Bella wouldn't make the connection. I fought the urge to sigh. It wouldn't surprise me if Bella would be the one who uncovered what we were instead of us telling her. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. I hoped she could retain her innocence for as long as possible, though. I didn't want her immersed in a world of vampires and demons and monsters. I wanted her immersed in a world of fairy tales and hopes and dreams and happy endings. It might not be realistic, but she was just a child. She shouldn't worry about monsters lurking in the shadows. She should be happy and content and innocent. I'd hate to take that away from her. Edward, Bella whispered again. I blinked out of my haze and gazed at her. She was biting down on her bottom lip and she looked concerned. Before I had a chance to ask, Bella reached out to trace my eyes with her small fingers. Her wrist was not even an inch away from my nose. I could smell her freesia scent more potently now. I stopped breathing. You looked so sad, she murmured. Why are you sad, Edward? Her brown orbs held me captivated, and I thought of an answer for her. Slowly, very slowly, I took a timid breath. Her scent enveloped me, taking over my senses. I stopped breathing again immediately, but I'd already taken in a strong dose of freesia. I closed my eyes so she wouldn't see the coal-black fire I knew was now blazing in my eyes. I felt myself calm down, and when I opened my eyes, Bella was still staring at me curiously. Her small hand had dropped back to the grass, though, for which I'm incredibly thankful for. I felt horrible. Only a monster like me could claim to feel a connection with an angel like Bella, and would still feel the overpowering urge to taste her blood the next second. I'm not sad, Bella, I said quietly. She narrowed her eyes at me, her gaze unwavering. She didn't believe me. I sighed inwardly. How could a 6-year-old be so intuitive? Bella rolled on her back and laid down in a supine position. I felt the gentle breeze on my skin, and smiled. Next to me, though, Bella shivered ever so slightly. I glanced down at her worriedly. I could already see the goosebumps on her skin. You're cold, I remarked. Bella looked up at me, her brown orbs defiant. Nah, she exclaimed, her bottom lip jutting out stubbornly. I chuckled. Come on, Bella. Let's go home, okay? She turned her head away from me, still stubborn, and stared at the surrounding flora. No. I sighed. Honestly. Was this some sort of phase every child goes through? If it was, I hoped she would get over it soon enough. I wouldn't want to be strict with her. I had the distinct impression that Rosalie would be the strict mother when it came down to it. I just wanted to be the best friend, the good guy she could always run to or talk to. Whenever she needed me, I wanted to be there for her. Bella, you're being obstinate, I said gently. I really needed to get her out of the cold. The gentle breeze had picked up into a stronger wind. She was cold enough I didn't want her to get sick. At this, Bella turned to look at me. She shot me a quizzical look. What's obanide? She garbled out the word. My shoulders shook at my vain attempt not to laugh at her mispronunciation. Remember, Edward, you're talking to a child, my brain reminded me. I opened my eyes to find Bella scowling at me, glaring at me under the thick lashes. It means you're being stubborn, I explained. This only served to make her angrier, and she turned away from me, laying on her side, her back facing me. I sighed, and reached out to poke her arm gently. I didn't want to touch her bare skin for too long. My cold hand would only make it worse. When she didn't turn around or acknowledge the fact that I was right next to her, I tried a different tack. Please, Bella? I pleaded softly. I only want to make sure you don't get sick. How will you play with Emmett, Jazz and I tomorrow if you get sick? I heard her heartbeat speed up at the mention of playing with the three of us. I laughed quietly to myself, and continued. Come on, Bella. Please? It's cold for me, too, I lied. Could we go home? I promise we could watch Peter Pan later. Bella turned around to look at me, her eyes glittering. Peter Pan was her favorite story of all time. She didn't particularly like the other fairy tales where the damsel in distress had to be saved. Peter Pan was a story of adventure, in her opinion. She loved it when Esme read the story to her before bedtime. Emmett, being Emmett, always played out the characters for her while Esme read. She fell asleep due to exhaustion from laughing too much more than anything. Really? She asked excitedly. I nodded my head and made a cross over my dead heart. Cross my heart, I said solemnly. Bella laughed and nodded her head. We both stood up, and I took Bella in my arms again. She tucked her head in the crook of my neck, and soon we were off. I was glad I was able to do this without her realizing what I was. A monster. I felt sadness when I thought of the day when Bella found out. Would she still want me as her friend? As her family? Would she want to stay with us? The obvious answer came at my full force. No, of course not. She'd scream and hide, and beg for us to let her leave. I sighed. Maybe we should tell her before the adoption. It would be too late by then. She would be an official Cullen. But if we told her, and she wanted to leave, would she tell on us? I believed she wouldn't. I trusted her. And Emmett would argue that even if she did tell, who would believe the story of a 6-year-old girl? But it hurt to think that Bella would be away from us, from me. That she would find another home, and forget about us. That would be for the best, I think, but it would hurt too much. Could I let her go? Would I allow it? Or would I skulk around the corners watching out for her? I would do that to keep her safe. Who knew what was out there? Someone could hurt her. My grip around her tightened, though not enough to even hurt her fragile body. No one would hurt my Bella. She was safe with me. Safest with us. I wouldn't let her go. When we got home, Bella was asleep again. I didn't want to wake her up, so I parked in the garage and carried her inside to her room. I laid her down on her bed, and started to move away. "Edward," she mumbled. I smiled and turned around. Had she awakened already? I looked down on her angelic face and frowned. No, her eyes were still closed. Her breathing was still even. Her heartbeat was steady. Then why did she call out my name? "Alice." "No, dress up." Bella squirmed in her sleep. A grin broke out on my lips. Bella sleep-talked. This was going to be very interesting. I sat down on the floor next to her head, and waited for her to say more. "I want a kitty, a kitten." Well, I wasn't so sure about that. It wasn't as if any of us would be pouncing on the thing at any given opportunity, of course. We do have our restraint, and a small kitten wouldn't actually sustain us for any period of time. Besides, if we could handle Bella, we could handle a cat. And Jasper has been amazing so far. I wondered if Rosalie would object to this. A cat would include fur balls and other disgusting things that would only come out of an animal. And Esme probably won't be too happy about her furniture getting scratched on. Pretty flowers, pretty flowers? Was she talking of the meadow? Not cold? Ah, yes, she was. I smiled to myself. She was being stubborn even in her sleep, and if she was stubborn now, I'd hate to think of how stubborn she would get when she grew up. I was glad, though, that I had the opportunity to share my meadow with her. Bella seemed to enjoy the serenity of it as much as I did. I couldn't tell for sure, of course. Her mind is as quiet to me now as it was the first time I laid eyes on her. I suppose I should be a little more concerned about this than I was, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, really. What was the harm in my not being able to read Bella's mind other than the fact that it drove me crazy not to know what she was thinking all the time? If it had been a threat, laughable as it was to think of Bella being a threat, then Carlyle would have been more alarmed. All I heard in his thoughts, though, were interest and surprise. "Mommy." My head snapped back to Bella's sleeping form. Her face was contorted, she looked pained. I could only guess that her dreams had taken a turn for the worse. "Mommy, Daddy, wait," she whimpered. Her legs thrashed under the covers, her small hands curling into fists, grasping at the covers. I inched closer to the bed on my knees, and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Bella, wake up," I whispered. I couldn't bear for her to be in this pain. I knew it hurt for her to lose her parents. She was so young. Her mind and body were so little, and yet she'd been hit with the worst possible trauma. How she didn't curl up in a corner, sobbing non-stop, was beyond me. She was still whimpering. "Bella, wake up," I said louder, shaking her again. Bella's eyes flew open, and she looked around wildly. Her gaze swept past me for a moment. Then her tired eyes fell on me, and she started to sob. "I had nightmare," she mumbled as I pulled her closer to me. My heart broke listening to her cracked voice, to her uncontrollable sobs. "I know," I whispered, rubbing her back soothingly. When she calmed down, I pulled back and smiled. I reached up and wiped away the remaining tears on her cheeks. "What do you say to lunch?" I asked her with a smile. Bella shrugged, still downtrodden. I placed a finger under her chin and gently tugged until her eyes met mine. Her eyes and nose were pink from crying. "It'll be okay, Bella," I said reassuringly. "I promise it'll get better." She looked at me incredulously. All right, I had to give her that. She was actually more mature than her own age sometimes. "Don't you trust me?" I gave her a mock pout. She started to laugh. "I suppose I do look ridiculous. But for Bella, I'd do it all again." "I trust you," Bella said seriously, before bursting into Laughter again at my expression. I smiled at her. Well, then. Trust me when I say it's going to get better. Bella's pav I went to wash my face while Edward went to make me lunch. I told him not to, we could just order pizza. Daddy did that once when Mommy had to go to Phoenix to visit her sick best friend. But he told me not to tell Mommy. Edward saw that Rose and Esme would kill him if he ordered pizza instead of cook something healthy for me. I hope that didn't include broccoli. I went down the stairs even slower and more carefully than usual. I'd already fallen over once today, but knowing me, I'd probably fall over again. Thankfully, I made it to the bottom without tripping once. I did stumble a little when I got to the living room, but Edward was already there to steady me. I made you a turkey sandwich, he told me, chuckling at my clumsiness. I folded my arms across my chest and scowled the whole time Edward was carrying me to the dining room. He sat me down on the seat with the plate of sandwich in front of it, but I was too little. My nose reached the table, and I had to stretch to reach the sandwich. Edward was laughing as he observed this, but I didn't find it funny. I found it embarrassing. To my horror, tears started to well in my eyes. I always cried when I was angry. This time was no different. I blinked furiously, hoping that Edward wouldn't see, but he had, of course. Immediately, he lifted me out of the chair and sat down himself, settling me on his lap. Much better. Bella, I'm sorry, he said softly. I didn't mean to make you cry. I shook my head and reached for the plastic mug in front of me. He'd given me plain water, something Rosalie had made him give me during meals after learning that I'd conned him into giving me chocolate milk with every meal. I didn't want to talk now. My irrational, angry tears would only spill if I opened my mouth. But the lump in my throat was too big for me to swallow turkey sandwich either, so I sipped the water carefully, waiting for the tears to subside. When they did, I flashed Edward a timid smile. His answering smile was a dazzling, crooked grin. I flushed a little and turned around on his lap to eat the sandwich. He was a surprisingly good cook. I thought only Mommy's cook. My daddy was terrible at it. And he liked to eat fish. A lot. I didn't understand that. But Edward wasn't my daddy, he was my best friend, I think. I wasn't sure about that. I thought he was, but he was older. I don't know if he thought I was his best friend, too. I shot him a look, and his smile widened. What are you thinking about, Bella? He asked. I shrugged, and continued to chew on my sandwich. I didn't want him to know. If he didn't think I was his best friend, then I would be very sad. I didn't want to think of that. I finished my sandwich faster than I would have liked. I'd already downed a whole glass of water. Won't you tell me what you were thinking of? I rolled my eyes. Edward had been asking me this question since I gave him that look. Did he ever give up? I was just about to scream with frustration. Will you get me a glass of chocolate milk? I asked him hopefully. He gave me a reprimanding look. I knew it was because of Rosalie. She was scary when she was mad. I still wanted chocolate milk, though. My sandwich was already finished. Lunch was over. I just wanted one glass. Besides, maybe Edward would forget his question if I distracted him. So I batted my lashes at him and gave him a wide smile. I knew this would get me anything. I tried it on him yesterday when I wanted to watch Snow White the second time in a row. It worked like a charm. Please? Only after you answer my question first, he grinned evilly. I scowled, and turned away from him. I didn't want to see his face when I asked. I was just wondering if you were my best friend. There was silence. I felt the tears starting to form again. Why did I cry all the time? It was hardly a good thing. In fact, it was very embarrassing. Especially when I kept doing it in front of Edward. Then he spoke. Bella, he called out. His voice was soft, gentle. Velvet. Bella, won't you look at me? I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. The last time he'd asked me to do something, I ended up tearing up. I wasn't about to do it again less than a minute after. Please. I still refused. If you don't look at me, then how will I tell you that you are the most amazing best friend a guy could ask for? I whipped around to look at him, shocked. He was grinning from ear to ear, his golden eyes twinkling. Really? I whispered. He nodded his head, wrapping his arm around my waist to pull me closer for a hug. It was all quite awkward since I was still sitting on him. When he pulled back, I said, chocolate milk, please. I smirked. There was no way he could get out of this one. He still looked reluctant. He opened his mouth to argue, but I clapped my small hand over his mouth. If you don't gimme, I'll tell Esme you lied when you promised, I threatened. Edward sighed. You, he touched the tip of my nose with his finger lightly, are the most dangerous little girl in the whole world, you know that? I started to laugh. I highly doubted that. Even on my best day I fell twice. How could a klutz like me be dangerous to anyone? And I was little, too. Compared to Rosalie, I was nothing scary. And compared to Emmett, well, forget it. Edward raised an eyebrow at this, and started to tickle me, which only made me laugh harder. Tears were falling from my eyes from laughing so much. Stop, I squealed. He only stopped when was in danger of falling off his lap from squirming too much. He readjusted me while standing up, and carried me in the plate and mug to the kitchen. You're strong, I commented. Edward laughed and grinned at me. This is nothing. Wait till you see Emmett carry the TV all on his own, he teased. No way. Edward set me on the kitchen aisle. It was pretty high from the ground, but I didn't have a fear of height. I waited for Edward to wash the plate and pour me a glass of chocolate milk. I drank it happily when Edward gave it to me. The phone rang all of a sudden and I glanced at the blue cordless at the end of the kitchen aisle. I think the Cullens had a phone in every room. Edward walked over to pick it up. Yes? Child services? I looked at him. I still wasn't sure what child services meant, but I had the feeling that it wasn't a good thing. No, my father's not home. Yes, I know for a fact that he was right about wanting to adopt her. Yes, all right. I'll tell my parents when they get home. He hung up the phone, and when he turned back to look at me a moment later, he looked half tired, half excited. Who's dat? I asked, my mouth hidden in the mug. I didn't want Edward to see me frowning. He smiled. That was the nice lady from Child Services. They called about you, he told me, walking over to me. He lifted me into his arms and carried me, chocolate milk in mug and all, to the living room. He sat me down on the couch and took his rightful place next to me. For some reason, I started to panic. About me? I asked, my eyes widening. Are they gone? Take me away? Suddenly, chocolate didn't taste so appetizing anymore. I pushed the mug into Edward's hands, too short to actually reach the coffee table. He did it for me. No, Bella, he said quickly. They just wanted to know if we wanted you to stay, he explained. I looked up into his topaz eyes, trying to see what the answer to that would be. Edward simply smiled, and brushed the hair away from my face. You're my best friend, he said. You're Emmett's and Jasper's spy whenever they want to know what Rose and Alice are saying. You play dress up with Alice no matter how much you hate it. You're Rose's and Esme's daughter, and you make Carlisle very happy, like a dad. I stared at him speechless. Was that really how everybody felt about me? Truth be told, I wasn't a very good spy. Rose and Alice caught me listening at Alice's bedroom door. And I always complained when Alice suggested playing dress up. I don't think I made anyone happy at all. They were the ones who made me very happy. Really? He nodded his head, then bent to kiss my hair lightly. So of course we want you to stay, Bella. I smiled, contented. If this was the way that it was, then I was glad. I would be staying, with my best friend and his family. I guess they were my family now, too. I frowned. That was confusing. Emmett's pav I'd finished off my last bear of this hunting trip. The sun was about to rise, and we were about to go home. About damn time. I missed the little squirt. I wondered what she and Edward had been up to. Alice had a vision that Carlisle had to go to the hospital yesterday, and he hadn't been able to get home until Bella's dinner time. I laughed to myself. I hoped Edward hadn't bored her. It wouldn't do good for their future relationship. As if reading my mind, Alice popped up next to me in the clearing and glared at me. Don't even think of the vision I told you, Emmett, she snapped. I shrugged, looking at her guiltily. Well, how do you suggest I keep this from him? You do know that he's a mind reader, I reminded her. Alice rolled her eyes. By this time, Esme, Jasper and Rosalie had approached us as well. I wrapped an arm around Rose and she grinned at me. Just think of other things, like sex, or Chinese burials, or war or TV shows, she suggested. I scoffed. And how long exactly are you planning on this? Edward would know we're keeping something from him. He'd be too preoccupied with Bella, Alice said confidently. Well, no use betting against Alice. She sighed and moved closer to Jasper. Listen, it'll be hard, but we can do it. Just remember to keep your thoughts away from the future. We don't want Edward to get all, Edward, she said, for a lack of a better word, and run off in the opposite direction. It's probably not going to last very long, but try. She glared at me as she emphasized the last word. I glanced around defensively to find that everyone else was also looking at me. "Hey!" I exclaimed. "Why are all of you looking at me?" Esme laughed, and patted my arm in her motherly way. "Because, dear," she chuckled, "you're the most likely one to slip up." I scowled the rest of the journey home. Thank you to everyone who gave your opinions. Know that I'm already working on the next chapter. It'll be up soon. Please review on this one. And also, I need more votes on Denali versus London and 7 to 9 versus 13 to 15. It's not enough votes to make a decision. Thank you so much again, and sorry for being greedy about the reviews. Thank you. Revelations and Philippines A.N. Next chapter. P.S. This chapter is dedicated to Mr. Jasper Hale and Jasper for wanting more Bella and Jasper bonding time, and to Katong too for being my #1 fan. That's just so cool that I actually have a #1 fan, lol. Thank you for reviewing, all of you. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs, Edward, Bella, Jasper. Edward's POV Alice, Jasper, Rosalie, Emmett and Esme came back a few minutes before dawn. They'd hunted more enough to satisfy themselves for 2 weeks. "Hey, Edward, how's Bella doing?" I stopped playing my piano and turned to face them. They were already sitting on the couch. I heard Carlisle coming out of his study to join us, so I went to sit on the armchair. "Good," I replied Alice's unspoken question. No one questioned this anymore. I'd been having silent conversations with them all for years. But for some strange reason, all 5 of them were acting strangely. I couldn't quite understand it. They were fidgeting in their seats, and looking anywhere but at me. I couldn't sense anything wrong with their thoughts, though. Alice was thinking of the shopping spree she'd have to bring Bella on, poor girl. Emmett was thinking of Rose in certain ways. I winced, trying to block out his thoughts as much as I could. It was unnerving, even after all these years, to hear his thoughts go in that direction. This was my brother and sister we were talking about. I'd never get used to it. Jasper was debating with himself on a new book he'd gotten about the Civil War. He thought most of the details were inaccurate. Well, if anyone were to know, Jasper would. Rosalie was thinking whether she should get a new hairstyle. I rolled my eyes and moved on to Esme, who was just wondering if Bella had had enough to eat. "It's fine, Esme," I reassured her. I didn't forget to feed her. Esme clicked her tongue, thinking. "But she's human, Edward. She's going to need a lot more food, constantly." I nodded my head. I'd done that. I gave her 3 solid meals, and whenever she was hungry for a snack, I fixed her a sandwich or gave her some juice. She was fine. But something wasn't completely right. They still looked guilty or awkward, as if they had something to hide. I narrowed my eyes. What could they be hiding? I felt a sense of calm and contentment and shot Jasper a dark look. He'd sensed my suspicion and confused me enough with a feeling of joy. Jasper smiled back at me innocently. I scowled. Just then, Carlisle came into the living room. He, too, sensed something strange about the others. "Edward, do you know what's going on?" I shook my head almost imperceptibly. Carlisle took the hint and sat next to Esme. She smiled and kissed him tenderly. I smiled at that. Leave it to Carlisle and Esme to show us how loving 2 parents could be towards each other and towards their children. "Right, well, we have certain things to discuss," Carlisle said, looking at all of us. I had talked to Carlisle about telling Bella about us. It was something she certainly needed to know. "Yes," Alice said, without giving Carlisle a chance to say what was on his mind. "Alice," Carlisle said reprovingly. Alice settled back in her seat and took Jasper's hand, but she was still grinning. I knew she already saw Carlisle bringing up the subject and she was excited for Bella to know. "Sorry," she said to Carlisle. He continued, "Bella would be joining our family soon. Being what we are, it's important for her to know. Edward has proposed that we tell her before the representative shows up later on this morning. I'd like to know your opinions on this matter." The room was silent for a moment. This was a very vital decision. No one had ever just revealed our secret to a human being. It wasn't just revealing our secret, but revealing our world. Bella would know there are others like us. "I think we should." Esme was the first to break the silence. "She has the right to know who we really are," she explained herself. "But it would scare her. And what if the adoption agency and child services refuse us the right to adopt Bella? What then? A human girl who happens to know about us out there? Rosalie was thinking. I hissed at her. What, don't you trust Bella with our secret? I snapped at her. I expected Emmett to jump to Rosalie's defense, and was mildly surprised when he didn't. Of course, Rose didn't need to be defended. She could easily be the most vicious one among us when she was angry. What surprised me more was when Rosalie merely looked amused at my reaction. Alice was right. Alice was right about what? I asked, my eyes narrowing once more. Rosalie backtracked, and Alice shot her a worried glance before relaxing. She was blocking my thoughts, which meant that she didn't want me seeing something. Probably a vision that had caused her to stop worrying in less than a second. I just meant that Bella would be in danger if she knew, Rosalie pointed out. The Volturi will mind their own business, I interrupted. Bella's ours. It's got nothing to do with them. I think we should tell her, Jasper agreed. But then, I knew he was going to side with Alice. Yeah, me too, Emmett said, grinning. Rosalie hesitated for a second. Okay, she nodded. We should. I'm only saying this because Alice said Bella was most definitely staying, and I didn't want to have to lie to her all the time, she said defensively before any of us could pull out an uncharacteristic, I told you so. The sun had already risen, and the place was lighter now. Carlyle nodded his head. Then we'll tell her after breakfast. It'll give her some time to think before the agent gets here, he sighed. I wish she could have more time to digest this. I don't want to scare her off. I concurred wholeheartedly, but there was no time left. In Alice's head, I suddenly caught a vision of how today would plan out. Is that why your hands are so cold? Bella asked, tracing invisible patterns on my palm while she sat on my lap. I nodded my head, waiting anxiously for her to speak. Will you hurt me? I shook my head. Never, Bella. I only want you safe. Then suddenly, Bella was older. Much older. She looked to be 16 now, nearly my age, by way of appearances. She was wearing a midnight blue dress, with a black ribbon around the waist. Her long, mahogany hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her brown eyes were the most captivating ones I'd ever seen, they pulled me in deeper. I felt like being lost in her soul. She was glancing in front of her shyly, a coy smile playing on her lips. Hi, she said, her eyes sparkling, the most wonderful blush painting her cheeks. The sound of her voice alone was enough to send my dead heart soaring. If I were alive, I'd have been wishing for death just to hear her speak again. She looked like an angel. But who was she talking to? Who was she smiling at? I couldn't see. I think Jasper would look great in a fireman's uniform. Yes, I could just see it now. I wondered if I could persuade him to carry a hose. I stared at Alice, stunned. What on earth? But she kept thinking of Jasper in several different outfits, and I blocked her out. I didn't want to hear that at all. But her visions, I couldn't understand it. I couldn't even understand the emotions surging through me at that vision. Protective. Yes, that was it. I felt protective of Bella, if she were to grow up to become that magnificent, beautiful creature. I shook my head. She would put Rosalie to shame, and that was saying something. I winced, imagining the boys that would be after her. I would have to talk to Carlyle and Esme about that when she's older. I don't think dating would be a very good idea at all. Suddenly, I heard Bella moving about in her bed upstairs. I heard her mumble something, and the rustle of sheets. She was about to wake up. Lemme wake her up. Emmett jumped off the couch. No, 6 vampires half yelled at him. He looked at us in shock. Rosalie rolled her eyes at him. You'd find some incredulous way to wake her up and she'd get scared out of her mind. Not a good start for today, Emmett, she chided him. Emmett pouted. Please, Rose. I promise I won't do anything bad, I just missed the little squirt. She sighed. Emmett could be a real teddy bear when he wanted to be. How could she say no to that? So she gave in. And not 2 seconds later, she was already yelling at him for scaring Bella off. I watched Bella leave with Jasper, hand in hand. She enjoyed reading to Jasper, ever since her first day here. She'd wandered into the library, found Jasper reading his new Civil War book, and had forced him to listen to her attempts at reading The Little Prince. I couldn't believe it. She had looked me straight in the eyes, saw the truth in me, and hadn't been completely repulsed by what I was. No, she had touched my hand, my cheek, had cried when she thought she'd upset me. I really had to stop making her cry. It was getting ridiculous. Did all children cry this much? Then I turned my attention back to my family. Jasper was trying hard not to laugh at Bella when she'd mispronounced the words in The Cat in the Hat. But the rest of them were thinking of something other than Bella. Anything but her. Carlisle didn't know anything, I could tell. He was concerned about the agent coming today, wondering how it would all turn out. The others were thinking of different things. Alice started singing the Star-Spangled Banner in Chinese, Arabic and Hebrew. Rosalie started to picture Emmett doing an Egyptian dance. Oh God, Emmett, what were you thinking? Esme was thinking of how she'd get to cook human food now, and begun listing all the recipes she'd known, including listing the ingredients and methods. Emmett was thinking of how he'd beat me and Jasper in a wrestling match later on tonight. None of them were thinking of Bella. Which was odd considering these past few days, she had been the only thing on their minds. And after such a big revelation and such a big challenge to come, they should be thinking of nothing but Bella. They were hiding something. I threw up my hands in the air. What are you hiding from me? I accused, looking at the four I knew weren't innocent. Carlisle looked shocked. Just tell me already. You know I'll find out. Alice smiled sweetly at me. Nothing, dear brother. Why would you think something's up? Maybe because you're singing the Star-Spangled Banner in every language possible? I shot back at her sarcastically. I gazed at them all until I found Emmett. He was practically waiting for the chance to tell me, bouncing very Alice-like in his seat. Emmett? I raised an eyebrow, trying to intimidate him into telling me. He didn't need intimidation. Excitement was enough. Well, see. Rosalie cut him off by jumping into his lap and kissing him long and hard. His words as well as his thoughts were cut short. I rolled my eyes and jumped off my seat. I did not need to see this. Bella's paw. I woke up to Emmett's huge grin an inch above mine. I shrieked, momentarily frightened, before I remembered. Of course, Emmett found this incredibly funny, and pulled back to allow me to sit up in bed. He was chortling, his booming laughter bouncing off the walls. Emmett! I heard Rosalie shout. I told you not to scare her. Then a huge smile spread on my face. They were back. They were all back. As much as I loved spending time with Edward, and later with Carlisle, I wanted to spend the time with the rest of them, too. I missed them. Emmy! I squealed, throwing up my arms so he knew I wanted him to pick me up. He chuckled, and lifted me into his arms. Ah, hey sweet angel, he greeted me, planting a wet and sloppy kiss on my cheek. I giggled and wipes off his slobber. Did Edward bore you? Me? Edward asked, leaning against the doorframe, a hand over his heart, looking hurt. I shook my head furiously. No, I protested. We went. I didn't exactly know where we went, but it was really pretty there. Out, I finished lamely. Edward and Emmett both chuckled at this. Come on. Go brush your teeth. Esme's making chocolate chip pancakes, Edward told me. I brightened up and squirmed in Emmett's arms, wanting to get down. He obliged and I ran stumbling a few times to the bathroom. I brushed my teeth as quickly as possible and splashed my face with water. I glanced at the tub behind me in the mirror longingly. I wasn't allowed to go into the tub alone. Rose or Alice or Esme had to be there. But I really wanted to take a bath. Rosalie had gotten me strawberry bubble bath. I loved it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and I jumped. It's me, kid, Alice's musical voice floated through the door. I've got your clothes for today with me. Do you want to take a bath now or after breakfast? I started jumping. Now. I ran to the door and unlocked it, letting Alice in. She laughed, a sound that reminded me of chiming bells, and closed the door behind her. All right. Get ready, Angel, she smiled down at me. I'll run the bath. I nodded my head and waited patiently for Alice to turn on the tap and fill the bath with water and bath salt. The smell of strawberries was already filling up the room. Okay, Angel, in you go. She tilted her head in the direction of the bath. I wriggled out of my nightgown and held my arms out to Alice. She gently placed me in the bathtub. Rosalie said I shouldn't go in alone in case I slipped and fell and hurt myself, or if an accident happened. It would probably happen if I did it on my own. I was very clumsy, but Alice would keep me safe. I know it. I splashed around in the water, and Alice played with me, dropping my bath toys in the water: a ship, a duck, a frog. She'd gotten all these for me my first day here. When I woke up in the morning, Alice and Rosalie had taken me into the bathroom for a bath and everything was already there. When I'd even finished cleaning behind the ears, Alice wrapped me in a towel and carried me out of the tub. We dried off, and I slipped into a pair of jeans with a flower on one leg and a red t-shirt. She carried me back to my room and sat me down in front of the vanity. "Try not to get too much dirt on it later when you play with the boys, okay?" Alice smiled at me as she did my hair. I would have just wanted it to be untouched. Why bother? Like Alice said, I was going to play with the boys. Esme would want it to be outside because the last time we played, Emmett threw a football and it ended up breaking a vase. Esme was mad at him. Alice pinned up my hair on both sides and let the rest cascade down my back. She scrutinized me for a moment, finger on her chin, arms crossed. She looked like she was trying to make a big decision. I tried not to roll my eyes. Obviously, Alice treated looks as a very important thing. I hoped she wouldn't be like this forever. "Okay, you're all set," she said finally, and I hopped off the chair. "Come on, Alice, Esme's making chocolate chip pancakes." I tugged at her hand, trying to get her to go faster. "Curse Edward for telling her that," she mumbled under her breath. I stopped moving altogether and stared at her. "It's not nice to curse," I informed her. Alice looked stunned for a moment, then she laughed. Shaking her head, she kissed my forehead. "Of course it isn't. I'm sorry, Bella." "Angel. Will you forgive me?" I shrugged. "Okay, but you should really say sorry to Edward." We made it down the stairs just as Esme was putting the pancakes on the dining table. I walked over to Edward and tugged at his sleeve. He looked down at me and smiled. He pulled out the earpiece he was using and put his iPod away. "Do you want to sit with me?" he asked. I smiled widely and nodded my head, raising my arms over my head. He took the hint and lifted me off the ground. I settled on his lap and reached for the pancakes. I wanted to ask for chocolate milk, but Rosalie made me drink plain white milk instead. She said it would help my bones grow strong. I don't see how chocolate milk would be any different. Then Carlyle cleared his throat. "Bella, someone's coming today," he begun. I stiffened, and Edward must have felt it because he rubbed his hands up and down my arms soothingly. I relaxed a little, only a little. "She just wants to talk to you, and to us. She wants to see if you're doing okay here or if you want to be with another family," he explained to me. Despite myself, and his explanations and Edward's reassurances, I started to panic. What if this woman didn't think I should be with the Cullens? What if she took me away? My bottom lip quivered in that annoying way it did every time I was upset. It was always the giveaway, and everyone would know I was beginning to cry. I hated it. But I don't want to be with another family. My words weren't coming out complete now because I was starting to cry. The others looked at each other in panic, and I realized that they might not want a girl who cried at every little thing. That, of course, just made me cry harder. Edward wrapped his arms around my waist, and leaned forward so that I could feel his chest against my back. "Shush," he said. I felt his lips at my ear, blowing coolly. I couldn't help but giggle at the funny feeling it caused. "I told you, Bella. We won't let anyone take you away from us," he whispered. "Promise?" I sniffed. He smiled at me and kissed my hair. "Promise." I leaned back into his cold arms and rested my head on his shoulder, smiling. "What will I have to say to her?" I asked, worried. Carlyle shrugged. He was smiling widely for some reason, but I didn't mind. He looked very handsome when he smiled that big. "Don't worry, Bella," he said gently. "Just go through the morning like any other morning. Play with the boys. Just don't get too much dirt on her outfit," Alice interrupted. "It looks really good on her and I." "Do some reading," Carlyle interrupted Alice, glaring at her a little. Alice fell back in her chair, shutting her mouth. I giggled at the sight. It was the first time I'd seen Alice stop ranting about clothes. "Watch a little bit of TV, anything you want. If she asks you a question, answer as honestly as possible. Can you do that for me?" I nodded my head and tilted my head to the side, scanning the room. I missed the Rosalie, Alice, Jasper, Emmett and Esme when they were gone yesterday. I knew it was only a day, and I was being irrational, but I still missed them. Emmett caught my eye when I looked at him, and waved his fingers. I blushed, and waved back, burying my face in Edward's chest. I heard Emmett's booming laughter a second later. "Bella?" Esme's soft voice drew me to her. I looked up to see her looking down at me tenderly. She looked so beautiful, and so motherly. She didn't look anything like my mother, but she reminded me of her. Her concern, her love, the looks she always gave me. Not to mention my mother always cooked for me, just like she did. We have to tell you something, Esme said. Will that be okay? Can you keep a secret? I straightened up in Edward's grip. I can, I yelped. I could keep a secret, I knew I could. They all laughed a little at my enthusiasm, but they stopped after a while. I noticed that they all looked very serious. I bit my lip, worried. Was I in trouble? Bella, before you become a part of our family, Esme began. I want you to know something about us. But it's a big secret, and no one can ever know, okay? Otherwise we'd all be in very big trouble. Can you promise that you will never tell anyone? She asked, leaning forward in her seat to take both my hands in hers. I begun chewing on my lip, a habit I picked up from my mother. I always did it whenever I'm upset or worried. I nodded my head. I didn't want any of them to be in any kind of trouble. If keeping their secret would help them, then I would. Besides, I was excited to know their secret and be a part of it. Do you know what vampires are? Esme asked me, her beautiful eyes probing me for an answer. I thought back. There was one time when Daddy wanted to watch Dracula. It was when Mommy was in Phoenix to visit her best friend. He'd said we should do everything Mommy wouldn't allow us to do. I was 4 years old at the time, so the movie made me scared. I couldn't sleep alone for weeks, thinking Dracula was going to show up out of nowhere and bite me. Mommy got real mad at Daddy for a long time. I nodded again. Yes. Like Dracula, I said brightly. Esme cracked a smile at this. I watched the movie with Daddy. It scared me. Mommy told him to sleep on the couch for a week. With good reason, I heard Rosalie said. Rose. Like you weren't thinking it. I didn't understand any of this. Thinking what? And why was Esme asking me about Dracula? Were they going to watch the movie again? If they were, I'd rather go play in my room. Maybe Edward could come with me. See, my family and I. Esme hesitated and shot Alice a look. When Alice nodded, Esme turned back to me, took a deep breath and continued. We're vampires, too. I stared at her. This had to be a joke. Mommy told me every night that vampires weren't real. She told me that monsters weren't real, and that I was safe. So how could the Cullens be vampires when vampires don't exist? But Dracula scared me. Why didn't I feel scared around the Cullens? I felt safe with them, happy even. And it was hard to believe that Edward would kill me. Or any of them, really. You are? I asked bluntly. I didn't know what else to say. Esme nodded and let go of my hands. She had a worried look on her face, as if she was afraid what I might do or say next. I myself didn't know how to react. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I turned to the only person I knew who made sense to me. Edward. He was looking at me cautiously, too. I kept waiting for them to say, just kidding. But looking into Edward's eyes, seeing the honesty in their golden depth, I couldn't doubt it. His arms weren't touching me now. They had fallen off my waist. I grabbed one of his hands and flipped it, tracing invisible lines on the pale skin. Was this why he always felt so cold to me? I looked up at him. Is that why your hands are so cold? I asked him in a whisper. Edward looked pained, but he simply nodded his head. Oh, so he was a vampire. They all were. But I'd been staying with them for days now. If they'd wanted to hurt me, wouldn't they have done it already? And they treated me like family. I had never had this much fun before, not even with Mommy and Daddy. Will you hurt me? I asked him softly. His golden eyes widened, and he shook his head. Never, Bella. I only want you safe. I looked at him in confusion. I'd seen the movie, and when I didn't understand it, Daddy had explained. Vampires needed to drink people's blood, or they'll die. But won't you need to drink my blood? I asked him, tilting my head to one side as I studied his features. Was being a vampire the reason he looked as if he was carved out of stone? Edward's eyes widened and he spluttered for a few good seconds before regaining himself. No, Bella, we're not like that. See, bad vampires drink people's blood. They have red eyes and they're very mean, he told me. But good vampires, like us, drink animal blood. We don't hurt people. We won't hurt you. I chewed on my bottom lip. Huh. I never thought of that. There were good vampires and bad vampires. Well, Mommy said there were. Good people and bad people, so why would vampires be any different? Edward looked incredibly uncomfortable talking about this, though. I wanted nothing more than to reassure him and see him smile again. I smiled up at him, and touched his cheek with a hand. Okay. He raised an eyebrow at me, and frowned. I noticed Alice, Esme and Carlisle smiling, though. Jasper looked smug about something, and Emmett and Rosalie looked shocked. But Edward, he looked almost angry. Okay. He choked out. I nodded my head, frowning now, too. Bella, we just told you we're vampires. He snapped. Aren't you upset? Afraid? Angry? I wasn't feeling any of those things. I just felt happy. I had Edward with me, my best friend. I had Alice, and the entire Cullen family with me. They wanted me to be a part of their family. They trusted me enough with a secret so important, no one else could know. So why was Edward so mad at me? Didn't he want me to know? Didn't he want me to stay? Did he want me to be so scared off that I would run away and never come back? Was that what he wanted? I felt the tears starting again, and groaned inwardly. Why on earth did this have to happen to me? Edward looked guilty, as if regretting his sudden outburst. His cold hands cupped my cheeks and his thumbs brushed away the tears as they fell. I'm sorry, Bella, he whispered. He looked like he was in agony. Why? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you. Will you forgive me? I refused to answer. Why did you get mad at me? I asked, sniffing, trying to stop my tears. He sighed. I never expected you to be so calm. Any normal person would be scared of me. He smiled that crooked smile, and suddenly, I couldn't be upset with him anymore. I gave him a watery smile. I was pretty sure my nose was red by now from all the crying. You're not scary at all, I teased him. Edward grinned at me, and started tickling me again. Stop, I laughed, squirming around. I was gasping from laughing so hard. My stomach actually hurt. Edward smiled and kissed my forehead. Thank you for not being afraid, then, he whispered. I giggled. That was probably the strangest thing someone has ever said to me. That and, we're vampires. Carlisle reached over to brush back a strand of hair that had fallen from the hair clip Alice had pinned. So do you still want to stay with us? He asked me, smiling. I nodded my head, blushing. I nodded my head and Carlisle grinned, patting my hand. Good, because we want you to stay with us, too. I couldn't help feeling exceptionally happy when he said this. The lady from the agency be here in a few hours, so why don't you read to Jasper in the meantime? I wriggled down from Edward's lap and ran to Jasper. He smiled, and stood up, taking my hand to lead me to the library. I'd read to Jasper a few times, to improve on reading and pronouncing words. I think I was getting better, at least Jasper didn't laugh at me every 5 seconds anymore. Jasper's Pav. Philippines. That's it. I couldn't take it. That was the third word she'd messed up and we'd only started 5 minutes ago. I burst out into laughter. I felt her confusion and her frustration turn into embarrassment and anger. I clutched at my sides and tried to control my laughter. It didn't help that the entire family had heard her and were also laughing. Their emotions were making mine worsen. I'm sorry, Bella, I gasped, trying my hardest to stop chuckling. Bella closed her book and chucked it aside. I stopped laughing and looked at her as seriously as I could while still smiling. Come, now, Bella, I chided. Just because you got some things wrong doesn't mean you can't still learn it. It takes time to get things right, I said, standing up to pick the book and walking over to her. I handed it to her, but Bella stared at it defiantly, crossing her arms across her chest. Bella, come on. I used my most persuasive voice. Let's try again. No, I was baffled. I didn't know how exactly to get her to try. She had evidently had enough of my laughter at her failure. Let's all thank God it wasn't Emmett she'd read to, or she'd have given up that first day itself. Bella, I said, lifting her up into my arms and putting her down on my lap. She still refused to look at me, and her arms were still crossed. Come on, I sighed when she didn't oblige. Maybe it was time to tell her a story. Something about my failures and how I persisted over time until I could do it. Well, the most obvious one would be to tell her about my bloodlust, but Edward had been awkward enough telling her about our diet. I don't think he'd appreciate it if I were to start talking about my struggle for control and how I'd spent years drinking human blood and killing people. I veered my thoughts away from Edward and Bella, not wanting to scare off Edward and incur the wrath of Alice. Maybe we should go back to my human memories. I'd never really told anyone about my human memories. Alice knew some things, but that was because she was Alice. She was my confidant. When things bother me, I tell them to her. I distinctly remember trying to ride a bicycle. It wasn't as modern as it was now, not as developed. But I wanted to try anyway. It looked really amazing to me as a kid, so I kept pestering for my dad to teach me. He gave in, but it took me weeks to learn. So I smiled down at Bella's hunched form in my arms and begun the story. You know, when I was a child, I wanted to ride a bicycle, I told her. Bella turned slightly to give me an incredulous look, as if to say, we're not talking about bicycles. I chuckled slightly, then breathed in deeply. Bella's scent was burning my throat, but only slightly. She was still much too young for her scent to be strong, and truth be told, I'd been around it for days at such close quarters. Everywhere I turned, I could smell her. I hoped that by the time she was older and her scent was stronger, I would be desensitized enough not to be bothered. I could already tell that her freesia scent was going to be powerful. Just listen. I tapped her nose lightly. She wrinkled it, adorable thing, and waited patiently for me to continue. I kept asking my dad to teach me, and I was so annoying, he finally gave in. I went back to the story. But the thing is, no matter how hard I wanted it, I just couldn't get it right. I kept falling all the time. Bella grinned at me, turning around completely to wrap a tiny arm around my neck. She didn't reach all the way. I know what that's like, she said solemnly. I laughed. Well, I was upset. I continued dramatically, but I still wanted to learn. My dad, see, he knew how to ride a bicycle, so he laughed whenever I fell. He wanted to teach me, but he found it funny that I didn't know how. Bella frowned at this and leaned her head against my shoulder, her eyes wide as she listened to my story. But I still kept trying. And guess what? I leaned forward. What? She asked, completely engrossed in the story. Bam! I yelled. Bella screamed a little, jumping back slightly, her cheeks flushed. I laughed, and she joined me after a minute, though her heart still beat irregularly after the scare. I finally knew. I kept getting better and better until I could finally ride it on my own, I finished proudly. Bella stared at her hand on her lap for a long moment, then she looked up at me. So, she said slowly. I waited for her to make the connection. Bella was intelligent for a 6-year-old. We had to give her some credit. You think that I should keep trying? She asked me, almost shyly. I smiled and nodded my head. Yes, I think that. She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Okay. I'll try again, she said bracingly. I chuckled. Maybe we ought to try an easier book, though, huh? I had made Bella promise to be on my team before Emmett or Edward could get to her. We were playing football with Bella again. Not seriously, of course. We were going to let her win, anyway. Bella was standing in the front yard, a little football in her hands, waiting for us to join her. We still had an hour left before the agent came and Bella wanted to play. Edward, of course, gave in without a fight. Poor guy. He had himself wrapped around tiny Bella's fingers. I wondered what it would be like once she was older. Don't go there, I screamed at myself as I remembered that Edward was going to be out of the house in a few seconds. Don't gather, Edward came out and looked at me funny as he heard my thoughts. At least I didn't give anything away. I breathed a sigh of relief. Emmett came out to join Edward, Bella and I, and we crouched down to her eye level around her. It must look incredibly funny to a third party. Won't you be on my team, Bella? Edward asked sweetly. Bella shook her head, and he looked shocked. Why not? Bella giggled. I promised Jasper, was her simple reply. Edward scowled at me. You cheated, he said glumly. Did not, I teased. Emmett rolled his eyes. Could we just get on with the game? He asked impatiently. He called the game to begin, and Bella was running. We could have caught her without batting an eye, but we let her move in her human speed. What made it all the more interesting was that she was much more clumsy, much slower due to her short legs, and she was tiny. She squealed at everything and she honestly screamed when Emmett came at her. She'd managed to get dirt on her jeans and on her shirt, even in her hair, for God's sake 2 minutes into the game. I could practically taste the annoyance emanating from Alice as she sat on the porch, watching us with Rose, Esme and Carlisle. But she was so smart. Instead of going around Emmett, she went under his legs. She kept close to me to throw me the football so I could run faster and win. She used every trick she knew, and I didn't even teach her. Honestly, I was proud. Even though we let her win, and it was a mindless game of football. 3 of the players weren't even seriously playing. I was proud. She looked so happy and so free that I wanted nothing more than to give her all that she deserved. To Mama Kid 987, Bella's going to stay a little kid for some time because I'm having too much fun thinking of all the fluff chapters. Come on, adorable Bella, clumsy Bella, troublemaking Bella, all in the form of a little girl. And B. Her growth needs to be progressive. I really want to show her relationship with the Cullens and how they progress. Especially EXB. So sorry that I have to make you, and anyone else dying for Bella to grow older. Wait. I just have way too many ideas of tiny Bella with grown-up Edward that I can't pass it up. P.S. Thank you so much for everyone who's voted. I just have to say that at this point, most people want the Cullens to move to London, and for Edward to find out when she's 13 to 15. I think I forgot to mention that the Cullens will be going to both London and Denali. I just wanted to know which you preferred, child Bella at age 7 in Denali, wrecking havoc, or almost teenage Bella at age 12 or 13 in Denali. Vice versa for London, since they'll meet other vamps there. 2. If in London, I was going to have 7-year-old Bella being blunt towards the vampires they meet, which will create different reactions of course, or a 13-year-old Bella catching the eye of another young vampire, who tries to woo her, and gets on Edward's nerve, of course. Either way, this is all before Forks, and just what I plan on. There's still time to tell me what you think if you haven't put your 2 cents in, or if you want to change your mind, or if you really want the story to go your way. Feel free to flood the reviews with what you think. I'll announce a chapter or 2 before the pivotal one where the Cullens make their move. Remember, they have to stay for a while to let the adoption papers settle, and get Bella her passport and whatnot. So a few months left in Forks, and a few chapters for you to still give me your opinion. Truth be told, the votes are winning by a few only. I appreciate every single one of them. Thank you so much, and sorry for the long note here. Please review on this chapter. The next one will be on the agent observing Bella with the Cullens. Funny hats and interrogations WW. That was a lot of reviews. Lol. Thank you so much, and don't forget to do the same for this chapter. Enjoy. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Alice, Bella, Edward. Alice's POV. Oh, God. I knew the dirt and the mud was coming, but this was too much. Look at that precious outfit, it's gone now. Boys. Must they corrupt Angel Bella? Yes. Edward shouted from the yard, and I realized that he wasn't shouting because he won, but he was answering my unspoken question. I stuck my tongue out at him, which I knew he could see all the way out there. Then I had a vision: the agent would be here in 32 minutes and 43 seconds. I had to get Bella all cleaned up. She had mud in her hair, for God's sakes. Stop, I screeched. They all froze in place and I marched over. Come on, Alice, it's just dirt, Emmett said. Only Bella looked guilty for dirtying her clothes. I bent to pick her up and cradled her against my chest. It's not that. I glared at them, though I would love to give them a piece of my mind about this. Maybe I should get Bella jerseys for whenever the boys decide Bella should play with them. The agent will be here in half an hour. I wanted to make sure Bella looks presentable. I turned to leave, then changed my mind. I stopped to face them again. You guys should probably clean up, too. I looked at them up and down disapprovingly. All I got in return were 3 sheepish grins. Rolling my eyes, I shifted Bella in my arms and marched back into the house. Having heard my explanation to the boys, Esme and Rosalie were straightening everything in sight, while Carlisle hovered over Esme awkwardly, unsure of what to do. I climbed the stairs and went inside Bella's bathroom. I set her down on her feet and looked at her disapprovingly for a moment. As if knowing she was in trouble, her lips formed a pout and her eyes grew wide and pleading. I groaned. No wonder Edward gave in so easily. Who could resist this little angel? I knelt down to eye level and said, "Now, Bella. You know what we said about someone important coming." She nodded her head, eyes lighting up now that she knew she wasn't in trouble. "We have to get you all cleaned up, okay? We want you to look nice and all." I filled up the tub with water and those strawberry-scented bath salts she was so fond of. When the bath was ready, I helped Bella out of her clothes, or the rags that resembled clothes, a few hours before, and into the tub. She wanted to play with her bath toys again, but we had limited time, so I worked to clean every nook and cranny. I made sure all the dirt was out of her hair, behind her ears, on her nose, on her chin. My God. She was going to have to spend more time with us girls instead of the boys. Finally, I wrapped a towel around her, draining the tub, and carried her out the bathroom door. I had 20 minutes left to pick Bella's outfit, dress her in it and do her hair. I sifted through her new clothes and found a pink dress. I slipped it over her head, making sure that all of her hair was bundled up in a towel so it wouldn't touch her dress. Then I begun drying her hair, and putting sparkly clips in it. She seemed to like that. "Alice, they'll be here in 5 minutes, Edward called from downstairs." "You don't need to tell me that," I yelled back, annoyed. I took Bella by the hand and led her out of the room. It was time to meet the agent. Edward's paw of the 5 minutes spent waiting for the representative of the adoption agency was pure agony. Even though my vision had predicted that Bella would be staying with us, there was still anxiety. Anything could happen that would change the outcome. Poor Jasper was desperately trying to calm everyone down. Bella became impatient after 2 minutes of waiting around and crawled across the couch to tug on my sleeve. "Can I have choco milk?" she whispered, probably not even realizing we could all hear her. We hadn't actually told her to what extent our abilities go. She didn't even know we had any special abilities. I shook my head. "Not now, Bella. We're waiting for someone." "Remember?" She pouted her trembling lips at me, and I rolled my eyes, sighing. "Really, Bella, what am I going to do with you?" "Gimme choco milk," she demanded, pounding her small fist on my arm. I reached around to grab her around her tiny waist and lifted her into the air. Bella squealed and wriggled around. I placed her on my lap, and smiled. "Please be good, Bella," I whispered, leaning down to kiss her hair. "Just for a few minutes, okay? Once the lady gets here, I promise I'll get you the milk." Bella sighed, but nodded her head anyway. She leaned her head on my chest, and grabbed my shirt in her fist, crumpling it. Alice begun to protest. She'd picked out everyone's outfits for today, and didn't want them rumpled. I gave her a death glare and shook my head. Alice folded her arms across her chest and pouted. It didn't work for her as well as it did for Bella. Figures he'd give in to Bella, she thought. I was about to ask her what it meant since she'd started reading Othello word for word in her head. But something stopped me. A car. We all, with the exception of Bella, heard the engine of the car pulling up in the driveway. All of us stood up. I handed Bella over to Rosalie, because Bella was squirming for her. Rose smiled, and cradled Bella gently against her. The doorbell rang and Carlisle walked over to open it. He smiled widely, and I heard a woman stuttering. Hi. I smirked, and Emmett snorted. Esme glared at us to keep quiet, but Emmett was still chortling to himself, so Rose reached over to smack him on the head. He quieted down immediately. "Hello," Carlisle said warmly. "Please, come in." He stepped aside to let in a woman in a hideous purple suit and an even more hideous hat. I could hear the distaste in Alice's head, and fought to keep a straight face. It really wouldn't help our case if I started laughing at her. Good God. It has feathers on it. Feathers. Is she blind or just challenge? I could hear the others attempting to distract themselves from laughing, as well. It was especially hard for Jasper, who felt everyone's glee. Then, out of nowhere, came my angel's sweet voice. "You have a funny hat." Emmett had to excuse himself to the backyard. Jasper was gasping as if he was in pain. Rosalie hid her face behind Bella's back, though I could see her shoulders shaking, and Alice clapped a hand to her mouth. Esme and Carlisle were the only ones with a semblance of control. "Children," Esme chided. Emmett came back into the room, a big grin on his face. Carlisle shook his head. "I'm sorry. My children can be a little juvenile." The lady guessed in her mind. "The look at them all beautiful, I wonder." I narrowed my eyes at her. 1 minute into our meeting and I was already wishing she'd leave. "Anyway," Carlisle continued, oblivious to what the woman was really thinking. He stuck a hand out to shake hers. "I'm Carlisle Cullen," he smiled. The woman smiled back in what I supposed was intended to be coy manner. "Darla Nunnan." Carlisle shook her hand briefly and let it go. He walked over to Esme and wrapped his arm around her waist, smiling at her fondly. "This is my wife, Esme," he introduced. Darla's eyes widened. "He's taken? Oh, damn. My children, Edward, Emmett, Rosalie, Alice and Jasper. That's a lot of children." I wondered if this would be a good idea, to have Isabella Swan continue living with them. "And of course, we have our angel, Bella here," Carlisle continued, smiling fondly at Bella. Bella giggled at being mentioned, and waved shyly at Darla. Well, she is adorable. You can't blame the Cullens for wanting to keep her. Well, I'd have to spend the day here, observing Bella interact with the family, she said briskly. I'd have to ask questions every now and then, too. If you don't mind, she added as an afterthought. Carlyle shook his head, but it was Esme who answered. Oh, of course not. You're more than welcomed, she smiled sweetly. No wonder he married her, she's practically an angel. I hid my smile as Carlyle motioned for us to continue with our day. Bella squirmed again to GE down and Rosalie allowed it. She ran over to me and tugged at my pant leg the highest she could reach. Edward, she pouted. You promised. I laughed, and took her hand, walking with her slowly towards the kitchen. I was aware of Darla following us. I suppose she had to keep an eye on Bella at all times. I got Bella to wait for me by the kitchen aisle while I poured chocolate milk into her mug. She had gotten addicted to it, really. Darla stepped right in front of Bella. Bella, being human, hadn't heard her, and was startled. To Darla's surprise, she screamed and ran to hide behind me. Darla stuttered, alarmed. I leveled her with a glare. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't scare Bella, I told her as politely as I could. She had just gone through a very traumatic experience, as I'm sure you know. Darla regained her composure and nodded her head, straightening up. Of course. It was silly of me. I just haven't been properly introduced to Isabella. Bella, came the muffled response behind me. I placed the mug on the kitchen aisle and turned around to look at Bella. I squatted down to her level and looked her in the eyes. Are you all right? I asked. Bella nodded her head, peeking at Darla under her lashes. Is she mad at me? She asked in a whisper. I shook my head. Darla was surprised, but not mad. Of course, I could understand where Bella was coming from. Darla had a square jaw that always looked set, her eyes were cold, and she never smiled. She looked like a strict teacher more than anything. No, Bella, of course not. Who could get angry at you? I teased, hoping to lighten the mood. It worked. Bella started laughing. I picked her up in my arms and handed her the mug of chocolate milk, which she sipped at happily. Darla narrowed her eyes at Bella and I, probably wondering about our relationship. I'd better start asking her simple questions. Do you like it here, Isabella? She asked. Bella nodded her head, smiling. I played football, she announced proudly. That was completely random. Oh, really? Who did you play with? The boys, Bella replied. The girls didn't want to play because of the dirt. Alice wasn't very happy when I got dirt on my clothes. But it's okay 'cause she only got mad at the boys. All right, on to the next question. And you like hanging out with? She glanced at me, already forgetting my name. Edward, I supplied correctly. Bella nodded again enthusiastically. He's my best friend, she informed a shocked Darla. She cleared her throat and begun again. And who do you like best? Edward. Bella scrunched her nose in concentration, then she said, Mommy said it's not nice to differentiate people because we're all not the same. Darla raised an eyebrow and I chuckled. She's incredibly mature for her age, I explained. Darla cracked the smallest smile at this. Evidently. Suddenly, Alice bounced into the kitchen, a wide grin on her face. Let's go watch a movie, Bella, she said. Bella smiled at me. Can we? She asked, batting her lashes at me. I nodded my head, if you wish. We headed back to the living room where, thank heavens, everyone was sitting. Jasper sensed my relief and chuckled quietly. I shot him a glare. I sat down on the couch and made to settle Bella next to me, but Darla went to sit on her other side. Bella was still shy when it came to Darla. I wasn't sure if it was specifically her or if she was shy around strangers in general. She seemed to get along fine with everyone when we first met her, though. So I settled her on my lap. What would you like to watch, Bella? Esme asked, smiling. Bella thought for a moment, then leaned in to whisper directly into my ear, cupping a hand around her mouth so that no one could see it. Of course, other than Darla, everyone else could hear. Could we watch Peter Pan? You said we could, when we went out that other day, she reminded me. Yes, I had yet to fulfill that promise. Alice couldn't just pop in Peter Pan in the DVD without supposedly hearing Bella's answer, so I cleared my throat and said, she wants to watch Peter Pan. While Alice was retrieving the DVD from our massive collection, Darla turned to me and asked, Is she always this close to you? I heard the disapproval in her voice, and wondered. Why on earth would she disapprove of Bella's attachment to me? I was the first person she saw when she woke up. After such a traumatic experience, it was only natural for her to latch on to me. Our relationship went beyond that, though. I really did enjoy spending time with Bella, and it seemed she enjoyed being around me, too. She really was my best friend. Was that so odd? I tuned in to Darla's thoughts. I've never seen anything like it. Normally, orphans aren't so outright about their new families. They're shy. But Bella seems to get along fine with them. That blonde girl was holding her just now and Bella seemed to like her. And now this Edward and Alice. I'll have to make more observations. The way Bella acts around the Cullens, it's like she's known them her whole life instead of a few days. I smirked to myself. Leave it to Ice Queen over there to turn this into something horrible. I nodded my head and answered her spoken question. Yes. It's only been a few days, but our family feels like she's a part of it. Darla nodded her head slowly, as if she was processing a very hard piece of information. The movie started playing just when Darla started to ask another question. Bella shot her a disapproving look and said, "Shush. The movie's playing." I stifled a snort and focused on the screen, trying hard not to read Darla's mind or sneak a peek at how she reacted to Bella's chiding. Because it was one of her favorite stories, Bella got very excited throughout the movie. She actually screamed out the name, Peter Pan, when he first showed up on the screen. And when Tinkerbell made an appearance, Bella turned to Alice and said, "That's you, Alice, you're Tink." We all burst out laughing at this, even Alice. Apparently, she had seen this coming and wasn't all too surprised by it. She found it adorable, nonetheless. By the time the movie ended, Bella was worn out. She had woken up earlier today thanks to Emmett, and she had played football and even watched a movie. She was ready to take a nap. I shifted her in my arms, while Alice turned off the TV so as not to wake Bella up. "I'm going to go put her in bed," I announce, just for Darla's sake. Darla nodded her head. Alice, Rose and Esme all came forward before I could stand up, and kissed Bella on the forehead. Bella shifted slightly but didn't wake up. In fact, she started snoring. I smiled, and stood up, heading for the stairs. When we reached her room, I gently laid her on the bed after peeling off the comforter. Once she was safely and comfortably tucked in, I kissed her lightly on the forehead and turned to go. "Edward," I turned to face her, frowning. Had she woken up already? I'd really like it if she could nap for a few hours. It had been a tiring morning. For her, Emmett deliberately came at her during our football game because she screamed bloody murder every time. But she was still asleep. I smiled knowingly. She had started sleep-talking again. And once more, her dreams were of me. I liked having a 6-year-old human best friend. Kitty. Kitty? Oh, no, her dreams of having a kitten. Maybe I really should talk to Esme and Rosalie about this. It would keep her company once we move out of Forks. I'd have to go to school during the day, together with Alice, Jasper, Emmett and Rosalie. Carlisle would have to go to work. The only one around to play with her was Esme, and even she wouldn't be able to drop everything to play with Bella all the time. A kitten sounded like perfect company for her, if that was what she wanted. I'd have to talk with Esme for sure about this. I went out of the door, keeping it ajar a fraction of an inch so it wasn't immersed in darkness, and made my way down the stairs. "Is she sleeping?" Esme asked, knowing fully well that Bella was. I nodded my hand, taking my place on the couch yet again. Darla took a deep breath. It's time to interrogate the adoptive Faylie then. I rolled my eyes. She made it sound as if we were bad people, and she wanted to break us down so she could find the truth. Well, I couldn't exactly blame her. Some adoptive parents could be not what they seemed to be. But the idea of us hurting Bella was simply ridiculous. "I just wanted to make sure that you can handle this, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen," Darla began. "You already have 5 children. Bella is a child. She's going to need a lot of attention." Esme nodded her head and wrapped her hand around Carlisle's. "Yes, we're well aware of that. But see, my children are all grown up. Rose, Emmett and Jasper here are going to be juniors in high school. Edward and Alice are sophomores. Bella would have my undivided attention because I stay at home," she explained. Darla nodded her head. "I can see that she has a very strong bond with your son, Edward," she nodded in my direction. "Wait till she's older, Lady I mean, burning up for you baby. I shot Emmett a look, but I couldn't comment on his thoughts because of Darla. Wait until Bella was older. What did that mean? I would assume it meant that our friendship would steadily grow stronger throughout the years, but why would Emmett start singing that vile song out of nowhere? It just added to my suspicion that they were hiding something from me. I sighed. After a century, they still had to hide things from me. Didn't they know that in the end, I'd just end up knowing it all? I was a mind reader, after all. Their attempts would be for nothing. How is she like with the rest of you? I haven't had a proper chance yet. I know she enjoys your company, but I would prefer to know how each of you perceive your relationship with Bella is, Darla said, pulling me out of my thoughts. This is where my degree in psychology comes in, Darla was thinking. Well, I love her like a sister, Alice spoke up. I'd love to take her shopping, she added as an afterthought. I rolled my eyes. Somehow, I don't think Bella would be too excited about that. Jasper shrugged. We read together. Darla's eyebrows drew together. Read together? She repeated slowly. Jasper smirked at the memory of Bella reading. Yeah. Bella's just starting to learn how to read, so she's not very good. She came into the library, saw me reading and started to read to me. I've been helping her with that, he explained. Darla nodded her head and shifted her gaze to Emmett. My God, he's huge. And you? She asked politely. Emmett clapped his hands together and smiled. She's adorable, the tyke. I tease her a lot, but she knows I'm joking. We played football this morning. Yes, she mentioned that, Darla murmured, almost to herself. Rosalie smiled, though in her mind, she wasn't all that fond of Darla. I love her. I think my reactions to her are more maternal, like Esme. I really do think Bella would have a great time living with us. She's already a part of the family in our minds, she said through gritted teeth. She wanted more than anything to have Bella stay with us. I guessed, in her mind, she'd pitted Darla as an enemy, or a challenge. Esme and Carlyle exchanged a look, smiling at each other, before turning back to face Darla. Their hands were still interlocked. Well, we're the parents, so we feel very blessed to have Bella around. These past few days have been very interesting, to say the least. Bella's been a miracle to us, I suppose. Darla stared at her, uncomprehending. I can't have children, Esme said sadly. We adopted all of ours. I knew that. They sent me the file yesterday. Carlyle and Esme Cullen adopted 5 children. Rosalie and Jasper Hale twins. Edward and Alice, siblings. And Emmett. Well, their record has been amazing so far. Judging by their affections for Bella, and her reaction to them, I'd say this is the perfect family for her. I'll just stay for a few more hours, see her when she wakes up, talk to her a little, see her interact with the others. I smiled slightly at the others to show them that we were going to be all right. Alice was right, once again. Bella was staying. I have never been so happy in my life. Bella's pav. I started awake when I heard a knock. I blinked and looked around my room. Where had the noise come from? Why was I in my room? The last I remembered, Peter was saying goodbye to Wendy. I really wished she would have stayed in Neverland. It's what I would have done. Stay with your best friend and never grow up. What could be better than that? Bella, can we come in? I heard Esme's voice. I smiled, sitting up in bed. I missed Esme. I hadn't played with her today. "Kay," I mumbled, rubbing my eyes sleepily. Esme pushed open the door and the entire Cullen family poured in. I saw Darla at the door, watching us. Rosalie climbed in next to me on the bed, and sat next to me. She wrapped an arm around my waist and I leaned into her, smiling. I reached up to tug on her blonde locks. It never ceased to amaze me how pretty Rose looked. "Did you get enough sleep, Angel?" Emmett asked. I nodded my head, then thought, "Can I have chicken fingers?" I asked Esme sweetly. "I'm a little hungry." Chicken fingers were one of the things Rosalie said I could eat. She was obsessed with wanting me to eat healthy. I really hoped she wouldn't force me to eat vegetables, though. I hated lettuce, and tomatoes, and broccoli. "All right, I'll make it for you in a little while," Esme replied gently, "but first, can you talk to Darla for a bit? She's been waiting for you to wake up." I looked towards the door, where Darla was waiting. I gestured for her to come in. "Do you want to see my room?" I asked her. I really loved my room. Esme and Alice had decorated it. It was blue the whole way. It was one of my favorite colors, and I knew Edward liked it. Darla stepped in hesitantly and smiled at me. Do you like it? I asked. Esme and Alice made it. Darla nodded her head as she looked around. It's a very nice room, Bella, she said, sounding almost surprised. Well, it wasn't just nice, it was great. I climbed out of bed and ran over to Darla. I grabbed her hand and tugged her to the bookshelves Esme had built for me. Look, Esme made it, and Jasper got me the books. I showed it to her. I grabbed the cat in the hat and shoved it in her hands. I was trying to read that, but Jasper laughed because I messed it all up, so I stopped. But I read another book, so it's okay, I assured her before she got upset. Darla smiled at me. That's nice, too, Bella. I frowned. Why was everything nice to her? And why was she smiling when she didn't mean it? I didn't like it when people do that. They weren't being very honest. Esme told me you had to be honest, she told me. Bella, Carlisle called. I turned to look at him. Darla wanted to talk to you, remember? I nodded my head, blushing. Come sit here, he pointed at the small armchair Alice had gotten for me. It was in the middle of the room, where all my toys were. I padded over to the rug and sat in the armchair. I imagined Emmett sitting in this chair, meant for me, and crushing it under his weight. I clapped a hand over my mouth to keep from laughing. Darla came to sit on the floor in front of me and smiled again. So, Bella, I talked to your family. They love you very much, she said. My eyes lit up, and I was pretty sure my cheeks were red. My family? I asked. Darla nodded. I get to stay? I shrieked, jumping up to hug Esme around the legs. They all laughed at this, and Esme bent to swing me up in her arms. She planted kisses all over my face, which tickled because her lips were so cold. I wrapped my arms around her neck in a chokehold nonetheless, and smiled at Edward behind Esme's shoulder. Bella? Darla asked from behind me. I turned a little to look at her and flashed her a wide smile. Are you happy that you get to stay? I nodded my head emphatically. Yes, it's Neverland, I giggled. I knew Darla wouldn't understand because she didn't know. But the others did, and they broke out into laughter. I was happy that I get to stay with them. They were my family now. I get to play with Jasper, Emmett and Edward. I get to play with Rose and Alice. I get to read bedtime stories with Esme, and I get to follow Carlisle around the house. And best of all, I get to be with my best friend, Edward. Okay. Bear in mind that I have no idea how an adoption is supposed to happen, let alone in this case. I highly doubt it's very common for a family to bring a child back from a hospital and all before the adoption. But it's a story, so go with me on this. And now that we have this whole adoption thing out of the way, it's time for our little 6-year-old Bella to become a 7-year-old. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, the next chapter will be Bella's birthday. I can't wait to see the presents Bella will get. I think the Cullens will overdo it and it would become something very akin to Christmas, don't you think? Lol. So thank you for reading, and the reviews were amazing. A little update on the polls. 32 of you voted for the Cullens to go to Denali straight away, then London when Bella's 13, 36 of you voted they go to London first then Denali. 18 of you wanted Edward to find out when she's 7 to 9, and 27 wanted him to find out at 13 to 15. 2 suggested that he finds out about the first vision when she's 7 to 9 and the second vision when she's 13 to 15. Agree or disagree? Vote if you want. There's still time. Bella and the Cullens will be leaving for their next destination in Chapter 10, right after her birthday, so 2 chapters left. Review and tell me what you think. Happy birthday, Bella Part 1. A.N. Bella's 7 years old. Hope you enjoy. By the way, I wanted everyone's POVs on Bella's bidet because each one of them has something special planned for her. But if I were to write everyone's POV in one chapter alone, it would be insanely long. So I'm dividing it into 2, chapter 9 and 10, and the one after that is when they move. I hope that's okay. If not, then I'm glad you don't know my address. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs, Esme, Bella, Edward, Jasper. Esme's POV. It has been 3 weeks since Darla Noonan had stepped out of our house, and 3 weeks since the official papers had been signed. Isabella Swan was now Isabella Marie Hale. We had gotten around to telling Carlisle about Alice's vision when Edward went hunting, a task he found incredibly hard to do now since Bella was in our lives. He hated leaving her alone for a second, even though she would be surrounded by the rest of us. But his eyes had turned a deadly black color, so he had no other choice. We had all decided that Bella should take Rosalie's and Jasper's last names. If she became Bella Cullen, it would mean that she and Edward were more or less siblings. That would make the future too ridiculous. Edward had wondered why we had named her Hale instead of Cullen. He wanted Bella as close to him as possible. None of us had answered his question, which of course made him even more suspicious. Keeping this secret from my son had been nothing but tedious. Emmett had almost blurted it out 5 times in these past weeks. If it hadn't been for Rosa's spontaneous urges, I don't think we would have managed. Jasper always sent Emmett's thoughts in a different direction each time he thought of spilling the beans. Be it a shot of lust, or a shot of self-pity, or a shot of anger, Emmett would find himself completely distracted. But I know Edward won't stop until he finds out. I sighed, then glanced at the cooking book to my left. Tomorrow was Bella's birthday. The house had never been so busy. After Bella had gone to sleep, Alice had taken out the decorations she'd hidden and started working on it. The living room looked as if Santa had crashed his sleigh in it. Edward had told everyone that Bella hated shopping or having money spent on her too much, so he wanted us to buy her a present each. But even he went overboard. I bought her 3 myself. Oh, can you blame us? It's our Bella's first birthday with us Cullens and Hales. It was a very special occasion. I was baking Bella's cake and making one of her favorite dishes. Macaroni and cheese. Honestly, the gooey substance disgusts me to no end. How could anyone eat that? But she seemed incredibly fond of it, so I was making it for tomorrow's party. We were going to surprise Bella with a whole day of birthday fun. We were already going to move next week, and I knew Bella was upset about that. Not only did her parents live here, she had grown attached to the house. It was hard enough for us, when we've moved for so many times. Imagine how much harder it was for Bella. Edward, Jasper and Emmett had gone around the house collecting the presents they had hidden all over for the past 2 weeks. I honestly don't want to know where they managed to hide 30-something presents. I looked at the clock. I had 2 hours left before Bella wakes up. I really needed to hurry. I hoped Bella would love her presents, the cake and the mac and cheese. I wanted this to be a very special day for her. This was, after all, the first year she would be Bella Hale. Emmett wanted to be the one to wake Bella up again, but Rosalie said she didn't want to scare the girl the first thing on her birthday. So I took one of the small brownies I made and placed one lit candle on it. We were all going to wake her up, as a family. Alice opened the door as quietly as she could. She was practically bouncing off the walls in excitement. Poor Jasper. We crowded around the bed, and Edward reached to tickle Bella awake. It worked. Less than 10 seconds later she was laughing so hard her eyes popped open. Her eyes widened at the sight of all of us in her room. "Happy birthday, Bella!" we cried out. Her lips formed a goofy grin as she wriggled to a sitting position. "I get a brownie?" she asked, looking at the brownie in my hand hungrily. "Before breakfast?" She shot a look at Rosalie. It was true that Rose had taken the role of the strict mother. She doted on Bella, but her overprotective nature often overrode everything else. Lately, she had been obsessed with Bella eating healthy. I laughed. "Yes, Bella. It's your special day today. Make a wish and blow out the candle," I said, holding the brownie out in front of her. Bella's eyes lit up and she thought for a second. When she decided what to wish on, she squeezed her eyes shut and blew out the candle. When she opened them, I had already taken out the little candlestick. She took the brownie and chewed on it hungrily. We laughed at that. "Come on, Bella, up and at him," Alice squealed, lifting Bella off the bed and rushing her to the bathroom. "We have to hurry." "Why?" I heard Bella's innocent reply. I grinned. Well, won't Bella be pleasantly surprised today? I stood up from my position on the edge of Bella's bed and looked at everyone. "I'm the mother," I said sternly. "So I get to give her my present first." I didn't know if they would listen. I was just really excited to give Bella my special present. The rest of the things I got for her could wait until we sat down for cake. The others nodded glumly. They had wanted to give Bella their special present first, too. Well, that's too bad. I was their mother, and as for Carlisle, he wouldn't deny me anything. Edward smirked at that, and I smacked him on the shoulder. I walked out of the room, hearing Bella's squeals as Alice played with her in the bathroom. I went to my bedroom, and sat at my vanity. I opened my jewelry box, and picked out a silver heart-shaped locket with diamonds surrounding it. My mother gave me this locket, right before I got married. It was one of my favorite memories of her, and this locket was one of my favorite mementos. I would love to give this to my new daughter. I tucked it in safely in my dress pocket, and walked out the door. I needed to take out the cake from the oven, and start making the mac and cheese. It was relatively easy to make, so Bella won't have to wait long. I ran into Edward in the kitchen, and he smiled at me. He walked over to me and wrapped his arms around me. "It's an amazing present, Mom," he said truthfully. "Bella would love it." I smiled at him, and placed a hand on his cheek. "Thank you." Before long, Bella was ready. I had just placed the mac and cheese in the oven, so I went out into the living room to see her reaction to Alice's decorations. I knew it was too much, but Bella's reaction was what Alice cared about. Bella was wearing a blue dress. It made her look like a princess, really. Alice even placed a tiara in her hair, which had been curled. She blinked at the sight in front of her, and we all waited for her reaction. Slowly, she opened her mouth and said, "That is really, really, really pink." Alice, being Alice, took this as a compliment. I went forward and took Bella by the hand. "Bella, can you come with me for a moment into the garden? I'd like to show you something," I asked her. Bella nodded at me, smiling in that sweet way of hers. In a way, she really was my first child. Not forgetting my baby, of course. Edward, Alice, Jasper, Emmett and Rosalie had been amazing children. My life felt so complete with each addition Carlisle made into our family. But Bella was human. She was warm and soft and lovely. She was a little child, who needed me, depended on me. I loved her. When we reached the garden, I sat Bella down on the swing set Emmett had set up for her a few weeks back. "I want to give you something very special," I told her, kneeling down to her eye level. "I want you to promise that you'll always keep it safe with you, okay?" Bella nodded again. "Okay," she said softly, "I promise." I smiled, and reached into my pocket to take out the silver locket. "My own mother gave this to me when I was well, let's just say a long time ago," I chuckled. "She gave it to me right before I got married. Now, I want you to have it." Bella's eyes widened when she saw the locket. "It's pretty," she murmured, reaching out with a tentative finger to touch it. I nodded my head, leaning forward to fasten the locket around her neck. When that was done, I adjusted so that her hair wasn't trapped beneath the chain. "It looks really good on you, Bella," I smiled. Bella launched herself at me, and hugged me tightly. I closed my eyes, burying my nose in her hair and inhaling her sweet freesia scent. "Thank you," she said. "I love you very much, Mommy." My eyes snapped open and I pulled back to stare at her. "What?" I whispered. Bella looked down at her feet shyly. I realized that my reaction might have scared her into thinking that I was angry at her for calling me Mommy. Silly Bella. She had made me the happiest woman on earth. I hugged her again. "I love you, too, Angel," I whispered. I felt like I could sob happy tears at this moment. I was a mother. Bella was my child. What could be better? Edward's paw. "I love you very much, Mommy." My head snapped up and my eyes found the back door leading to the garden. Through the huge glass windows, I could see Bella and Esme hugging. "Mommy." She'd called Esme Mommy. What am I, then? First this, then Edward, she's supposed to be mine. I turned to look at Rosalie. Jasper had been made aware of the emotions running through her as well, and he was trying to calm her down. "What do you mean, Rosalie?" I asked quietly. She started, as if she had forgotten I was even in the room. Her mind was immediately filled with shopping catalogs and things from Victoria's Secret that I never wanted to acknowledge even existed. "Nothing, Edward," she said bitterly. I raised an eyebrow and she sighed. "Nothing, okay. I was just saying, you're her best friend. That's all. Will you please just drop it?" I nodded my head and turned away. Rosalie was upset because Bella had called Esme Mommy, but surely she knew that Bella loved Esme and Rosalie the same way. That she treated the both of them as mothers? "She loves you like a mother, too, Rose," I said without looking at her. For a moment, she was silent verbally and mentally, then thanks. I smiled to myself. My smile only widened when Bella entered the room. I called dibs. I yelled before anyone could say it was their turn. They glared at me but I shrugged, and stepped forward. Bella looked up at me expectantly and smiled. So she knew I wanted something. "Would you come with me to the meadow?" I asked. Bella smiled wider and nodded, raising her arms above her head to indicate that she wanted me to carry her. I did so willingly, and tucked her head under my chin, asking her to close her eyes. Within moments, I was running out the door to get to the meadow. We reached in minutes due to my speed. I placed her on her feet and she smiled contentedly as she glanced around the familiar place. We'd been here twice, sometimes 3 times a week since that first day we'd been here. Bella had loved it here and asked me to take her here often. It was one of the things that made her sad about moving. We couldn't come here anymore. I knelt on both knees so that I wouldn't have to bend down and took out a silver bracelet with a diamond heart on it. The diamond heart was my mother's, I told her. It would mean a lot to me if you would accept this. I slipped the bracelet on her small wrist. It was a charm bracelet, really, and I was hoping to get her a new charm for every birthday or special occasion. I think it was fitting. Bella raised her left arm to stare at the charm. She smiled widely at me. I love it a lot, she said, nodding her head in approval. Thank you, Edward. I gently drew her small, fragile body to me and hugged her as tightly as I could without physically harming her. She was an amazing person and she was only 7 years old. I couldn't even begin to imagine how amazing she would be as a grown woman. I frowned as I remembered Alice's vision. Bella looked beautiful as a woman, but she was also obviously being coy in front of a boy. I couldn't see the other person, but I wouldn't allow her to date. I would talk Carlisle and Esme out of giving her permission to go. That age, what was it, 15, 16? Was too young for her to start being alone with boys. I knew human boys. I've read their thoughts for years. They were vile and uncouth. No way was my Bella going to be around them. I felt Bella playing with the collar of my shirt and smiled. I still had years left before I had to worry about that. Ready to go home, Bella? I asked quietly, already knowing the answer. No, she sighed. It was the same answer she'd given me every time I asked when we came here. But today was different. It was her birthday. Others were waiting for her, too. Come on. The others still have presents for you left, you know? At this, she perked up and jumped into my arms. Let's go home, she screamed. I laughed, making sure she closed her eyes before taking off. She might know our secret, but there was no need to scare her with my speed. Jasper's paw, I paced the living room, waiting anxiously for Edward and Bella to return. Alice had informed me that they would come back in 2 minutes, but it felt longer to me. I really wanted to give Bella my present, but I didn't know if she would like it. Esme and Edward had given her jewelry, something Alice said was a girl's best friend, no matter how young said girl was. What I was giving her was a book. It had the same sentimental value as Esme's locket and Edward's charm bracelet, but it was still a book. Alice had said that she'd seen Bella's reaction, and I had nothing to worry about. I was still a nervous wreck. What good was it to be an empath and not be able to calm yourself down? True to Alice's words, Edward walked into the room with Bella wrapped around his neck. Even with closed eyes, I could see her. Smiling widely. Hey, Bella? I asked. Bella opened her eyes and scanned the room until her eyes met mine. She smiled bigger and hopped down from Edward's arms. Do you mind coming to the library with me for a little bit? Bella shook her head and took my hand in hers. Her small hand was so warm, yet it wasn't even half the size of mine. I could just imagine how small it must feel to Emmett. When we were in the library, I sat her down in her usual chair she sat in whenever she read to me. I wanted to give you a special present. My dad made me a book when I was little, I told her. Her chocolate eyes widened. He made you a book? She asked, amazed. I laughed and nodded my head. He sewed on the leather and everything. Anyway, my dad knew that I loved a good story, so he made one up. See? I took the leather-bound book on the table. It was already yellowed, but it was a good memory nonetheless. The story is about a little boy who wanted to see the world, but his parents said that he was too young, so he ran away to find adventure, I explained, flipping through the pages so Bella could see the words and drawings. She gasped at this. He ran away? She whispered. I nodded my head. But it's okay, because the story gets a happy ending. The boy saw what he wanted to see, and realized that he belonged at home. Bella nodded her head, satisfied, and settled back in her seat. I closed the book and placed it on her lap. Taking her hand in mine again, I looked her straight in the eyes. My dad gave this to me to remind me that I could do anything I wanted to do. I just had to believe I could. I want you to do the same. For a moment, Bella didn't say anything. She kept quiet, and her gaze fell on the book on her lap. She bit her lip as she did so. I thought I had blown it, that she hated my gift. Well, who would give a book to a 7-year-old? I'd been stupid to think it was a good gift. Bella fingered the brown leather cover of the book and smiled up at me. I really love it, Jazz, she whispered. I think it's a great story. Thank you. I smiled and leaned forward to kiss her forehead. Good, I said, relieved. I guess I didn't have anything to worry about after all. Let's go back downstairs. I think Esme's mac and cheese is all done, I told her. She immediately jumped off the armchair, book clutched to her chest and ran to the door. She started to stumble and fall, but I was there in the blink of an eye to catch her. Silly Bella, I chuckled, and carried her down. Bella's paw. Alice had decorated the entire living room in pink. I couldn't even see the couch anymore. But Edward helped me, so I was okay. Esme made me mac and cheese, which only I ate. When I asked, Edward told me that vampires don't need to eat normal food because they hunt. I asked him if he meant because they drink blood, and he told me to just eat my food. Edward, Esme and Jasper had all given me their gifts, so I was expecting one from Rosalie, Emmett, Alice and Carlisle. So when I saw the pile of presents in the living room right next to the couch, I was very surprised. I wanted to rip out the wrappings and see what they all were right then and there, but Rosalie made me eat first. She said that I hadn't even eaten breakfast yet and I would faint if I got too hungry. I knew I didn't like being the center of attention, but this was okay. I liked being surrounded by the Cullens. And even though it was embarrassing to have the spotlight on me, I didn't mind it today. I just felt so happy. I was surprised when Esme, Edward and Jasper gave me such special presents. Their own mommies and daddies had given them these presents. I didn't really want to accept them because I didn't want them to be sad if I took them. But Alice had told me upstairs to just accept whatever someone gave me today. It was their way of saying they loved me, so it wasn't polite to say no. As it turned out, I loved their presents for me. Once I was done with the mac and cheese, Alice insisted that we open one present, but she got to choose. She grabbed a square-shaped gift wrapped in pink wrapping. I tore it off greedily to find a box. I opened it and took out a camera. Alice wanted me to open the gift so that we could take pictures starting from today, my birthday. Carlisle brought out a big cake for me. Esme had made it herself. On the chocolate cake, Esme had "Happy Birthday Bella" written in icing, and had stuck 7 little candles on it. Alice snapped shot after shot of everyone singing the happy birthday song, of me blushing, of me blowing out the candle, and of me cutting the cake with Rosalie's help. Finally, I could eat the cake. Even then, Alice kept snapping pictures. Edward finally had to take it away from her so she could calm down. Bella, I have a surprise for you, Edward said, grinning cunningly. I raised an eyebrow at him, and bit my bottom lip. The last time he had smiled like that, he had smeared mud all over my new outfit, which had angered Alice to no end of course, and we had gotten into a mud fight. Emmett and Jasper had helped. Esme had gotten so angry, she'd grounded them all for a week. But she didn't blame me because she said that Edward had provoked me and made me have a mud fight. Thank God I didn't get punished. Wait here, he told me before I could ask anything. I looked around me, but no one would tell me anything. They just smiled like they had a secret. Esme took my plate and placed it on the coffee table. I heard a soft meow, and my head snapped up. Edward was approaching me with the cutest little orange kitty in the world. I gasped and started to climb off the couch, but Jasper placed a hand on my shoulder. Wait, Bella, he laughed. I bounced in my seat. Was that the fastest Edward could walk? He was a vampire. Finally, he reached me and sat down next to me. He placed the little kitty on my lap and I smiled down at it. This is Lily, he told me. She's 2 months old. She's tiny, I commented. Why don't you touch her? Edward suggested. I hesitated, and looked up at him. I was afraid I'd hurt Lily. She was 2 months old, she was a baby. Edward took my hand gently and ran my fingers through Lily's fur. Lily didn't seem hurt by this. She patted softly on my lap and nuzzled her nose into my tummy. It tickled. I laughed, and stroked Lily's fur even more. Well, I guess it's safe to say what's her favorite present, Emmett joked. I looked up to see all of them staring at me and Lily. I blushed and turned to Edward. How did you know I wanted a kitty? I asked him. Pouting. You talk in your sleep, he chuckled. I think I blushed even more. No, I gasped. Edward leaned forward to kiss my forehead. His lips felt especially cold to my overheated skin. Don't worry, Bella, nothing embarrassing, he assured me. I began to relax and looked down at the baby cat in my lap again. She was so precious. Yet, Emmett called out. I groaned. I needed a lock for my door. To golden-eyed Fan Pier, a few chapters per year seems about right. 1 chapter per year is too little for me to cram everything in. Besides, I want this story to be long. Not drag though, so don't worry. To Fantasy Dreamer 1992, I update about 2 chapters a day, as much as I can. To Tearsinhal, I was going to skip like that, you know. First we have them move to wherever it is they move, and Bella's 7 for 2 or 3 chapters. Then she's 10 for a few more, like that. Don't worry, I'll make it as good as I can and I won't miss out on all the good stuff. To White Dahlias, I had no idea because I hadn't seen it since I was a child. I just remembered he was big. Lol. Thanks for correcting me. Well, I hope this chapter was good enough. I'll post the birthday part 2 in a few hours, then it's the episode where they move. Please review and tell me what you think. As of now, I still haven't made up my mind where the Cullens should go or at what age Edward should find out. There's still time, but only a day. Thank you to everyone who read and reviewed and even voted, it means a lot. Happy birthday Bella Part 2A, and I'm glad you thought the presents were a good fit. I was struggling to think what Emmett would give Bella, though. He and Carlisle are the hardest ones. I hope they're good. Thank you for all the reviews. This chapter is insanely long, so forgive me. I can't keep it short. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Alice, Carlisle, Emmett, Rosalie, Bella. Alice's POV Edward, Esme and Jasper had given Bella something from their human life. I couldn't remember that part of my life. All I could see whenever I think back was darkness. So I'm going to give her something that was the first most important material thing I've possessed since becoming a vampire. Once she had calmed down enough after Edward brought out Lily the kitten, I'd taken her up to our room. When Jasper and I were going to get married for the first time, he'd given me a heart-shaped jewelry box. It was velvet on the outside, satin on the inside, and was lined with intricate silver detail, glass beads and Victorian-style flower patterns. I'd fallen in love with it, but I wanted Bella to have it. When I took it out of my closet, Bella audibly gasped. I smiled at her as I sat next to her on the bed. Do you like it? I asked her, though I already knew the answer. Bella nodded her head enthusiastically, and reached out with a hand to touch the jewelry box. Jazz gave it to me, I told her proudly, when we got married the first time. Bella's eyes widened. You're married? She asked in a whisper. I laughed, shaking my head. I keep forgetting that in Bella's eyes, I was still a teenager. Yes, Angel, I'm married. I kissed her hair lightly. See, Jazz wanted to give me something special. Now I want you to have it. I placed it in her lap, and she carefully held it in her hands. Why? She asked innocently. I brushed back a stray strand of her hair and said, because, Angel, you're special to me. Bella's eyes filled up with tears and I reached forward to envelope her in a hug. So you have to promise to keep it safe, okay? Bella nodded her head and sniffed. What am I supposed to do with it? She asked, with all the naivety of a 7-year-old. I shrugged. Treasure, I replied with a grin. You could put your jewelry inside, like that locket, or Edward's bracelet. I elaborated, pointing to the necklace and touching the charm bracelet lightly. Bella nodded her head in understanding. I stood up and offered her my hand. Come on, let's go put it in your room before we go back downstairs. I think Emmett's going to barge in here if we don't. He's too excited about his special present for you. Bella giggled, probably imagining her personal teddy bear bursting into the room just to give her his gift. I, of course, knew what Emmett was giving Bella. But he'd kept it a secret from Edward, singing ludicrous songs that nearly drove Edward insane every time he was around him. I don't think Edward would appreciate Emmett giving her that particular gift, but I already saw that Bella would love it. As we were walking down the hallway to go to Bella's room at her slow, human pace, she asked me, Alice, why do you always know something before it happens? I nearly choked on air. We hadn't actually gotten around to telling Bella about our special powers yet. Edward seemed to think that Bella really was in shock over our secret, she just wasn't showing it. No matter how many times I'd shown him the future of Bella being just fine with it, or Jasper telling him over and over that Bella felt comfortable around us, he refused to believe it. Honestly, the man was stubborn as a mule. I could hear everyone freeze downstairs as they heard Bella's question. "Don't tell her, Edward Said." He was speaking in a normal tone so Bella couldn't hear him, but I think he was close to shouting. "Tell her, she'll think it's cool," Emmett was saying. I rolled my eyes. Men. Well, I glanced down to see Bella's expectant face looking up at me, her big brown eyes searching my face. I couldn't lie to her. What was I thinking? "Sorry, Edward. It's time to tell her." "I can see the future," I blurted out. Bella blinked, her face a mask of confusion. "I have a special power. Sometimes, I can see how the future would be like," I explained. We reached her room and Bella quickly placed the jewelry box on the vanity. She turned to me and frowned. I was just about to see what her reaction would be like, just so Edward could stop fussing already, when she spoke. "That's not fair," she whined. "I want to see the future, too." Well, it was a good thing I got her a magic 8-ball. I could hear Emmett's booming laughter, and so could Bella this time. She blushed a deep red and I chuckled, crouching down so that we were eye to eye. I took both her hands in mine and swung our entwined fingers together slightly. "How about I just share with you what I see? Is that okay?" She was still pouting, so I kissed her knuckles gently. "Can I tell you a secret?" I whispered conspiratorially. After a moment's hesitation, Bella nodded. I leaned forward and whispered, "Edward wishes he could see the future, too." Bella giggled at this and brightened up. I stood up, still chuckling, and led Bella out by the hand downstairs. When we reached, they had all composed themselves. Well, most of them. Edward shot me a dark look and whispered far too soft and too low for Bella to hear. "You're going to pay for that, dear sister." I stuck my tongue out at him and danced over to Jasper. "Carlisle's Pav today, my new daughter turns 7 years old. I'd never been happier. Well, the day I met Esme, and the day we got married were equivalent to this, but still. She had turned our usual daily routine into something much more interesting. I think that she has made life worth living for, especially for Edward. I guessed that even before Alice told me about her vision. I'd never seen so much emotion, so much life, in my son. He cared about Bella deeply, loved her deeply. And in just a decade, she would make him the happiest man on earth. How could I ever repay her? When we decided on throwing Bella a party, we had all wanted to give her a special gift, different than the other things that Alice and Edward would surely get for her. Esme had immediately thought of the locket her mother had given her. I'd heard Edward was giving her a charm bracelet with a diamond heart that belonged to his biological mother. I was at a loss at what to give Bella myself as a human. I only did what my father did. I don't think a Bible and preaching to her about the evil that was vampires would be a very good birthday present. So I'd gotten a charm for her bracelet made specially for her. It was a mini cross, something that was very similar to what my own mother wore around her neck, with gold designs. I didn't know if she was religious. She was 7 after all, and I thought it to be quite an oxymoron to teach her about God when I was a vampire. But Edward believed in God and heaven. And this was the closest I could think of that was a part of my human life. When Alice had brought Bella up to her room, I'd reached into my pocket to feel for the charm. It was still there, thank God. And then we'd heard Bella asking Alice why she always knew something was going to happen before it did. Well, Edward warned us that she was perceptive. I hadn't imagined she was this perceptive, though. I have to admit, Alice hadn't exactly been discreet about her visions. She'd just come dancing into the room talking about how tomorrow was going to be a gloomy day, or how Jasper was going to win at poker. Of course Bella would ask. She was 7, not incompetent. When Alice told her about having visions, Bella complained about not being able to see the future like Alice could. It wasn't what any of us expected. I think Edward went into shock. Emmett, however, burst out into laughter, howling like a rabid dog. He bent over in laughter, and soon, we were all joining him. Especially when Alice told Bella that Edward wished he could see the future as well. He wasn't as appreciative, however, and was scowling the whole way. When Alice and Bella came down the stairs, Bella tugged her hand free from Alice's grip and ran to Edward, latching onto his legs, Lily at her feet. I allowed myself to smile at the sight before holding out my hand. Bella stared at me shyly before taking it. I lifted her into my arms in one quick swoop. Bella squealed, surprised, and buried her face in my chest. I laughed and carried her to my office. I sat her down on my desk and she kicked her feet playfully, hands on the desk on either side of her. I wanted to give you a charm to put on Edward's bracelet, is that okay? I asked her gently. I didn't want to upset her by doing something she didn't like. Bella stared at the bracelet for a moment before nodding her head slowly. I took out the cross charm and showed it to her. Bella smiled at it. My dad was a pastor, I told her. I just wanted you to have this, to remind you that while I can't ever replace your own daddy, I'd like to be there for you. I fastened the charm and placed the bracelet around her wrist once more. Like my second daddy? Bella asked, tilting her head to one side. I nodded my head, smiling. If you want me to, I said. Bella considered for a moment in silence, then she said, Esme's my mommy, you can be my daddy. I stared at her, unblinking. Bella frowned, raising her hand to wave it in front of my face. Daddy? She whispered, worry evident in her voice. I broke out into the biggest smile I'd ever smiled, and crushed her body to me. Daddy, can't breathe, she gasped. I laughed, letting her go. Bella glared at me for a moment before joining me, laughing as well. As we were going back to the living room, she stopped me and said, Daddy? Could you beat Emmett in arm wrestling? Emmett's Pav Carlisle. Beat me in arm wrestling? Not a chance. No one could take me. I'm unbeatable. The one and only Emmett Cullen, ladies and gentlemen. And no reason to choke on your own laughter over there, Edward. All right. Now I was nervous. There was only Rose and me left to give our presents. Rose wanted me to go first because she was still a little upset that Bella had called Esme, Mommy, instead of her. I hadn't thought it as a big deal. We all considered Esme a mother. But Rose had wanted Bella to be her kid, so it's understandable. I still think Rose was overreacting, though. There's no saying how Bella felt about Rose. I mean, just look at the past few weeks. Bella respected Rose's decisions, and she loved Rose's concern for her. When Edward went hunting the other day and Bella had a nightmare, she came screaming for Rose, didn't she? In my opinion. Bella considered Rose as a very important person in her life. Bella came back into the living room being carried by Carlisle. She smiled widely at me. Emmett? Carlisle put her on the ground and she turned around to face me. Daddy's strong, she informed me. I laughed. Well, you haven't seen how strong I can get, I teased. Emmett, Edward warned. But Bella was already grinning from ear to ear. Show me, show me. Ah, hell. She looked so excited. Edward, I can't just not show her. Besides, she already knows about us. Why not? I swear, Edward was too overprotective. I honestly wondered what he was going to do when she grows up. At this, I saw Edward flinched. I chuckled, and looked around for something I could crush. I couldn't find anything I could destroy that wouldn't invoke Esme's wrath. Edward was smirking. Just then, Alice danced into the house from the backyard. I hadn't even noticed she'd gone out. Edward frowned at her, but she ignored him. She practically floated to me. I think she was a ballerina as a human, and handed me a rock the size of my palm. I grinned, bending down so that I was eye to eye with Bella, and showed her the rock. Her eyes wide and glittering, she watched me as I gripped the rock harder in my hand. She gasped as I ground the rock into dust. She started jumping up and down in excitement, asking me to do it again, but I laughed and stood up. Later, Bella, I want to give you my present first, okay? She latched onto my leg, stubborn, and I ended up walking to the kitchen with Bella sitting on my foot, her arms wrapped around my leg. I bent and pried her from my leg, setting her down on the kitchen aisle. She glared at me, upset that I wouldn't show her another trick. I reached into my shirt pocket and pulled out a yellow journal I'd kept since I was a little boy. It was thick, with pages sewn together, and some of the pages were sticking out. Bella stared at it curiously. Since I was a kid like you, I loved playing pranks on people, I chuckled. I had these crazy ideas I couldn't remember by the next day, so I wrote them all down. I kept writing in here until the day before I married Rosalie. Bella threw up her hands in frustration. Is everybody married? She asked, rolling her eyes in that cute way of hers. I snorted. Edward isn't, I sang out. Emmett, both Edward and Alice shouted, both for different reasons. Edward was purely embarrassed. and mortified that I'd actually tell Bella that and discuss this with her. Alice just didn't want me to slip up. I burst out in raucous laughter, and handed Bella the book. She flipped it open and stared at the notes I'd made, and her smile grew more pronounced with each page. "I could definitely use this," she said, looking up at me to grin evilly. I reached out to shake her hand. "Partners in crime," I whispered, knowing fully well the others could hear. "Partners in crime," she agreed. Oh, this was going to be sweet. "Don't corrupt her, Emmett," Esme warned from the living room, but it was too late. I recognized the look on Bella's face. She was already down the evil path. Bella's paw after Emmett had given me his gift. We'd gone back to the living room. Edward had tried to persuade me to hand over the gift, but Esme had given him a bad look, and made him apologize. Edward saw he was trying to save me from becoming like Emmett. I didn't mind it. Emmett was always funny, and he played the funniest jokes on people. I liked it. And if he was going to share with me how to play pranks, then I want to learn. We ended up sitting on the floor in a circle, opening the rest of the presents. Aside from the camera, I also got face paint, from Emmett, of course, who said that we should paint our face and play Red Indians. Esme wasn't too happy about that, but Alice was excited. A toy doctor's kit, what I thought was the whole collection of soft toys in the mall, books from Jasper. A silver mirror with a handle so I could carry it around. A magic 8-ball from Alice, who said I could see the future with it, and toys for Lily. Alice told me she'd gotten me some new clothes and shoes, too, but she'd put them in my closet when I wasn't looking. I spent the rest of the day playing with my new toys. Emmett was especially excited to try the face paint. I made him use green all over his face so we could pretend we were spies. Rosalie had also gotten me a whole stack of Disney's princess movies. I watched The Little Mermaid 3 times. Edward was begging me to stop replaying it after that. I ate more mac and cheese and cake for dinner while Jasper and Emmett reenacted Sleeping Beauty for me. Emmett was Aurora. Finally, it was time for bed. Rosalie took me up to my room while I carried Lily. She was still a baby and I didn't want her to get tired. I yawned as Rose put me down on the bed and took out my pajamas. "Are you tired?" she smiled. I nodded my head. Putting Lily in her bed, it was one of the things Edward had gotten for her. "Did you have fun today, Angel?" Rosalie asked, crouching down in front of me to help me take off my dress and put on my pajamas. I nodded my head again. "Yes, I did. Thank you for the presents," I said, blushing again as I realized how much they must have spent on me. Rose smiled a little. "You're welcome." Usually, Rose would be talkative, telling me about her day, or asking me if I'd brushed my teeth and washed my feet. But today, Rose didn't even say a word. I realized that she looked upset, the way Esme did whenever Emmett trailed mud into the house after playing football or break the furniture because he lost a game to Jasper. But why was Rosalie sad? Didn't she have fun today? I thought everyone did. I saw Rosie laugh. I saw her hug Emmett and kiss him. I saw her taking pictures, and she even helped me cut the cake. So why was she sad? Once she was done helping me with my pajamas, Rose placed me on the bed and sat next to me. I reached out to brush her cheek with my hand. "Why are you sad?" I asked, tilting my head to one side. Rosalie's eyes widened, then she shook her head, chuckling. "Edward was right, you were perceptive." I didn't know what that meant, but I really didn't want Rosie to be sad. "Aren't you going to tell me?" I pleaded, batting my lashes in the way I knew would get me anything I wanted from her. "I could help if you told me why you're sad," Rosalie shrugged, smiling a little. "It's really all right, Angel." "I'm fine, I'm just sad the day is over," she said. Oh. Well, that made sense. If she had been having too much fun, maybe she didn't want the day to end because tomorrow might not be as fun. I knelt on the bed on my knees and hugged her around the neck. "We'll play again tomorrow, I promised." Rosalie pulled back and kissed me on the cheek. "Okay, Angel." She sighed and reached into her pocket. "I have one last present for you." I stared at her, trying to keep myself from looking too excited. I don't think it worked because Rosalie chuckled. "It was mine, a long time ago," she said, pulling out a silver hairbrush with a single rose carved on the back. I traced it with my finger. "You're going to be Bella Barbie with Alice a lot." I groaned at that, and Rosalie just smiled wider. "I just figured you could use a pretty brush." I smiled and placed my head on her lap. Rosalie started to brush my hair and I closed my eyes, contented. "Thank you, Mommy. I love it." Rosalie's hand stopped brushing my hair, and my eyes snapped open. Had I said something wrong? I turned slightly, so that my head was facing Rosalie. Her eyes were wide with shock, her mouth hanging open. I reached up to tug at her hand. Why wasn't she responding? I started to panic. Mommy! I called out. Mommy! I called out again, louder. Why wasn't anyone coming in? What did I do to make her act like that? I felt the tears welling up in my eyes. This seemed to snap Rosalie out of her stupor. No, no, baby, don't cry, she cooed, putting the brush aside and lifting me up slightly so that I was sitting on her lap instead of lying on it. I was just shocked, she admitted. Why? I asked, blinking back the tears. Rosalie shrugged, brushing back a few stray hair from my face. I heard you call Esme mommy in the morning. I didn't think. She couldn't finish her sentences, so I leaned forward and kissed her cheek, just like she'd kissed mine earlier on. Rosie, I giggled. You and Esme are both my mommies, don't you know that? I was baffled. Why else would I listen to everything the both of them told me to do? I loved them both equally. I loved Alice, too, but she was more of my sister. I loved playing with her, and she took care of what I had to wear every day because I couldn't be bothered. I would honestly just wear pants and a random shirt just so I could go out and play with the boys, but Alice insisted on dressing me up before I went out of my room. Rosalie looked like she would start crying any second, but she never did. She gave me a big, shaky smile and hugged me close. Thank you, baby. I love you, did you know that? I nodded my head. I love you, too. Rosalie tucked me in bed, and placed the silver hairbrush on the vanity. Go to sleep, Angel. We've got to start packing tomorrow, she told me. I made a face and she laughed. Now, don't be like that. You'll have fun at our new home, I promise. Night Rose, I mumbled sleepily, turning to press the side of my face into my pillow. Night Bella. I heard Rosalie switch on my nightlight, something I should probably stop using sometime soon, and close the door behind her when she went out. Night Lily. An answering meow was the last thing I heard before sleep overtook me. There's no Edward's Pav in this chapter because I'd already done that with the last chapter for Bella's bidet. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you the next chapter. So, I'm going to wait a day before I write it because I want to see if anyone changed their minds or want to add to the votes. But no worries because I've got the plot all worked out whichever way the story goes. Just to recap, Denali 36 votes, London 51 votes, 7 to 9 years 21 votes. 131544 votes so far, London and 13 to 15 are winning. I just have to say that I think Edward should find out about the first vision when she's 7 to 9 years old. I know it's fiction, but I have a thing about being as realistic as I can go in a story about mythical creatures. Please read and review and tell me what you think of this chapter, and what you expect of the next, the moving chapter. Thank you. And the polls are in A.N. The polls are in and these are the results. Denali straightaway 39. London straightaway 62. Edward finds out when Bella's 7 to 9 years 24. Edward finds out when Bella's 13 to 15 years 51. London beats Denali hands down, and 13 to 15 is more than twice that of 7 to 9. So, pretty obvious, the answer's London and 13 to 15. For those who wanted Denali and 7 to 9, I'm sorry. I'll try to make it as good as possible. P.S. For those wondering what Philippines meant, Bella was trying to pronounce Philippines. I know it sounds silly, but that's how my little cousin pronounced it once. To Zoe 118 and PageX3 Popcorn, really? Thanks. I can't believe you'd think this story was a product of SM herself. That's an honor. To Kelly Colleen, Bella is a drug addict. Is that even true? No, No, it's just her alter ego Kristen Stewart, but it doesn't seem right. P.S. I still haven't watched the movie cause it's not out in my country yet. I so desperately want to watch it, sigh. To her she-bear, I just realized Rosalie's Pav wasn't there. Gosh, this is what happens when you spend hours typing away. So sorry. But Rose's and Bella's time together was what her Pav was supposed to be about, so we didn't miss anything. And yes, the hairbrush was Rose's special gift. Also, I'm going to stay true to the story and have Edward a perfect gentleman, refusing all those females. And I think Brunette Jibe was him teasing Bella, so I'm not going to work that angle of him getting interested in another female. To Edward. To Reader 13 loves books, that is something to think about, Jazz won't be pleased. To Smarty Witch, I know it's odd since she's so young, but Alice had to have the vision when she did. Or Bella would have ended up Bella Cullen at 7, and it'd be weird when she's a teen. Not completely believable for everyone to forget about it after a while. I mean, they won't think of it 24/7, but whenever they see EXB together, they think of it, like. Of course they're like that because oops, not thinking it, don't worry, no creepy 17 years old falling in love with 7 years old. I'm no perv. Now it's just a very strong friendship. You know Edward. Bella's vulnerable. He cares about her. Overprotective. Thank you to everyone who read, reviewed and voted. Just to inform you, there are a few more chapters with Bella at ages 7/8 of a year old. Let me just list it down. 13. London Calling Cullens and Hales move to London. 14. Bella's week alone with the Cullen boys. 15. Denali surprise. During this time, Edward will get more and more suspicious until Alice shows him a part of the future. He gets hysterical, but no running away, I promise. I, too, was upset by the lack of the Adonis that is Edward in NM. Then we move on to when Bella's 11. 1 or 2 chapters there, before we move on to Bella at 13, London, and Edward finding out. If that is too fast for any of you, or if you think I should add something in between, please let me know. P.S. I also wanted to bring in the Volturi for 1 chapter or 2. Nothing horrible. I just read some stories with the Volturi in them and they seemed way OOC compared to the books. Also wondered if any of you knew how old Jane is physically. I only know she's Alex's twin. Okay, I'm so sorry for yet another and I know you guys hate that. I do too. But there were a lot of issues I needed to clarify first. Thank you for reading. 2 chapters on their way. Juliet. London Calling A.N. Thank you so much for the reviews. Here's the chapter where they move to London. P.S. I know nothing about London, so don't throw me in the fire or anything if and when I get things wrong. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Bella, Edward, Emmett, Esme. Bella's POV. My room was almost empty now, except for the bed, the vanity and the wardrobe. Alice said the new house was going to have new furniture. We were going all the way to London. When I asked Jasper where that was, he'd shown me the world map. That is a long way to go. He said we would take the plane. I was afraid of taking the plane. Emmett told me stories about how people went on flights, and then the plane crashed in the middle of the ocean, or on an island, and they have to eat each other because they would starve if they don't. Esme grounded him for a month. He'd continue his punishment at our new home. Jasper told me a secret. He has a cool power too. He could make someone feel anything. To prove it, he made Alice really mad at Edward for no reason, and we watched while she chased him around the house for an hour. Carlisle promised not to tell Esme about it when she got home from hunting. Then Jasper made Emmett cry over everything. And I mean everything. He cried when Rosalie threw him a glare. He cried when he lost a poker game. He cried when Esme came home and scolded him for breaking a vase. I felt bad for him, so I told her the real culprit of the crime, Carlisle. He was trying to play catch with me, but he threw too hard and broke the vase instead. Esme didn't get mad at him. Instead, she got mad at Jasper for using his gift to manipulate everybody's feelings. He said he was only proving his point to me. If I got scared on the plane, he would know and he'd calm me down. I didn't believe he could until he calmed Esme down so much she almost toppled over from an overdose of Serenity. Yeah, he got grounded, too. But I felt better. I still didn't want to leave the house, though. Edward was leaving his piano here. How would he play for me in London? He said he had another piano there, but it still didn't make me want to go. My mommy and daddy were here. In Forks. I can't see them anymore, but I could visit them at the cemetery. Edward took me yesterday to tell them goodbye for now. I got really upset and cried for 3 hours straight. Edward had to calm me down by saying that my parents are never really gone. They would always be in my heart and my memory. I had to go on with life and make them proud to have me as their daughter. I had to be strong, and smart, and kind. I knew I was being stubborn. Everyone was already downstairs. But I missed it here already and we haven't even left. I just didn't want to go. I had a nice room, we had a nice house. Rose had sat me down and told me that moving was a part of being a Cullen. To which I responded that I wasn't a Cullen, I was a Hale. She'd laughed and said, it's part of being a Hale, too, Angel. They had to move, to keep up appearances. They would never grow old. People would suspect they weren't human if they stayed. And I loved them. I wanted to be with them. I go with them. I just miss being here, that's all. There was a knock at the door, and I lifted my head to see Edward leaning against the door frame, a sad smile on his face. Are you ready to leave? He asked quietly. I shook my head frantically, my gaze dropping to my lap once more as I kicked my legs while I sat on the edge of my bed. Well, what was once my bed? Edward sighed and came into the room. He sat next to me. You know, London won't be so bad, he said. In fact, you might like it there. There's going to be new friends, new people. I was still silent, and wasn't even looking at him as he said all this. Don't you want to come with us and Lily? He whined playfully. You don't want to be left behind, do you? My head shot up and I gazed at him in panic. No, I yelled, climbing onto his lap. Edward laughed a little, rubbing my back soothingly. It's all right, Bella. We would never leave you, he soothed. Promise. I promise. I sighed as my gaze swept around my room once more. Then I looked up into Edward's smiling topaz eyes and shrugged. Okay. Let's go to London. Our flight was in an hour's time. It was 7:30 in the morning when we got to the airport. I hadn't had breakfast. There wasn't any food left in the kitchen, and Esme had packed all the kitchen knives because Emmett had taken up a habit of throwing them around. Most of our stuff had been sent to London already, and Alice said that those would arrive a day after we did. We had some clothes and whatnot with us, though. My stomach grumbled loudly as Jasper and Emmett handled our suitcases. Due to their super hearing, they all heard me and turned to look at me. I blushed. Edward chuckled, and offered me a hand. What do you say we go find you some breakfast? He smiled. My embarrassment forgotten, I slipped my small hand in his and let him lead me away from the family to get food. I ate a slice of pizza and drank a cup of hot chocolate. Edward bought me a jelly donut to eat on the way back to the family. He didn't want me to suffer if I got hungry later, since we still had half an hour left before we should board the plane. When we got back to where the family were waiting, I grinned. It was very typically Cullen what I saw. Carlisle had his arms around Esme's waist, and they were watching their children. Alice and Rosalie were sharing a magazine, gasping at certain things they read. Jasper and Emmett were arguing over who won their latest arm wrestling match. Jasper was certain that he'd won, and Emmett said Jasper cheated. Esme had to finally plead Edward to find out who really won. Edward had smirked and told them Jasper had cheated. He'd used his gift to weaken Emmett and had slammed his hand down when Emmett was distracted. Jasper shot Edward a dirty look for ratting him out, but I had another question in mind. Edward? I tugged at his sleeve. He looked down at me as if he was surprised I was there. His face betrayed his guilty expression. How did you know that? No one said anything for a moment, but Edward scowled in Alice's direction. I thought I heard Jasper growl. Edward, I prompted. He sighed, hanging his head for a moment. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes squeezed shut. I waited patiently for him to speak. When he didn't, I climbed off Rosalie's lap and made my way to him. I stood directly in front of him and placed a hand on his arm. You can tell me, I assured him. Edward opened his eyes and gave me a weak smile. Do you promise not to be upset or afraid of me? He asked, his voice almost too quiet for me to hear. But I'd been straining my ears to catch his words, so I nodded my head eagerly. Well, he hesitated. I can read minds, he concluded. My face must have shown the horror I felt, for he immediately turned his face away from me. I danced around to meet his eyes, but every time I stepped to a certain angle to see his face clearly, he averted it again. I sighed loudly. Edward, I complained. He looked at me warily. I bit my lip. Does that mean you can hear everything I think? I asked worriedly. Edward shook his head, the ghost of a smile on his lips. No, Bella. I can't read your mind. Only yours. I don't know why, he trailed off. Well, that doesn't seem too bad, then. But why couldn't he read my mind if he could read other people's minds? I placed my hands on my hips and glared at him. Are you lying? I accused, narrowing my eyes at him. I'd wanted to scare him into telling the truth, but he just chuckled at my behavior. I suppose a vampire like him couldn't be afraid of a 7-year-old human girl. No, I'm not, he answered truthfully. I considered. So he, Alice and Jasper all have powers. Do all of them? I opened my mouth to ask, but Alice shook her head. No, just us 3. I shot her a puzzled look and she giggled, tapping her forehead with a finger. I smacked my forehead with my palm. How could I forget Alice could see the future? I turned back to face Edward, and frowned. Why didn't you want to tell me about reading people's minds? I asked, more confused now than ever. He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. I sighed loudly and climbed onto his lap so I could really look into his eyes without having him avert his gaze. He looked at me, surprised, and I smiled sweetly at him. Tell me, I ordered. I didn't want to scare you, he admitted. It was bad enough for you to hear that monsters are real. I didn't want you to be scared of anything else. I drew in a sharp intake of breath. His head snapped up, and he looked at me, worried. I couldn't speak for a moment. Was this what Edward thought I saw him as? Was this how he viewed himself? He couldn't have been more wrong. And I thought he was the smart one. I struggled to say the words, but I was too angry. You're angry, Edward commented, a look of shock on his face. Of course I'm angry, I yelled. I noticed a few people shoot me a few looks, but I didn't care. I lowered my voice, though, so no one other. Then Edward and the Cullens and Hales would hear what I'd say next. A monster. Is that how you think I see you? He looked confused. You know what I am, Bella, he said in a pained voice. I nodded my head. Yes. You're my best friend. He rolled his eyes. Bella, he groaned, shaking his head. But I spoke before he had a chance to. You're not a monster. You're a very good person. You gave me Lily. And you didn't even eat her, I said, smiling. He raised an eyebrow and I shrugged. Emmett said you liked eating cats. He shot Emmett a dark look, and Emmett only laughed. Big cats, though, he amended through his laughter. I placed my hands on either side of Edward's face to force him to look at me again. It was like pulling a really heavy piece of rock. But Edward obliged and turned to look at me. You're a good person, I said again firmly. You make a lot of people very happy. You are not a monster. He just sat there, his face blank, not saying anything. His eyes were burning into mine and I blushed under the intensity of his golden gaze. Then he smiled. I don't scare you? I shrugged, tilting my head to one side. No more than usual, I teased back. He got this really funny look in his eyes, and he caught me in his arms and pulled me into a bone-crunching hug. Thank God he didn't squish my donut. Edward pulled back and opened her mouth, but Alice interrupted, clearing her throat. Sorry to break up the moment, she laughed. But if we speak any more about, you know what, then someone's going to hear I saw it, she said knowingly. Emmett clapped his huge hands together and smiled slyly at Jasper. Well, then, I guess it's time for Jazzy Boy here. Jasper growled at the nickname and I giggled. To be punished for cheating. Emmett turned to look at me, raising an eyebrow. Any ideas, devil? He asked, deliberately altering my nickname. I bit my lip and thought, then I smiled widely. It was too easy, but it was too perfect. Alice, seeing my punishment for Jasper, burst into peals of laughter. Edward shook with silent laughter as well, having read it in Alice's mind. I'm not hungry anymore, I announced to a confused Emmett, Rosalie, Jasper, Carlisle and Esme. I turned to Jasper and held out my donut. He looked terrified now. Will you finish my donut for me, please? I asked him sweetly. Emmett laughed so hard he fell off his chair. Esme shushed him, but she too had a grin plastered on her face. Jasper stared at the donut like it had cooties on it, then swallowed. No, he said firmly. No way. But Emmett slapped him on the head. You cheated. You have to. Tell him, Mom. He whined to Esme, who merely shrugged. She still looked amused. Jasper snatched the donut from my hand and glared at me. I found this too funny to be afraid. Besides, Jasper would never hurt me. He was just a sore loser right now. With a disgusted look on his face, he started munching on it. Emmett had told me that because vampires don't need human food, they'd have to barf it out if they ever ate it. He said it was okay, though, because sometimes they dare each other to do it. I'd never seen any one of them eat human food, so my eyes were fixed on Jasper. He finished it just in time for us to board the plane. I'm gonna be sick, he muttered. Alice smiled at him sympathetically. You can get sick on the flight, Jazz. Just don't ruin the shirt, she added. Emmett gave me a high five. Emmett's poor Jasper threw up 5 minutes into the flight. I was chortling the whole way. Damn. Remind me never to make Bella mad. If she did that out of playfulness, imagine what she would do out of anger or for revenge. I shuddered at the thought, and I swore I saw Edward smirk. We haven't had the chance to use my prank journal yet. The day after her birthday, Edward had hidden it. He swore he didn't, and Bella believed him, but I knew better. Alice wouldn't help us find it. It was hours later when we found it in the piano. Bella wouldn't talk to Edward for 3 days until he practically had to beg her for forgiveness. I chuckled at the memory, causing Rose to give me an odd look and Edward to glare at me. Jasper sent us both calming waves. I guess he was still feeling too nauseous to deal with additional emotions. I couldn't wait to try out the prank journal with Bella. She could be pretty devious when she wants to. We were taking first-class seats, so I was sitting next to my Rosie. Edward took the seat next to Bella. Jasper, once he got back from the bathroom, of course sat with Alice, and Carlisle with Esme. The light came on for us to buckle in our seatbelts, and we did so, though it was unlikely that any one of us would actually get hurt. Even if the plane crashed, except for Bella, of course, but Edward would get to her before that happened any day. The plane took off, and I noticed Bella gripping Edward's hand with both of hers tightly, her already pale face going even paler. I stifled my laughter. Who knew Bella was so scared of flying? You're the one who told her stories of planes crashing, Emmett, Edward hissed, too low for Bella, or any other humans in first class, to hear. I rolled my eyes at him. He was too overprotective, honestly. Chill, bro. She'll get over it. After all, Bella didn't strike me as someone who'd stick to a fear. She'd outgrow it. Once the plane was in the air, and the light went off to indicate we could take off our seatbelts, Edward pried Bella's small fingers from his hand and proceeded to remove her seatbelt as well as his. Are we gonna crash? She whispered, worried. Edward smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Bella, we won't, he whispered back. Bella calmed down a bit, and I had the feeling Jasper had something to do with it. Soon she was smiling a little even. Lily was in the cargo hold. Rosalie said that if Lily flew with us, Bella would want to take her out of her kennel to play, and that wasn't allowed. Then came the turbulence. Bella whimpered, reaching blindly for Edward, her eyes squeezed shut, her entire body shaking. In one fell swoop, Edward had lifted her from her chair and cradled her against his chest. Bella buried her face in his chest and breathed heavily. All right. Now I felt guilty for telling her all those stories. They were meant to be a joke. I didn't know she'd take them so seriously. Of course, Jasper sensed my guilt and turned it up a notch. Or 2. Or 3. What the hell, Jasper, I snapped. He grinned back at me, unrepentant. I scowled and settled back in my seat. Soon enough, Bella calmed down and went back to her seat. A stewardess walked by to hand us our meals. We really didn't need the food, but we had to pretend to eat them to avoid suspicion. The stewardess going down Edward and Bella's row shot him a flirtatious smile. I choked back my laughter. I didn't need Jasper's empathic abilities or be able to read her mind to know what she wanted. She handed Edward the vegetarian meal. Ironic, no, with a smile, she asked in what I supposed was a husky voice if he wanted anything else. Edward looked partially horrified as he tried to put on his poker face. I'm guessing her thoughts were less tame than her actual actions. Edward took the easy way out. He asked Bella. She scrunched up her nose, then tugged at the stewardess' shirt. She didn't seem to realize that Bella was trying to get her attention. I rolled my eyes. She was too busy staring at an uncomfortable Edward. Frustrated, Bella stood up on her seat. Bella, Edward called out, alarmed, reaching out to steady her before she fell or something. Knowing Bella, that was entirely probable. Since she stood on her seat, Bella came face to face with the stewardess. I want orange juice, she announced. Esme cleared her throat loudly and gave Bella a reprimanding, motherly look. Bella added, please, to the end of her sentence. The stewardess looked shocked, as if she hadn't registered someone sitting next to Edward. Of course, she said, pouring Bella a cup of orange juice. She handed it to Bella with an exaggerated fake smile. I winced. Bella hated it when people did that. It might just be her age, but she was extremely blunt. I hoped she didn't say anything appropriate. Then again, entertainment would be nice. Edward pulled Bella down to a sitting position before allowing her to drink the juice. The stewardess looked back at Edward and grinned. She's so adorable, she cooed, pinching Bella's cheek. Bella stopped drinking and glared at her. Is she your sister? Edward looked uncomfortable. No, he really wasn't Bella's brother. Funny how even now he could sense that though he didn't understand it. I knew they weren't there yet, but their interactions were still comical most of the times. No, he mumbled. The stewardess wasn't fazed. She's such a cute little girl, she continued. You must be really good at looking after her, she commented, her voice taking that husky tone to it again. I saw Edward shooting daggers at Jasper and realized that my dear brother was giving that woman lusty shots of confidence. I almost rolled on the floor laughing. But Bella had other plans. She stood up to look at the stewardess in the eyes. Edward groaned and tried to get her to sit down again. But she didn't listen. I'm not little, she said bitingly. I'm 7. She held out her hands. 5 fingers played on one, and 3 fingers curled on the other, to show 7 fingers. The stewardess blinked. I'm a big girl, Bella added, hands flying to her hips. I heard my family trying to hold in their laughter. The poor stewardess was embarrassed enough. Edward pulled Bella back down to a sitting position, and told her not to stand. It's dangerous, Bella, he told her. Funny how his voice didn't even sound angry. Bella wanted another cup of orange juice. The stewardess scowled slightly, but obliged. Nice kid, she snapped at Edward. Edward only gave her one of his patented charming smiles he used on humans, especially the women, to get his way, and nodded his head. The best, he agreed, as if she had actually complimented Bella. The stewardess stared at him, shocked for a moment, then she continued on down the aisle. Edward's paw. Bella had fallen asleep halfway through the flight. She hadn't gotten much sleep yesterday because she'd been too worried about flying. Emmett just had to tell her those stories. I sighed. I glanced down at her. She hadn't really woken up, only staying conscious long enough for me to buckle her back in her seat before the plane landed, and unbuckle her to carry her out of the plane. We'd passed the atrocious woman neither Bella nor I were fond of on the way out. Honestly. Who hired these people? I shuddered. We were now waiting for Alice and Rosalie to come pick us up in our rentals. Our cars had already been sent to our new estate. I would have gone to pick up the rentals myself, but Bella had fallen asleep in my arms and I really didn't want to hand her over to anyone else. She had her head nestled in the crook of my neck, her thin legs wrapped around my middle. Coco Teddy the bear, undoubtedly one of her favorite soft toys, was cradled between my cold chest and her warm body. She never slept without that thing since she'd gotten it. I smiled down at her. Bella stirred a little and blinked up at me. Are we there yet? She asked sleepily. I shook my head no. Don't forget Lily, she mumbled before closing her eyes again. She slept through the entire journey to our new home. It was beautiful as always, thanks to Esme. A secluded Victorian mansion covered by forestry, completely shrouded from view of the humans. This would be perfect for us. Not to mention, our high school was within the town itself. It was pretty cloudy most of the time here, raining almost as much as it did in Forks. It only made the weather twice as cold since we were in London, after all. When Rosalie drove up to the mansion, Bella stirred, yawning as she opened her eyes. Her mouth fell open as she stared up at the 3-story mansion in front of us. I chuckled. Do you like it? I asked. She blushed at being caught staring. It's big, she mumbled, burying her overheated face in my cool chest. I fought the urge to laugh harder. Bella didn't need the embarrassment. Rosalie, Esme, Bella and I climbed out of the car while Emmett was going to drive the rental back to the airport. How will you get back? Bella asked innocently, staring up at Emmett with her big chocolate eyes. He shrugged, grinning. I'll run. Speed was a natural part of our nature. In fact, it was pretty exhilarating. I loved it, as did everyone else in our family. It's why we talk so fast, why we drive so fast. When we run, we do it equally as fast. Her eyes widened. That's a long way to run, she said. Won't you get tired? Emmett chuckled. Of course not, silly. I'm a vampire, remember? He pointed at his chest as he said this. Bella, realizing that he meant he would use vampire speed, started to laugh. Emmett and Jasper drove Alice's and Rose's rentals back to the airport, though it looked suspiciously like they were racing back. I hoped they didn't spoil the cars. Our cars normally undergo a few changes by Rosalie before we could drive them that fast. We went inside, Bella holding my hand with one of hers and clutching Coco in another. She was anxious to see Lily again. Alice was already dancing around the place inside, driving Carlisle, Rosalie and Esme mad. She was too excited about this place. Most of the furniture were already in place. Esme had done it all during her renovations. But our things weren't here yet. Most of it will arrive later today, or tomorrow. Alice said there was going to be a possible delay. But Lily was already out of her kennel, shyly maneuvering around this unfamiliar territory. When she saw Bella, she quickly darted forward to brush her soft body against Bella's leg. Bella giggled, and bent down to play with Lily. I smiled, and let go of her hand, going around to pick Bella's bags and mine to put it in our respective rooms. My room was nearly an exact replica of the one back in Forks. Golden in different shades. There were shelves along the walls for my music collection, and the black sofa was almost identical. Bella's room was blue, but Alice, I'm guessing, had persuaded Esme to add purple and pink around the room. I chuckled, placing Bella's bags on the floor. I hoped she liked purple and pink. When I got back downstairs, Bella was still on the floor, playing with Lily, dangling Coco in front of her. Lily was attempting to claw at Coco, but she couldn't reach. Bella was giggling the whole time. Bella, I called out. Do you want to see your new room? I asked. Her eyes lit up and she scrambled to her feet. I'm carrying Coco, she pouted at me. Can you carry Lily for me, please? She asked, batting her eyelashes at me. I groaned inwardly. All she had to do was say the P word, and I was a goner. I'd just do whatever she asked me to. How was this fair? I nodded my head and strode forward. I scooped Lily up in one hand and grabbed onto Bella's hand with my other. If I didn't, she'd fall over anyway. We made it up the spiraling stairs, and I was grateful that they were wide steps. Bella wouldn't fall as much this way. Maybe Esme intended it to be this way for that purpose. Once we were outside Bella's room, I pushed it open. Bella gasped. There was a queen-sized bed in the middle of the room with blue satin spread and pillows, pushed against the wall, facing the windows. I could only guess that the reason for a queen-sized bed was because Bella tended to roll in her sleep and would have ended up on the floor had I not, accidentally been there to catch her. Esme had placed rods on the ceiling right above the bed and both sides of the wall on either side of it. A canopy was draped over the rods, where it flowed all the way to the floor. On either side of the bed, there was a bedside table. On the left side of the wall, just above the bedside table, hung a garden trellis nailed to the wall. Lilac and freesia clung to it. On the bare wall, someone, presumably Alice, had placed a shadow box with a purple tutu, hair scrunchie and ballet shoes in it. Next to it was a floor-length mirror with a white frame with pink roses carved on the surface. Then there was a vanity, a wardrobe, the door to her own bathroom. Of course, there was also her play area. There was a deep red rug somewhere to the far left, near the fireplace. I'm assuming Esme won't allow that fireplace to be used unless there was an adult with Bella. The toy shelves were empty because her things hadn't arrived yet. But I could see the small round table near the fireplace, with a small armchair obviously meant for Bella next to it. The table had a purple and pink quilt on it, acting as a table topper. I snuck a look at Bella, who had frozen on the spot, her mouth hanging open. She stood staring at the room, unblinking. I chuckled and bent down, releasing Lily to play. She headed straight for the play area, where she had her own scratch post and kitty toys and her small kitten bed. Do you like the room? Bella finally blinked, taking in a ragged breath. She must have stopped breathing when we entered. I laughed. Bella glared at me. "So not funny," she muttered, stomping into the room, and attempting to climb on the bed. She failed, countless times. Shaking my head, I picked her up and set her on the satin sheets. It was true, Esme and Alice had overdone it this time. Even I could see that. Bella was blinking back tears and I frowned. I truly didn't understand her sometimes. Why on earth was she crying now? "Why are you crying, Bella?" I asked, sitting next to her. "Am not crying," she said defiantly, crossing her arms across her chest and sniffing. I raised an eyebrow and she rolled her eyes. "Fine." She dragged out the word, as if she was exhausted from all my prying. I grinned. "This must have been a lot of trouble for Esme," she said softly, trailing aimless patterns on the sheet with a gentle finger. I smiled. So that was what she was worried about. Silly Bella. This must have been such a shock for her, truly seeing for the first time. How out of control Esme and Alice can get, spoiling her like this. Her room back in Forks wasn't done properly, according to them, because we were stayed there for a few weeks. They had put more time and effort into this room. But Bella was a self-conscious child, even at age 7. She hated it that Esme and Alice must have worked so hard on this, just for her. I placed a finger under her chin to lift her face. I smiled down at her. Hey, this makes her and Alice happy, I told her. Bella looked incredulous. I had to admit. When Esme and Alice first started collaborating and going crazy over everyone's rooms when we all got together, I didn't understand what the allure was either. I still don't. I just knew it was pointless to argue. No, really, I said. They make a big fuss over everyone's room. Don't worry about it. They love doing this, and they'd love to know you like your new room, I encouraged. Bella sighed, and looked around again. It's a lot, she said slowly. But I think it's nice, she admitted, smiling shyly at me. I laughed, jumping off the bed. Do you want to see my room? I offered. Esme's paw of Alice couldn't stop bouncing next to me as we eavesdropped on Bella's conversation with Edward. We had both put a lot of hard work into decorating Bella's room. I'd taken care of all the shelves and whatnot. Alice had decorated. Alice was particularly fond of the ballerina shadow box. It's a lot, I heard Bella say, but I think it's nice. I covered my ears as Alice let out a glass-shattering squeal. I could hear Edward laughing upstairs. I stopped eavesdropping on Edward's time with Bella, and went around to straighten out the place, Alice dancing around as she helped me. Carlisle had gone straight to his new study to check the interiors. I'd done everything to his liking. I smiled, thinking of how he'd love the new Victorian table I'd gotten for him. Rosalie had gone straight to the garage to check on her precious car. I sighed. Jasper and Emmett were due to be back any second now. Our things were slated to arrive by this evening, but Alice had told us of a certain incident that would delay it until tomorrow morning. I glanced at the stairs, and thought, we haven't taken Bella out as an entire family yet. We'd all spent time with her separately. And we'd all spent time as a family inside, on movie nights and such. But we hadn't done anything together outdoors. The children would be starting school soon. Carlisle would start working at the hospital on Monday. Bella would be registered in school soon, as well. She was 7, and would be attending primary school. Edward and I had had a serious discussion about this. He was convinced that Bella should be home-schooled. You don't know how insane humans are, Esme. For all we know, a crazy kid might bring a gun to school to shoot everyone. They're children, 7-year-olds, Edward, be reasonable, I had calmly tried to dissuade him. Jasper, having studied psychology more than once, had said that it was Edward's overprotective streak that had him lashing out. He wanted Bella safe, and what was safer than having her study at home? It was also his reluctance at having Bella grow up. When she goes to school, she would make new friends, and learn new things, and socialize. She would be growing up. He was afraid she'd drift apart from us, from him. Oh, Edward, how could that even happen? I sighed, shaking my head. Maybe we should take Bella out today, before our things arrived, of course. Alice would see when that was, and we'd have plenty of time. I just wanted us all to have one special day together before beginning our lives here in a foreign place. Alice squealed again and hugged me from behind. A picnic. She jumped, excited. How nice. Yes. I smiled. How nice, indeed. A great way for all of us to bond with Bella. Like I said, I know virtually nothing about London. I read somewhere that Essex and Norwich are rainy, but I have no idea if that's true. I really should take a trip to the UK, soon. I have a fair share of readers from the UK, right? Please help. I have a thing about giving names of towns and such in my stories, and I'd prefer it to be a real town. Do you know of such a place matching the description above? It's a vague description, so it's not too specific. Where do you see the Cullens moving to in the UK? Tell me, please. And, of course, review, and tell me what you think of this particular chapter. I need to know. Remember, just a few chapters left until we skip ahead to when Bella's about 10 or 11. Thank you, Connor and I.A.N. Okay, I know I said 2 more chapters, till she's 11. But I needed to add 1 more before that. This is the picnic, and the Cullens meeting a new coven of vampires. I just wanted to see little Bella's reaction to them, especially to their little surprise, lol. I'm being vague, I know, but that's what less sleep does to you. I swear I just talked to Elvis in my room. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs, Carlisle, Edward, Rosalie, Bella. Rosalie's paw, not even an hour in the house and Bella's managed to fall 3 times. Honestly, she has got to be the most clumsy girl who ever lived. But I still love her. The odd thing is, she never cried when she fell. She'd sniffle a little, look sad, and she'd accept a hug, but she never cried. Her level of maturity impressed me and scared me at the same time. We're already here in London. I'd be going to school soon, and Bella would be growing up. I knew time wouldn't have stood still if we'd stayed in Forks either, but this just made it all the more real. I wanted to stay at home. We've gone to school plenty of times before. If Carlisle and Esme said that I was being homeschooled or if I dropped out, it wouldn't be suspicious at all, would it? These were all normal human things. But Carlisle said that it drew more attention to us, and he didn't want that. Bella would be going to school, but she would be home a lot sooner than I would. Esme said she could handle Bella until we got home. I knew she could. I just wanted more time with my daughter. I knew it was ridiculous to the others, but I felt insane jealous of Esme for getting that time. Esme wanted to go for a picnic today. Our things won't be arriving until tomorrow morning. Bless Alice and her visions. Bella seemed excited about it, and the day was perfect for a picnic, cloudy, slightly wet, but not raining. Alice said it wouldn't rain until nighttime, so Alice had run upstairs to raid through what little change of clothes she'd packed for Bella, and Esme had sent Emmett out to get some sandwiches for Bella. It was a picnic after all. I sighed as I waited for the others to come down. I didn't know what I was expecting, having Bella in my life. I just knew that I wanted to be her mother, someone who would look out for her, someone who does all the motherly things for her. She called me Mommy, but then again, she called Esme the same thing, too. It was vain to be jealous, but I couldn't help myself. Hey, I jumped a little and smiled sheepishly at Jasper as he wandered into the room. You okay? He asked, frowning. I could sense the sadness and guilt all the way from my room. I smiled. Jasper could be a real brother when he wanted to be. I had to give him that, but I wasn't so sure that I wanted to talk about this with him. It would just be plain embarrassing. Not to mention the fact that everyone in the family, bar Bella, would be able to hear me. Edward already heard it, every single one of my thoughts. I didn't need anyone else knowing, too. I knew Esme loved Bella, too, maybe even as much as I do. She had lost her child, and I'd lost the chance to have a child. Bella was our second chance. I just needed to learn how to share, I suppose. I shook my head. It's nothing, Jasper, I said. Thank God my voice didn't crack. I'm worried about Monday, you know? Less time with Bella. More time with ridiculous hormonally-charged teenagers. I'll be fine. He just stared at me for a moment, then he leaned forward to whisper only for my ears to hear. I know that's not it. If you want to talk, Rose, I'm there. He gave me a small smile before disappearing up the stairs. Alice was lucky to have him. I was lucky to have Emmett. He wasn't the most serious guy around most of the times, but that's how I like him. He took my mind off things. But when I needed my man to be there for me, he always was. Emmett was a surprisingly attentive guy. I could always talk to him about my problems. I just wasn't sure if I wanted him to know my selfish side in regards to Bella. I'm just allowed, right? I knew that I wasn't the one to find her. I wasn't the first to hold her. Those rights belonged to Edward, Carlisle and Esme. But I still loved her. I wanted her to be mine. I still do. But if half is all I can get, I'll take it, Mommy. My head snapped up, and my eyes found my Bella as she carefully made her way down the stairs, one step at a time. She was wearing jeans and a white shirt, a jacket with a hoodie over it. I watched as she stumbled a little, and was there faster than a blink of an eye to catch her. She smiled sheepishly up at me, and I carried her down the last few steps. Bella, I said warningly, though I couldn't help the smile that crept up my face. I set her down on her feet in the living room. I knelt down in front of her to be at her eye level. Try to be careful? Sorry, she pouted. I laughed, and reached forward to zip up her hoodie jacket. You excited to go for our picnic? I asked, grabbing her by the waist and lifting her off the ground. Bella shrieked in surprise, then wrapped her legs around my waist for support. She nodded her head, yes. Emmett said we could collect worms. I wrinkled my nose, and rolled my eyes. Worms? Of all the things, did I mention that Emmett could also be a real idiot from time to time? Why would Emmett, I growled out his name, want to collect worms? Bella shrugged. He said he wanted to. Bella, Emmett emerged at the top of the stairs. He rushed down the steps at vampire speed, and clamped a hand over Bella's mouth. "You're not supposed to tell anyone," he said urgently. I rolled my eyes again and shoved his hand away. "Are you planning some vile trick with her, Emmett?" I asked. "Don't do that, okay? You're turning her into a trickster, and I don't like it. The next thing you know, the two of them will be Wednesday and Pugsley. Gross." I heard laughter coming from behind Emmett's large figure and Emmett turned, moving aside so I could see as well. Edward descended from the stairs gracefully, humor in his eyes. I glared at him, and placed one hand on my hip while the other securely held Bella against me. "Aren't you going to yell at him for asking her to pick worms?" I demanded. Edward shrugged. "As long as she doesn't eat them," he replied cheekily. I fumed. So apparently, the prank would not include him. Traitor. Bella's pav they took me to the park. It was slightly windy, but Rosalie said it was okay because it wasn't enough to mess up her hair. There was, apparently, enough clouds in the sky. I didn't know what that meant, but Alice said that I'd find out soon enough, so I didn't ask any more questions. Our stuff haven't arrived yet, but Esme managed to get me sandwiches and juice in a picnic basket and a picnic blanket. Rose won't let me play until I ate a sandwich. She said that the last time I ate something was on the plane, and that was hours ago, so she didn't want me to get sick. Emmett didn't have to eat anything first, so he could go play. I sulked when I sat down to eat, but when I bit into the sandwich I realized that I actually was hungry. I ended up eating too before joining Emmett play with the ducks. It was really fun. We chased them around the pond, and Emmett even fell in to scare the ducks that had gotten in the water. Emmett then said we should look for our worms, and took out an empty jar and 2 small spades. I was supposed to look on my left, and he was supposed to look on my right. I caught quite a lot of worms, and I needed to put them in the jar before they escaped, but Emmett had the jar. I turned around to find him and saw that he was already making his way towards me. He stooped down to my level on his knees and grinned at the worms. "Hey, kiddo. That's a lot of worms there. Good work." He started to place them in the jar, one handful at a time. The jar was empty before my worms were dumped into it. I was about to scold him for slacking when I noticed that there was a feather stuck to his mouth. Edward and Alice started laughing in the distance. I narrowed my eyes at Emmett and placed my hands on either side of my hips. "Emmett?" I asked, tapping my foot and crossing my arms across my chest. Why do you have a feather stuck to your lips?" He looked surprised, like he hadn't noticed it. He quickly swiped at the feather, looking guilty the whole time. I glanced around the park, and noticed the ducks. I gasped. "You didn't?" I slapped him lightly on the shoulder. I knew if I hit any harder, it would only hurt me. He wouldn't feel a thing. Emmett only shrugged sheepishly. "I wanted to know how they'd taste like," he grinned. I rolled my eyes and made my way to where he was supposed to have dug for worms we needed more for our plan. Emmett followed me in silence. After a moment, I asked, "So how'd they taste like?" "Like chicken." We dug around a bit and found a lot of worms. They were all wriggly and gross, but I didn't mind it. Alice minded, though. She yelled at Emmett for ever letting me touch the worms. She'd thought Emmett was just kidding when he decided to look for worms, and that I would never actually do it. I suppose her anger had more to do with the mud on my hands and my outfit more than anything. She spent 20 minutes trying to get it all out, but some things even a vampire couldn't do. Jasper pretended to be mad about the plane incident. Barfing isn't a pleasant experience. But I knew he was joking. I saw him smile when he thought I wasn't looking. So I ended up being chased by him around the park. He used human speed for a while, then we reached the woodland area and, while no human was around, he ran at me full vampire speed, and scooped me up. I shrieked as loud as I could, laughing at the same time. I thought my heart was going to stop because of the adrenaline. Then he froze, his smile slipping away. I waved a hand in front of his eyes, but he didn't even blink. He had that look of concentration on his face, the one he used whenever I asked him to redo my Rubik's Cube. I kept messing it up after he's done just to see him do it again. It annoyed him to no end, so it was funny to watch. His eyes had gone black, but it wasn't out of hunger, I could tell. He blinked and looked down at me. He looked scary for a moment, that I shivered. His expression softened, but the focused look in his eyes didn't go away. He leaned forward to whisper in my ear. "We're going to go back to the family. Be very quiet," he said. I felt my lip tremble. Even I could guess that danger must be around the corner. It was one of the things Edward and Esme had talked to me about, after they'd given me time to deal with the fact that they were vampires. They said that if we were out somewhere, and one of them sensed danger, I should be very quiet, stick to the family, and follow instructions. But I nodded my head, and buried my head in Jasper's chest while he cradled me and ran all the way back to the family. He slowed down to human speed once we broke through the woodland. The family had already packed the things. Emmett was nowhere to be seen. Edward held out his arms for me the moment Jasper reached them, and he complied. I whimpered and clung onto Edward, while he rubbed my back, soothing me. "How long?" Jasper asked Alice. She wasn't looking at him, or at any one of us. She didn't even look as if she was paying attention. But she replied, "Anyway. A few minutes. We won't make it out in time, they've already caught our scent," she murmured. Edward's grip around me tightened. "But they want to talk," Alice said, raising an eyebrow as she finally turned to look at us. "They're vegetarians." Edward sighed out loud, then smiled down at me. "It's all right, Bella," he told me. Carlisle spoke up. "Why don't we head back?" he suggested in his authoritative tone. "If they are vegetarians, then they mean us no harm. I don't think out in the open like this is any way to meet new friends." Rosalie scoffed, but Carlisle ignored her. He turned to Alice, raised an eyebrow, and waited patiently. After a moment, Alice opened her eyes and nodded her head, smiling. "It'll work. They'll follow us," she announced. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a good thing or not, but the others seemed content enough with this. Edward refused to put me down though, and carried me all the way to where his Volvo was parked. When we arrived home, Alice whisked me upstairs to change clothes. She said that being covered in mud and dirt wasn't a good way to meet friends. She didn't take as long as she usually did on my outfit or my hair, though, and I supposed this was because friends were on the way. But in her vampire speed, she didn't need all that long. She dressed me in a pink knee-length dress with bows all over it, and let down my hair. For the life of me, I just couldn't understand her need to dress me up 5 different times every single day. She picked me up with one hand and rushed me down the stairs before I even had the chance to gasp. She put me down and Edward immediately stood partially in front of me, as if he wanted to block me from the people visiting. The front door was already open, Carlisle standing in front of it. I heard a whoosh sound, then Carlisle stepping back to let in a couple and their son. He looked to be about 10 years old. All 3 of them were pale white, and as they approached, I could see their golden eyes. "I'm Haley," the woman said, smiling at us. "This is my husband, Matt, and our son, Connor." They seemed so normal. I suppose that was to be expected, since the Cullens were normal, too. I just didn't know why the others were so anxious in the beginning. Maybe they thought Haley, Matt and Connor drank human blood. "I'm Carlisle." Carlisle stepped forward, hand extended. Matt took it first, smiling widely. "This is my family. My wife, Esme." He nodded at her. "My children Emmett and Rosalie, Edward and Bella, Alice and Jasper." While Haley and Matt smiled at the rest, Connor's eyes never left mine. He raised an eyebrow. "Is she human?" he asked, his question directed to everyone in the room. He was still looking at me. "Yes, she is," Carlisle responded. I felt Edward stiffening in front of me. "But she is very much a part of this family." Connor didn't respond for a moment. "Why don't you change her?" "She's too young," came Edward's quick, stiff reply. Connor shot him a look before seeking my gaze yet again. "I'm 10, he announced unnecessarily. Haley and Matt must have sensed the family's discomfort at speaking about this. I was mainly confused. Change me? I'd have to ask Edward later. Now, Connor, let's not be rude," Haley laughed, placing a hand on Connor's shoulder. I didn't find Connor rude. I thought he seemed nice, though we haven't actually talked to each other. He didn't look mean or anything. He just looked at me, like he'd never seen another kid before. "How about we sit down, and have a little chat?" Esme suggested, walking over to take her place beside Carlisle. "Sounds like a good idea," Matt replied, smiling. "Sounds boring," Connor muttered, loud enough so I could hear. I giggled. He smiled at me. "Want to go play with the grown-ups talk?" he asked, his golden eyes lighting up. I thought, then nodded my head. "Okay." Edward held me back by the arm and I looked up at him, confused. "I thought you were supposed to be nice to people when they visit you at home." "Oh, it's all right," Haley interrupted. Connor's just excited to see a human girl. Edward stared at Connor for a long moment, reading his mind, I'm guessing, before letting go of my arm. Stay close, Bella, he told me. I nodded my head and stepped around his legs. Connor held out a hand, which I took. Maybe vampires don't have cooties. Let's go. Play in my room, I suggested. I couldn't wait for him to see Lily. Connor and I played video games. The other toys were too girly for him, but it was okay. Emmett and Jasper taught me how to play, so I was basically winning. While we played, and I won, Connor and I talked. His parents were changed a few months after he was born. Connor was raised by an uncle until he was 10. Near his 11th birthday, Connor's uncle died. He had no other relatives, so his parents took him and changed him, because they didn't want him to go into foster care. They had been watching over him all the while. He had been frozen at 10 for 15 years now, and had learnt self-control long enough to be able to finally come out in public, be in the same place as other people. I go to school here, you know, he stated proudly. As it turned out, Connor and I would be in the same school, just different grades. I told Connor about my story, how the Cullens found me, how they decided to keep me since I'd go into foster care if they didn't. Our stories were somewhat similar. Connor wanted to know why the Cullens didn't change me, turn me into a vampire like them. I didn't even know such a thing was possible. To be honest, I hadn't given much thought to how vampires existed. I just assumed they existed. Just like that. I knew the Cullens had human lives before they were vampires. I just never questioned it. I really needed to talk to Edward about this. Finally, after I'd beaten him 4 times, he sighed and put down the controller. He glanced at Lily, who was curled up in my lap. I can't believe you have a cat in a house full of vampires, he laughed. I rolled my eyes. They can't eat Lily, I said. And neither can you. I poked him with the controller once with each word. He laughed again. I promise I won't, he nodded solemnly, his blonde curls bouncing up and down as he did so. Then he glanced towards the door and sighed again. My parents said it's time to go home, he said, smiling at me ruefully. But I'll see you in school, right? His voice was hopeful and it made me smile. I nodded my head and stood up with him. Yeah, I replied. Connor made to move towards the door, but he stopped, came back to me and hugged me. You smell really nice, he stated. I raised an eyebrow, but he only shrugged and waved as he left. Well, at least I'd have one friend at school on Monday. Carlisle's Pav. We had rushed back home from the park, Bella in the backseat of Edward's Volvo, Rosalie and Esme on either side of her, worrying. I couldn't blame them. Being protective over Bella came naturally. Alice's visions had shown her that these vampires were vegetarians, like us, so I forced myself to calm down, even just a little. Fear and worry must be killing Jasper at the moment. I heard them approaching, and went to open the door. I sensed Alice and Bella had joined the others, and trusted Edward to keep Bella safe. A moment later, a couple appeared. What surprised me was the boy that was in front of them. He looked to be about 10, and he was one of our kind. I smiled at them, and led them in. Haley, the woman, introduced herself, her husband Matt and their son Connor. I studied him. He had Haley's blonde curls, but his face was the mini replica of Matt. This was their biological son, if I'm not mistaken. I introduced myself and my family, and Esme suggested we sit down to talk. I suppose there really was a lot to discuss. Their eyes were golden, like ours. Not a speck of red, even from Connor. I wasn't extremely worried, but my centuries of experience taught me to be cautious at the very least. Connor invited Bella to play, and instantly everyone stiffened up, but no one looked as angry and wary as Edward. Haley interrupted to say that Connor really just wanted to play, not make her his meal. Edward reluctantly let her go. I heard them go up to her room to play with her huge array of toys. I gestured to the couch, and Haley and Matt complied. I took the armchair, Esme sitting on the arm of the chair. Edward, Alice and Jasper took the couch, while Rose and Emmett took the recliner Emmett had insisted on buying for God only knows what reason. Haley and Matt took the love seat. They told us about their change, how they'd been changed a few months after Connor was born, and how they'd changed Connor himself after his guardian died. Haley and Matt lived in Northampton as well, but their town home was a few miles north of ours. Connor was attending the same school Bella was registered in. They had been here for 3 years, so far, and would be moving to Scotland in a few years to keep up appearances. It was especially vital for them since they'd changed Connor so young. He could only deceive people until age 12. Beyond that was too conspicuous. We told them about Bella going to school in the same place as Connor, and told them about the children. They seemed like nice enough people, and I wasn't overly anxious by the time we had exchanged our histories. By the time they were done, it was already nighttime and it was pouring cats and dogs outside. Esme politely invited them to stay, which they equally politely refused. They called out to Connor, to tell him they were leaving. I heard him say goodbye to Bella. "But I'll see you in school, right?" "Yeah." I smiled to myself. The two seemed to have forged a friendship in the past few hours. I hadn't exactly been paying much attention to their conversation, but I knew Edward had. I also knew Edward didn't approve of this, from the look on his face. Connor appeared at the bottom of the stairs, a smile on his face. "Come on, Mum, Dad," he said. "Let's head home." Haley, Matt and Connor waved us goodbye as they left. I turned to look at my family after I'd closed the door. "They didn't seem too bad," Emmett commented. Edward shot him a look, growled and shook his head. "That dim-witted son of theirs told Bella about changing, about turning into one of us," he said disgustedly. "Oh, dear. We haven't exactly told Bella that. We didn't want to scare her too much with all the information. The less she knew, the safer she was." He asked her why we didn't change her, he growled. The others were surprised by this, but we kept our mouths shut. I suddenly remembered Alice's visions, but I started naming all the bones in the human anatomy to keep my thoughts from him. I only hoped the others were blocking their minds as well if they'd thought of the visions. Edward stopped pacing to look at us. "Why are all of you suddenly blocking your minds?" he asked, suspicion in his voice. No one replied to this. Edward's hands curled into fists as he fought the frustration building up in him. Before he could speak, or anyone namely Emmett could spill the beans, I interrupted. "Why don't you go check on Bella and tuck her in, Edward?" I asked quickly. "Make sure she's all right with Connor and his parents being around." He looked as if he was about to argue, but nodded his head anyway. As he ascended the stairs, I thought I heard him mutter something about this not being over. Edward's pav was nervous. I knew Bella would have questions for me, but I didn't know if I could answer them. I didn't know if I wanted to. I took a deep breath and went inside her room anyway. Bella was already in her pajamas, trying to coax Lily to climb onto her cat bed. "Hey," I greeted her. Bella turned around and smiled at me. "Are they gone?" she asked, her brows furrowing. I nodded my head, gesturing with my hand for Bella to climb onto her bed. She was still too little and too short to climb on the bed on her own. Thanks to Alice and her crazy need for overdoing things when shopping, I reached down to lift her and placed her in bed. She slid under the covers, but sat up and stared at me. I knew what was coming, so I sat down on the edge of the bed, waiting. "Are you going to change me?" she asked. I would have choked if I was able to. How could she ask that? And so bluntly, so obliviously. Did she even realize what she was asking? To spend eternity in darkness? To drink blood? To kill? She would be a monster? No matter how often she said otherwise, I knew it was true. I was a monster. I killed people. I murdered them in cold blood, because I wanted to survive, because I wanted it. It took a decade for me to get to my senses, and even though Carlisle and Esme took me back, I was never the same. I remembered the people, their faces, their lifeless, drained bodies. I remembered how it felt. I'd liked draining them. I'd wanted it. Was this what Bella wanted? To spend eternity that way? A selfish part of me wondered if that were such a bad thing. I could let her grow up a little more, spend more time as a human, experience life and light. Then I could take her. Change her into one of us. Would that be so bad? To have eternity with her near me? I was already protective over her. Like Bella said, we were best friends. And the entire family loved her. She meant something important to each and every one of us. Would it really be so horrible to have her with us forever? She was already a part of the family. But no, I couldn't do that. Bella didn't really understand what she was asking of me. She didn't fully understand that being a vampire meant being a killer. She didn't grasp that. I knew. She was only 7 years old. 7-year-olds don't understand the magnitude of a matter this serious. I shook my head. "No, Bella," I said firmly. Her bottom lip quivered. "Why not?" she demanded, her eyes growing wide. Because, I said, it's just not going to happen. I'm human. I'll grow old and die, she whispered, her eyes filling up with tears. And I won't be able to follow you anymore if I grow old, will you leave me? My dead heart just about shattered to a million pieces. She was right. When she grew older, we'd have to abandon her. Not just that, but at some point in her life, she'd have to date. Marry some man. Avenue a life with that man, have children. She would have to say goodbye to us, and stay permanently in one place with him. Could I let that happen? Could I let her go? Could I allow her to slip away from me, from us? No, I couldn't. I'd fight to the end for it not to happen. But that was how it was supposed to be. Bella's supposed to grow older, date, have a career, marry, have children, and eventually, die. She was supposed to have a full life. Not being immersed in darkness for eternity. But this was a discussion for the future. She was too young, too innocent, for me to tell her everything. I needed her to keep her innocence for as long as possible. I didn't want to take it away from her. She was too pure for that. No, Bella, I said again, I will never leave you. Promise me? She asked, grasping my cold hands with her warm ones. I promise. At least this was one promise I could keep. Even if she left, or we left, I'd never be able to truly keep my distance. I'd always be around to watch her, protect her. Sleep, Bella, I said. She opened her mouth to argue, but I shook my head. We'll discuss this another time, when you're older. Now is just not the right time. She looked like she would argue, her eyes blazing with the need to know the truth, to know everything. Please, Bella? I pleaded softly. She sighed, and slid down further in bed, resting her head on the pillow. I smiled, and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Good night, Bella. Good night, Edward. I heard her bidding good night to the cat as I went out of the room. I shut the door behind me and sighed, closing my eyes, leaning against the closed door. The issue had been averted for now. But what was I going to do when she asked me again in the future? A better question would be what the others were so desperately keeping from me. I watched Twilight. I watched Twilight. I watched Twilight. Oh, what? Like you weren't all looking for it illegally on the web, whether you've seen it already or not. I think it wasn't nearly as good as the book, but most movies based on novels aren't. There were a lot of differences, but I loved the Cullen kitchen scene. Emmett was so funny, as was Rosalie when she found out Bella already ate. Of course then she got all bitchy Rosalie, the one that not a lot of us liked, and Edward was so not supposed to react like that when he caught a whiff of Bella's scent. Though it was funny. And the bedroom scene. I'd have preferred it to be like the movie, and no Alice and Jasper. Not much at least. I wanted more of their interactions in the hotel room and all that. We had like 2.5 minutes or so of their time together with Bella. How is that fair? Though you have to admit, dancing spontaneously in the cafeteria with Jasper while walking is so Alice. Quotes were great. Funny. Anyway, back to this story. I promise the next chapter is Bella's week with the Cullen boys, the one after that is Denali's surprise. To Maeve Hale, thank you. You don't know how much it means to me every time someone says that. Which isn't a lot at all, but, thanks. Emma Cullen. X. Bella will be attending primary school, as you know. Edward and Alice will be in secondary 3, while Emmett, Jasper and Rosalie will be in secondary 4. I know it's a little strange, but in the book they said that the Cullens came to town a few years before Bella, so Edward and Alice must have started our freshman year, right? I think it fits. And after that they'll go to college for 2 years. Then they take a break because they'll go to college in Alaska when Bella's around 12, before moving to Forks. Please review. Tell me what you think, yeah? Thanks. P.S. I kept doing research and decided that the Cullens should move to Northampton. Thank you to IF Lost Please Return to Me, for suggesting it. And others who suggested different places. I just like to say, after living in sunny climate for the past 17 years of my life, I'd really love to live in England. Bella's week alone with the Cullen boys A.N. I promise girl bonding time, but I think it'll go better when Bella's slightly older. But now, enjoy Bella and the boys a whole week during the holidays. All alone at home. Mayhem, you say? Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Alice, Edward, Bella, Jasper, Emmett, Esme. Yes, all of them. This is going to be a long chapter. I apologize if you're not fond of that. Monday. Alice's POV today is just the beginning of the most beautiful journey of my existence. Rose, Esme and I were heading to Canada, to the largest mall in America, the West Edmonton Mall. I couldn't believe it. Well, yes, I can. I booked the tickets, but that's hardly the point. They have over 800 stores there. Oh, God. How wonderful was this? And not only were we going, we were staying there for a week. This was the best thing ever. Too bad Bella didn't want to come. She'd signed up for ballerina camp, together with her cute friend from school, Rebecca. I honestly don't see her doing ballet very long, but she'd been hard to sway. I wondered what her aversion to shopping was. Oh, well, the girl was young. Give her time. Just a few years with Alice Cullen and she'll love shopping as much as I do. I looked down at my bag. I was carrying a purse only. Why bother bringing things when I was going to buy everything in plain sight? It didn't make sense. I heard a knock at my door and turned around to find Rose grinning at me, her own Hermes bag slung over her shoulder. "Ready, sis?" she asked, her voice teasing. I had only been screaming about this trip since I decided we should go. That was 3 months ago. We had a 1-month-long holiday, right smack in the middle of the year. Where better to spend a vacation than in the biggest mall in America? I missed American land, so this really was perfect. I grabbed my purse and followed Rose out the door. We met Esme in the hallway, equally excited. When we reached the living room, Bella was sitting on the couch, a slightly bigger Lily sprawled beside her. I approached her and her eyes widened in fear. "Don't you want to come, Bella?" I pouted. "No," she screamed, jumping off the couch and hurrying towards Edward. She hid behind him, clutching at his legs as if she was hanging on for dear life. I frowned, but Edward merely laughed. "Come on, Alice. What you view as one of the best pleasures in life, she views as torture," he teased. "Let it go." I scowled, but couldn't help the amusement I felt at Bella's automatic response to, I hated to admit it, danger. She clung to Edward, literally looked at him as her protector, and he was just wrapped around her finger. It was purely a miracle that we'd managed to keep my visions a secret from Edward for months now. It was just a few months to a year since I'd had those visions. Emmett came very close to slipping, but I always saw it beforehand, and Rose was very good at making him forget about everything. My eyes looked around until I saw Edward. I hoped he hadn't read my mind. It was going to be hard to explain. But he wasn't paying attention to me. He was crouching down in front of Bella, as they whispered to each other about watching Peter Pan again. He was desperately trying to convince her not to. "Ah, come on, Eddie," I taunted him. Edward shot a glare at me over his shoulders, but I ignored it. "What you view as torture, she views as one of the best pleasures in life. Let it go." I giggled when Edward growled at me, eyes flashing. All right, Esme interrupted before our sibling banter could reach a new height. "You have our numbers, correct?" she asked, looking at Edward, Emmett, Jasper and Carlisle, Indiana, the eyes sternly, one by one. They all nodded their heads, too wimpy to disobey Esme. Esme whipped around to look at me. "Did you get any visions of this week?" she asked me. I groaned internally. She knew I would tell her if I saw anything horrible happening to Bella. Right now I wanted nothing more to get on that plane and be on my way to Canada. I shook my head. "Everything will be fine, Esme," I said, starting to bounce around again. "Come on, girls. Let's go to Canada." I started squealing. I couldn't help it. After months of anticipation, the day has finally come. I was just so excited. "Have fun, Alice," Jasper smiled, coming forward to wrap his arms around my waist. My excitement dulled a little as I looked into his warm amber eyes. "My Jasper," I sighed, and I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed my lips to his. How I'd miss him. A whole week. I'd seen all the good parts of the trip, but not seeing Jasper for an entire week. Torture. I pulled back, my eyes lighting up. I opened my mouth to speak, but Jasper shook his head, cutting me off. "I'm not coming with you to shop, Alice," he said firmly. I pouted, and he chuckled. "Besides, it's our time to bond with Bella, remember?" I giggled, and crashed my lips to his once more before dragging Rose and Esme from Emmett's and Carlisle's respective embraces. Biggest mall in America, here I come, Edward's POV. The moment Alice, Rose and Esme left, the four of us rounded on Bella. She stared up at us, her wide eyes full of amusement. She knew we had absolutely no idea what to do, or how to entertain her, and she was just waiting to see what we'd come up with. A few moments passed in silence. I switched from looking at Bella, to shooting panicked looks at my brothers and father, and back to looking at Bella. My brothers and Carlisle did the same. Finally, unable to take it, Bella burst into laughter, her ivory face flushed a deep scarlet color. I waited for her to stop, but she only laughed harder. I glanced at Jasper in amusement, and he rolled his eyes, smiling, and used his gift to calm her down. Bella had tears running down the sides of her face when she was done, and she was sitting up on the floor. Emmett bent down, scooped her up and straightened up. "All right, now that that's over," he said sarcastically. "What do you want to do, squirt?" She scrunched her nose in the way we all knew meant she was thinking something over thoroughly. It was endearing and hilarious at the same time to see her take a small question like this so seriously. Then her eyes lit up and a huge smile graced her features. "Let's play Pocahontas," she said excitedly. Bella ended up playing Pocahontas. I was Captain John Smith, Jasper was Governor Ratcliffe, and Emmett played every single other character in the movie, including Grandmother Willow. This threw Bella in hysterics, and thanks to Jasper's gift and Emmett being Emmett, it didn't take long for us to follow. We reenacted the entire movie, which took 4 hours for us, considering Emmett's need to add certain scenes, and Bella playing hide and seek in the middle of Pocahontas and John's secret rendezvous. Finally, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bella collapsed on the couch, yawning, and Lily deciding it was finally safe to come out after all the crazy nonsense that had been going on in the past few hours, curled up in her lap and licked her paw. The phone rang and I grabbed it, quickly going over to sit by Bella to check if she needed anything. "Cullen Residence," I said into the phone. "Hi. This is Connor," said the voice on the other line. Emmett and Jasper were immediately sitting on the couch, looking on interestedly. Bella, who couldn't hear the conversation, was merely trying not to sleep on the couch. "Hello," I said tersely. Connor either didn't catch my curt tone, or he didn't care. Both didn't go well with me. I could sense Jasper sending me calming waves, but it had absolutely no effect on me. This Connor was not only a vampire, he was also someone who had planted the idea of becoming a vampire into Bella's head. How dare he call here? What did he want? "Is Bella there?" "I wanted to talk to her," Connor continued. I hesitated. Should I really give the phone to Bella? She had mentioned being friends with Connor in school. It had helped her since she didn't know anyone in school when she started, and Connor had helped her out. He had shown her classes, introduced her to some friends, that sort of thing. But 6 months had passed. Wasn't that long enough for him to disappear? Bella caught the look on my face somewhere between disgust and horror and placed a gentle hand on my arm. "What is it?" she asked worriedly. I sighed. It wasn't fair of me to keep her from talking to a friend, no matter how much I detested said friend. Besides, they weren't especially close. I knew that. And it would only be a year or 2 before Connor had to move. Who knew? We probably would never hear from him again. And Bella would continue to grow older, and would have no interest in spending time with him whatsoever when that happens. "It's Connor," I said. I hated the way her eyes lit up at that. "He wants to talk to you." Bella held out her hand for the phone and I reluctantly gave it to her. "Connor," she said into the phone. "Yeah, it's me. No, I don't have anything going on." "Well, I have ballet camp on Wednesday. Becca wanted me to go with her. I'm not sure I want to, but I can't break my promise. Tomorrow? I don't know. I have to ask Carlisle." "Hold on," she placed a hand over the mouthpiece and looked around. Carlisle had played the role of the chief of the village in our little game, and he had gone to take the ridiculous headdress Emmett had made for him to wear. "Carlisle?" she called out in a normal tone, as if he was sitting right next to her. He was by her side in an instant. "Yes, Bella?" He smiled at her, taking a seat on her other side. "Could Connor come play with us tomorrow?" she asked sweetly. I groaned internally. She was using that voice, the daddy's girl voice that would get Carlisle to give her anything and everything she wanted. For a 7-year-old girl, she knew exactly how to push everyone's buttons. I could already hear his thoughts, giving in to her. I scowled. He knew how I hated Connor, and he was a vampire, for God's sake. Vegetarian or not, it was dangerous. "Please, Daddy." She batted her lashes. Oh. She never called Carlisle Daddy unless she wanted something. I heard Emmett and Jasper holding in their laughter while Carlisle sighed and said, "Fine, Bella, he could come tomorrow. It'll rain tomorrow, I said abruptly. I was grasping at straws, and I knew it, but I didn't care. Bella shot me a look. He'll play in the house, silly, she laughed, and uncovered the mouthpiece to tell Connor the good news. He, being a vampire, had already heard it, of course. Emmett and Jasper tried to cook Bella some food. She told them to make sausages. But they ended up burning everything, and setting fire to the kitchen counter. After half an hour of extinguishing the fire, it only took less than a minute, but Emmett started a war using the fire extinguisher, spraying it all over at everyone. I finally decided to order the pizza. Emmett took Bella upstairs to get her out of her makeshift Pocahontas dress, one of Alice's dresses cut in several different places, and into some normal clothes. Carlisle picked up a book to read, and I started to play on the piano. We should really enjoy the quiet times before Emmett and Bella decide on doing something as crazy as Pocahontas role-playing again. Jasper, get up here, Bella screamed. I started, alarmed, and Jasper ran up the stairs so fast it was hard for even me to catch it. I started to move upstairs as well, but I heard Emmett's thoughts and chuckled, shaking my head at Carlisle to tell him he needn't worry. Jasper would not be happy. Jasper's POV I was setting up for another video game challenge. Emmett loved the challenge and Bella loved to watch. It was, admittedly, hilarious to see the reactions from him. I never found my reactions funny, though Bella did. Then I heard it. Bella screaming for me. I dropped the controller in my hand and dashed up the stairs. I would have thought she'd call for Edward if she needed help, but me? To make it even weirder, Edward hadn't come rushing up the stairs with me. I burst into Bella's room, half crazed. Bella, I shouted. What is it? Are you hurt? Did you fall? Did Emmett crush you? I looked around the room until I found Bella and Emmett sitting on the floor in her play area. They both looked at me amusedly. I resent that, Emmett said teasingly. I scowled at him. What is it, Bella? I asked. Walking over to where they sat, I saw the toys lined up in front of both of them, as they sat opposite one another. Bella grinned up at me mischievously. We want to show you something, Jazz, she said deviously. I should know better by now if it involved Emmett and Bella was looking like that. Walk away. The safest option possible. But she was giving me that puppy dog look and I melted. So I sighed and sat down opposite them both, facing them. Emmett and Bella turned toward each other, and with a knowing smile, they begun their little play. Union leaders, attack, Bella squealed, using both her hands to make her toys move forward, and beat the soft toys in front of Emmett. Confederates. Emmett's voice boomed. We have to counterattack them. They're evil and hence need to be destroyed. I watched in awe and disgust, as they continued to duel using the soft toys, a reenactment of the Civil War, Emmett and Bella style. No, you die, Bella shrieked, holding a purple elephant and beating away the unicorn plush toy Emmett was holding to her face. We're going to win, so you die, Emmett yelled back, sweeping away half the Confederate army with his big hand. Oh, no, Bella gasped, a hand to her chest. What do we do? Half our men are down. Surrender now, or you'll regret it, Emmett said, still pointing the unicorn at Bella. Never, she squealed, the purple elephant still in hand. I took in a ragged breath. Are you joking? I asked them slowly. They were mocking my days in the army. Of course, Bella probably didn't know any better. This was all Emmett. I growled at him, but he merely grinned back at me. Of course not, Jasper, he chuckled. Sit, enjoy, we haven't gotten to the good part yet. And with that, he snatched the purple elephant from Bella's hand and, using his strength of course, poked the unicorn's horn through it. We're dead, Bella groaned playfully. I stared at them for another second, wondering what crazy dimension I had stumbled into, then stood up, glared at them both, and stalked off. Lunatics, I muttered under my breath. All I got in response were 4 very amused people laughing hysterically. After their little stunt, Bella had fallen asleep. I never truly realized how many naps children take. But that had probably more to do with the fact that we wore her out playing games. We knew she'd wake up after a few hours, hungry for dinner. So we crowded in the kitchen, Carlisle included, to cook her something. Too bad we didn't know what to make her. Usually, Esme cooked for Bella. We had spent the past half an hour brainstorming on what she might want for breakfast. Among the ideas were pancakes. Dinner, Emmett, Not breakfast. Soup. Like that could sustain her. And gingerbread men. Where did you even get that idea? Emmett still thought we should wake her up to ask her what she wanted. Edward thought she needed the sleep. I thought they all needed to calm down because their anxiety and worry were driving me crazy. Edward snorted. You think you have it bad. He shook his head. Emmett has been repeating, she's going to starve. Rose will kill me, in his head for the past 30 minutes. I laughed, but Emmett merely scowled. Maybe we should make her some pasta, Carlyle suggested. She seemed to like that when Esme made it for her, right? Does she even like Italian? I wondered. Emmett shrugged. Well, her name is Bella. After that convincing argument, he says sarcastically, we got to work. Emmett got the cheese, Edward got the meat. The last time Emmett handled meat, he ended up cajoling us into a food fight. Esme wasn't very pleased with that. Carlyle got the pasta, and I got the cookbook. We only knew what was needed, but beyond that, we were clueless. Maybe we should start watching the Food Network more often. After 3 tries, and Emmett throwing a knife through the wall in frustration, successfully breaking through the plaster, we finally made something that resembled pasta. We couldn't actually tell if it tasted good since even if we had the guts to taste it, it would only be repulsive to us. What are you doing? All 4 of us turned around from the pot of pasta to look at Bella, still in the pajamas she had put on for her nap. She was looking curiously at us, crowding around the stove. I smiled brightly at her. We made you dinner. Bella raised an eyebrow incredulously. How? Was the only word she managed to sputter out. I felt like laughing at her incredulity. It was true none of us Cullens had been able to cook for her except for Esme. She loved doing this, it made her feel more motherly. Rosalie mainly obsessed about how much Bella should eat, how healthy she should eat, that sort of thing. We followed instructions. I waved the cookbook in the air. Bella narrowed her eyes, and I sensed the anxiety rolling off of her in waves. She was worried about our cooking. Truthfully, she had reason to be worried. Edward took her hand and led her towards the dining room. Come on, Bella, he said cheerfully. Edward, cheerful. I shook my head. How strange. Emmett will get you a plate of pasta. We'll go settle down in the dining room. Will he also get me juice? I heard her ask hopefully, and laughed. Once we had brought out her plate of pasta and glass of juice, she refused to eat until she had her juice. Bella began to eat. At first she crinkled her nose, but with every bite, I could sense the delight growing stronger. So do you like it? I asked, smiling. Bella nodded her head enthusiastically. I love chicken, she announced, before eating more of the pasta. I stifled a chuckle and exchanged looks with my brothers and Carlyle. There was no need to tell Bella that it was mutton, not chicken. Tuesday Bella's POV. I was so excited. Not only was Alice out of the house as much as I loved her, I was beginning to feel sick every morning when she came in to dress me up. School days were so much better because I had to wear a uniform to school. I was leaving for ballet camp with Rebecca tomorrow. I would miss everyone terribly, but it would only be a week. Edward already promised to let me borrow his cell phone so that I could call him every day. He'd told me to call more than once a day if I felt like it, if I missed him a lot. I had no doubt that I would. But Rebecca was really excited about going to ballet camp. And she was my best friend in the entire world. Asides from Edward. And Alice. And Connor, I think. Why was it that 3 of my best friends were vampires? I sighed, shaking my head as I made my way slowly downstairs. I didn't need to stumble the first thing in the morning today. I would do plenty of that throughout the day. Connor only had a year or 2 left before he had to move someplace else. It was part of the charade, part of the life he had to live. I think I would miss him when he's gone, but we could always call each other and email. Edward saw that once I grew older, I wouldn't want to spend so much time with Connor anymore because he was only 10, physically. He said I would want to spend time with people who look more my age. I didn't know if that was true, but I hope not. Connor was genuinely nice, and he didn't look at me funny the way his parents did sometimes. I think it was mostly because I was a human, living in a house full of vampires. I heard them saying once that my knowing the Cullens were vampires made it all the more strange since I didn't go screaming out the back door. Was it so odd for me to want to stay with the people I loved? When I got to the living room, no one was there. The same went for the piano room and the conservatory. Where is everyone? I muttered to myself. Dining room. I heard Emmett's loud voice. I jumped, startled, and heard 3 beautiful laughter, like a symphony, a moment later. I rolled my eyes. Stupid vampire hearing. They probably heard my heart beating faster. I forced myself to calm down and walked into the dining room. The table was full of breakfast foods, from pancakes to waffles, to Pop-Tart. I raised an eyebrow at Edward, Emmett and Jasper, and sat in my usual chair. They tended to go overboard on occasion. "Where's Carlyle?" I asked, reaching for the waffles. Edward poured me a glass of juice, and a glass of milk. Rosalie probably told him I needed both juice and milk for breakfast. I didn't really, she just read it somewhere and wouldn't let it go ever since. He had to go to the hospital early. There was an accident involving 2 buses. They needed him there, he told me. I nodded my head, frowning at the news. It was horrible to hear about people getting hurt. 2 buses? That must have been awful, that many people getting sick. I smiled as I thought of Carlyle, the man the vampire I'd gotten accustomed to as a father. He was really special, in a way that he was completely desensitized to blood. Edward saw it was because he'd spent centuries practicing. He had always been interested in medicine, and being a doctor meant he could help people. It also helped to control his bloodlust. He was a really good person, and a good father. I saw the way the other Cullen kids looked up to him. Even Rosalie, the stubborn one, wouldn't dare disobey him. And he wasn't one to throw a temper or anything. His authority was just evident. I was really lucky that it was Edward and Carlyle who found me. Before I'd even finished my waffles, the doorbell rang. Edward growled, and I looked at him strangely. "What's wrong, Edward?" He only clenched his jaw. I knew the only reason he did that was because he was angry, really angry, but why? Emmett stood up from the table. "I'll go answer the door," he offered. Neither Edward nor Jasper objected, so he left the room. I wondered what Edward was so uptight about. He has yet to answer my question, and from the looks of it, he wasn't going to. My question was answered anyway when Connor walked into the room. His eyes met mine and we both smiled. Haley walked in next, her golden eyes appraising me. I knew she wasn't as fond of me as Connor was. It wasn't that she disapproved. She was civil towards me, nice even. But she just didn't understand it. A human living with vampires. But she let me play with Connor, though, so I was all right with it. "Good morning, Bella," Connor said, his English voice clear and strong. It always made me laugh, though, even now. It was hard enough for me to understand what he or any of my English friends said sometimes. I always misunderstood them, being me and all. "Good morning, Connor, Haley," I smiled. Haley smiled back at me, and then turned to Emmett. "I just wanted to stop by for a little while. It's been a long time since we'd seen each other," she said, addressing Emmett alone. Emmett shifted slightly, and I fought hard not to laugh. Haley had a crush on Emmett. This didn't go unnoticed by both Rosalie and Matt, both of whom weren't entirely pleased by it. Every time Haley came around, Rosalie would drape herself all over Emmett. She called it protecting her territory. Matt didn't even come by anymore, though Alice said he didn't have any particular animosity towards our family. Yes, well, Emmett cleared his throat and moved back towards the table, to take his seat safely between Edward and Jasper. Connor rolled his eyes. Apparently, he knew it too. "I'll be fine, Mum," he said loudly, interrupting Haley, who had her golden eyes trained on Emmett. "I will be home later on today." With a sigh, Haley left. Jasper was the one to see her out the door. I exchanged a look with Edward, then buried myself in the pancakes, stuffing them into my mouth. If I didn't, I'd only burst out laughing, and I didn't want to offend Connor. Connor sighed, and took a seat next to me. "You can laugh," he told me glumly. "My mother has always been a little odd when it comes to male vampires. We met one while vacationing in China once, and she almost jumped him." "Jumped what?" I asked, tilting my head to the side. Connor cracked a grin. "Sorry, Bella. Almost forgot you're only 7. I rolled my eyes at him. Just because I was 7 didn't mean I was stupid. If he'd only just explained it to me. "So what are we going to do today?" Connor asked, his expression going from glum to excited in a matter of seconds. I smiled back at him. I knew he was excited to act like a kid for once. He hadn't done that in a long time. He had been controlling his bloodlust for 15 years or so, and when he finally went to school, he mostly avoided the humans. So hanging around me, playing here with Emmett, Jasper and, sometimes, Edward. It was a lot of fun for him. I shrugged. I thought we could just play some games, like we did yesterday. I turned to the Cullen boys. Edward shook his head immediately. I'm not playing Pocahontas. Again, he grimaced at the memory. I giggled. It had been too much fun to torture them like that. Emmett suddenly grinned. Edward flinched, having read his mind, but Emmett ignored that. If we don't play Pocahontas, how about we play Men in Black? He suggested. Agent J. Both Connor and I called out simultaneously. Static cackled as Connor's voice floated from the walkie-talkie in my hand. Agent B, are you there? Over. I smirked. After much argument about who was going to be Agent J, you have to admit, he's the coolest. Jasper had settled it by saying that we should be Agent B and Agent C. It sounded stupid, but as long as we got to play instead of argue already, both Connor and I agreed. Edward, Jasper and Emmett were the monsters, and they were hiding around the house. We had no idea where, but we were supposed to find them. Connor had already found Jasper and Emmett twice after they were killed. They just came back as a different monster, since there were only 3 of them. It wasn't fair since Connor was a vampire, and he could sense them, smell out their scent. I was merely looking around aimlessly. But I was having fun nonetheless. Agent B reporting, I said back into my walkie-talkie. Have you found the aliens yet? I knew Edward, Jasper and Emmett could hear our conversation. They didn't even have to be near us for that, but it made it all the more fun anyway. No, but I think I caught sighting of Bigfoot in the kitchen. I stifled my laughter. We'd started calling Emmett Bigfoot for the purpose of this game, just because he was so big. I heard someone chuckle from behind me, but when I turned around, the space was empty. I glanced around. I was in my bedroom. I thought I saw Edward coming in here, and that laughter was definitely his. I walked slowly around the room. I knew he could probably outrun me before I could even blink, but he was playing the game at a somewhat human pace just for me. I opened the door to the wardrobe and screamed, AHA. Edward started laughing so hard I thought he was going to drop on the floor, literally. You caught me, he said once he finally managed to calm down. I narrowed my eyes at him speculatively. I could make him into another monster, but I'd rather have him on my side, as the good guy. So I smiled up at him, and said, want to help me find Jazz and Bigfoot? He chuckled, more controlled this time, and nodded his head. Connor had to leave around 5. His eyes had gotten darker, and apparently, my scent wasn't helping. He kept shaking his head and muttering, you just smell so good. Edward had practically kicked him out the door. I wanted to scream at him for doing that, but Connor had smiled ruefully at me. It's all right, Bella. You forget what I am. I really do need to hunt. I'll speak to you soon. I was still upset that Connor had to leave early, and Jasper, of course, sensed it. He suggested that we go to the park, though it was already late evening. I didn't mind it. The park was even better at night, because it was nicer, fresher. The air smelled better. The wind was gentle. There wasn't much to do at the park because it was nighttime, but Edward found this rather secluded place. It was near the fountain, but it gave us privacy, covered by trees and tall bushes. There was a park bench there. Sometimes all of us head there, just to talk and be free. So I said yes. Within minutes, we were speeding down in Edward's car, heading towards the park. We made a stop at a bistro near our house. I liked it there. There had about 1,000 different sandwiches there. We got to the park 5 minutes later, thanks to Edward's crazy driving. Edward was protective about his car. He never let anyone else drive it. Once Alice borrowed it without permission to go shopping while he was away hunting, and he threw a fit when he found out. We climbed out of the car and I immediately latched onto Edward's hand. We kept walking towards the secluded park bench. Then Emmett noticed the few ducks that were still in the pond. Edward must have noticed, too. Emmett, don't, but it was no use. He had already charged at the ducks, and with a triumphant yell, he had plucked out from the pond, and sank his teeth into its neck. Edward covered my eyes with both his hands, and turned me away from the scene. I wanted to see it. I found it a little unnerving, but hilarious. When Emmett finally joined us, the dead duck clutched in his hand and invisible to any passerby, Jasper smacked him on the head. His grin disappeared. What was that for? He yelped. Bella's here, Emmett, Edward growled. He looked guiltily down at me. Sorry, Angel. I forgot, They just tasted nice, you know? I really don't. Edward shook his head, irritated, and took hold of my hand once more, leading me towards the secluded park bench. I sat down and took out the sandwich, biting into it hungrily. I watched with curious eyes as Emmett discarded of the duck, Edward muttering angrily at him in vampire speed so I wouldn't be able to hear it. "Sorry, Bella," Emmett said as soon as Edward was done. He came to sit next to me. "I didn't mean to traumatize you." I snorted between bites. "You didn't traumatize me, Emmett," I assured him. I was surprised. "But it was funny to see you with the ducks." Emmett's sad frown disappeared. Good. I hated it whenever he was sad. It was just so un-Emmett-like. Every time I pictured Emmett, he had a big goofy smile on his face. It was just the way it was meant to be. "You think it was funny, huh?" He jumped up from the bench, and before Edward or Jasper could stop him, he had run towards the pond and started chasing the ducks. I started laughing, but Edward only shook his head. He was being too maniacal, so Edward had to go chase him to make him stop. It was pretty silly watching a vampire chasing ducks. I was silent as I watched them, Emmett never backing down, Edward incensed. But inside, I was thinking of Connor, and his change. He had hinted every single time I saw him how I should be changed. He'd said that my family were vampires. I didn't really have a chance of a normal life anymore. The things that he said about being normal didn't stick with me. What bothered me was knowing that if I stayed human, Edward would have to leave me. The Cullens would have to leave me. One day, I'd just be too old to be around them. I couldn't fit in, blend in, with their new facade. I'd just be extra burden to them. This was my family we were talking about. They'd accepted me without question. They loved me, made me feel special. I would miss them all terribly. Alice, my best friend. Rose and Esme, my mothers. Carlisle, my father. Emmett, my partner in crime. Jasper, my buddy. And Edward. I couldn't understand our relationship, not really. He was my best friend, but it felt like more. Every time he was hurt, I felt hurt, too. If he was sad, so was I. If he was excited or happy, I would be too. So would I be able to handle it? One day, being without them? No, I wouldn't. I'd miss them all too much. "What's wrong, Bella?" Jasper asked. I jumped, startled. He had been too quiet, and I had been too immersed in my thoughts, that I'd forgotten he was sitting right next to me, and of course, he felt my emotions. I blushed. "Nothing," I mumbled. Jasper laughed. "You know better than to lie to me," he teased. I looked away from him, biting my lip. Should I ask him? I couldn't ask Edward. Every time I tried he'd clam up. It was why he hated Connor so much. He didn't want me knowing about transformation, or getting interested in it. Connor suggested it, so he despised him for it. Sometimes I wondered if the reason Edward didn't like the idea so much was because he hated the idea of spending eternity with me in his family. Was it so bad to have me around? "Bella," Jasper groaned, obviously overwhelmed by my emotions. I sighed, giving in. "I was just thinking of becoming one of you," I admitted. Jasper stiffened, but didn't say anything. Edward and Emmett were too far off in the distance, wrestling each other now, to hear me or notice Jasper's reaction. Connor said that it was painful, to which Jasper nodded, but he also said that it was worth it. If I was changed, then I'd be with you guys forever. I won't have to leave. Jasper shook his head. "It's a lot harder than that, Bella," he said softly. "You wouldn't be a normal girl anymore." "I live with vampires," I pointed out. He sighed, and shook his head again. "Maybe you should talk about this with Edward, Bella," he said. I groaned, crumpling the empty paper bag in my hand. I tried talking to Edward about this, he just never listened. But I knew Jasper was uncomfortable with it, so I just shrugged dejectedly. Okay. Once again, he must have sensed that I was unhappy. "Bella, being what we are is a very hard thing. You're still a kid. Just enjoy being human. When you're older, we'll talk about this. All of us," he assured me. I raised an eyebrow at him, and smiled a little. "You promise, Jazz?" He nodded his head, wrapping an arm around my shoulder and squeezing gently. "I promise." Edward's paw on the way home. Bella had fallen asleep in Emmett's lap. Her breathing was labored, though, and I could tell she was in pain. She was sweating, too. I kept shooting her glances in the rearview mirror. What was wrong with her? Emmett was also worried, having sensed the differences in her. She's burning up, bro, he told me via his mind worriedly. I swerved, stepping on the gas. Carlisle would be home by now, and the hospital would be too chaotic. I needed him to take a look at Bella. Was she coming down with something? We reached home to find Carlisle waiting for us in the garage. He quickly stepped towards the backseat and pulled Bella out. Alice called, he said, by way of explanation. We rushed into the house, and into Bella's room. Carlisle already has his doctor's kit out. She stirred while he was giving her checkup, and she looked at us. I had the feeling she wasn't really seeing us even as her gaze swept across the room. Carlisle handed her some medication. Bella made a face, but took it anyway. She fell asleep almost immediately. Carlisle said to let her rest. She would be out cold for the next few hours, and we were to let her sleep peacefully. She would recuperate soon enough. Emmett, Jasper and Carlisle were extremely worried. I could hear it in their frantic thoughts. Carlisle was certain Bella only had the flu and slight fever. The medication would work its magic and Bella would be fine in a day or two. He had dealt with this countless times before, but he had never been the paternal figure towards one of his patients before. This was killing him inside, seeing Bella weak and tossing and turning on the bed. He left the room to clear his head. Emmett and Jasper followed soon, to pace around in their own rooms. But I didn't leave Bella's side. I couldn't. I hated seeing her like this, but I needed to be there for her. She was tossing and turning, writhing slightly. She was also sweating. I tugged off the sweater I had put on her before we left the house, and stripped the bed sheet from the bed so that she wouldn't feel suffocated. She had the flu. I knew it was ridiculous to be so out of my mind with worry, but I couldn't help myself. Centuries ago, I had died from my human life due to the flu. It wasn't the same, I knew it. But tons of people still died from flu and fever, didn't they? Children, especially. Their bodies were weak, fragile. Bella was even more so. I took one of her ale hands in mine and kissed her knuckle gently. You'll be all right, Bella, I whispered. She has to be. I watched her sleep throughout the night. Sometime near dawn, my cell phone rang. I silently cursed myself for forgetting to keep it in silent mode. I answered the call immediately, not moving from Bella's side. I could talk quiet enough not to wake her. The caller ID said, Alice. I supposed she would have had a vision of this. I winced. What would the Cullen women say about this? I answered the phone, slightly timidly. Hello? Edward Anthony Masson Cullen, Alice shrieked. I flinched as she used my full name. She'd never done that before. I guessed she was extremely angry. Alice, be quiet. Bella's sleeping, I admonished. Well, I'm just sorry that I can't be quiet enough after I'd gotten a vision of Bella being sick. Her loud voice was making my ears bleed. Even Bella was waking up, hearing her shrill voice. Edward, she mumbled sleepily. I placed the phone on my lap, and helped Bella up to a sitting position, propping up the pillows against the headboard so she could rest against it. Who is that on the phone? She asked, suppressing a yawn. Alice. She nodded her head, and I went back to talk on the phone. Is she there? Is she awake? Can you put her on? I rolled my eyes and handed the phone to Bella. Alice wants to talk to you. Bella took the phone and pressed it to her ear. Hello? Yes, Alice, I'm fine. Carlisle gave me medicine. I'm okay. Really? No, you don't need to come home early, Alice. Really, I'm fine. She was blushing as she said all this, probably embarrassed that she was being mollycoddled like this. Finally, after 10 minutes of convincing Alice, Rosalie and Esme that they really didn't need to cut their visit to West Edmonton Mall short, Bella handed the phone back to me. I assured Alice that Bella has Carlisle's undivided attention and hung up. I shot Bella a sympathetic look. I'm sorry you have to miss ballet camp, I told her. Realization dawned on her face as she realized that ballet camp was supposed to take place today. Then she laughed, shaking her head. She really hadn't been all that interested in it anyway, I knew. Thursday Emmett's POV. I can do this. Edward and Carlisle were up in Bella's room. Edward had gotten her a TV yesterday, specially delivered of course. He hadn't left her side since she'd gotten sick. Honestly, the guy took overprotective to a whole new level. Carlisle was having one of his checkups again. After Alice had called Edward, Esme has called Carlisle and made him promise to make sure Bella would be healthy and in one piece by the time the girls came home. I couldn't be sure, but I think Esme must have threatened him. I was supposed to be making Bella lunch. Jasper was still gone. He had no choice but to go on his hunting trip. He'd put it off for long enough, and it just wasn't safe with Bella in the house. He was going to be back by tonight, though. I scooped up some of the soup into the bowl. I'd made Bella chicken noodle soup. I heard it was supposed to be good for you if you were sick. Bella liked it enough when Carlisle made it for her yesterday. I placed the bowl on a tray and placed a spoon next to it. I carried the tray up the stairs at human speed. I could hear Edward begging Bella to watch something else. Ever since the TV had been in her room, all she would watch was Peter Pan, over and over again. It was driving Edward crazy. I wanted to torture him a little bit more. I reached her room and knocked on the door. "I made chicken noodle soup," I declared, almost proudly. Bella looked at me in surprise. "You did?" I nodded my head and handed her the tray. Edward adjusted it so that it would spill onto the bed. Bella grabbed the spoon and plunged it into the bowl. She scooped some of the food and ate it. Then she cracked a smile and raised an eyebrow at me. I think you forgot the chicken." "What? It's noodle water." Edward almost fell off the bed laughing. I gaped at Bella and the bowl of noodle water, apparently. Carlisle smiled widely, but held in his laughter. "Give me that, Bella." He took the tray from her lap. "I'll, add in the chicken," he said, shooting me an amused look. I scowled, sitting on the bed on Bella's other side. Edward was still shaking with laughter, causing the bed to shake under his weight. I crossed my arms across my chest. Bella, seeing my embarrassment, placed a hand on my arm. "If it helps," she said. "I liked the noodle water." You know, it really didn't help, especially when it set Edward off on another round of laughter. When Jasper got back, Bella was still awake. She'd been waiting up for him, even though the medication was kicking in. I would see her stifle a yawn or two, but she still struggled to stay awake. I loved how Bella was already a part of the family. She really was attached to everyone. Of course, the reason she waited for Jasper was pure comic relief for Carlisle, Edward and I. The moment she saw him, she made him get down on all fours and carry her around the house on his back. He was a pony. She'd seen a commercial on horses at one point, and had been thinking of making Jasper a pony ever since. Poor guy. He had to do that for half an hour before Carlisle controlled his laughter and pulled the dad card. "That's enough, Bella. Time for bed," he said sternly, lifting her off Jasper's back and carrying her to her room. But Bella started to protest, but a yawn escaped her lips. Carlisle smiled as he gently laid her down on the bed. "The medication is working," he commented. "Sleep, okay, Angel? You need to get better." And, as usual, Edward took his place, sitting right next to her, watching her like her guardian angel. Saturday Bella's POV. I woke up feeling a lot better. My head didn't feel so heavy. My eyes didn't feel like I've been crying for hours. I could breathe through my nose again, and I felt refreshed. Like I just had a really good night's sleep. I looked around the room and sure enough, Edward was right there, sitting in my rocking chair by the window. He smiled when he saw me. He must have sensed somehow that I felt all better. "Are you feeling all right now, Bella?" he asked gently. I nodded my head, sitting up and stretching. "Yes," I replied. "I think I'm okay now." Edward nodded his head, smiling. "Good." I went into the bathroom to take a shower and changed into my clothes. Then I called for Edward. The first was still too short to reach the sink on my own, so I needed his help to carry me up so I could brush my teeth. I had been sick since Tuesday. I was more than ready to be up and about. I couldn't wait to play with the boys again, and move around the house. Maybe even go out somewhere. Once I was done brushing my teeth, I went downstairs with Edward. Jasper and Emmett were in the kitchen, trying to make blueberry pancakes, my favorite. I guess they heard that I was all better now. They were arguing, as usual. Edward saw that they were worse than a married couple. Carlisle was sitting at the counter, watching them bemusedly. The kitchen was a mess. I don't think they've actually cleaned it since the girls left. I could even see an empty pack of noodles from when Emmett tried to make me chicken noodle soup on Thursday. And that was 3 days ago. I was about to tell them that we could just put a Pop-Tart in the toaster, when Edward stiffened. "Oh, no," he said, turning around to face the front door. The door burst open, and in came my worst nightmare, Alice, with about 50 shopping bags on each arm. I screamed and hid behind Edward, afraid of what she had in store for me. Even if she didn't go shopping with me, She always bought me something and always made me try everything she bought for me for her to see. As if she didn't already know if they would fit or not. She was just plain crazy about fashion. Alice froze as she took in the condition of the house. Her mouth dropped open. Esme and Rosalie came in just then, and they both had the same reaction as her. Then, Esme's face went from shock to complete anger. That was a lot scarier than Alice any day. Carlisle Cullen. I think I heard him whimper in fright. So sorry I took so long, but I'm in the middle of writing the last chapter for Bella at age 7. After this, it'll be a few chapters with Bella at age 11. I wanted to add that age in because first of, 7 to 13 is a long jump, and secondly, I wanted Bella to meet the Volturi at age 11. P.S. At 11, Bella's still living in London. I didn't get a lot of reviews about Connor, so I wanted to know. Do you want more Connor during this time before the Cullens move to Alaska? Or do you want him to disappear? Do you want him to have merely friendly feelings towards her or crush on her? Bella's oblivious, of course, because she's Bella. To reaching out, thank you for saying that. I am writing a book, lol. Ironic. I don't know about bestseller, but I'm doing my best. I swear, I don't even sleep now. The venom runs through me. They might have more money for New Moon, but Edward would be gone most of the time, so I wouldn't like it. Sigh. To Bidden SLN, I thought immortal children only applied to those babies and all. I know they never specified, but I always imagined Jane to be a little girl, around 12 years. But I distinctly remembered them saying immortal children were babies, right? Wasn't that why Bella was dreaming of babies with red eyes when she was pregnant? To Crank That Brie and Una, thank you. Your opinion and words meant a lot. To Bella Hermione, I never really got the feel for Nessie, so I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to go down the path of Bella being pregnant. There are a lot of stories like that, and I even have 2 of that on this site. If Bella grows up, gets changed and all, I want it to be just Edward and Bella, for this story. I don't know if that's what everyone wants, so we'll have to see when the time is right. As for Jacob, there'll be a time to think of that, too. To Smoochinos, thank you for the information. I posted before reading your review, and it was actually quite useful. But I'd already said Northampton, and that works out well, too. But thank you, nonetheless. To Screams at Midnight, I had no idea where I come from. We have primary 1 to 6, secondary 1 to 4, junior college year 1 and 2, and then university. Can anyone tell me how the UK education system works? What do you think of this chapter? I know it's extremely long, 20 pages, God. But it's a whole week, after all, and I cut down on a lot. Would you like more Connor or do you wish he'd curl up and die somewhere? Tell me what you think. Denali Surprise is on its way. Thank you. Denali Surprise A.N. I know Bella will be going to live in Denali with the Cullens when she's around 13, but I was just curious to see how 7-year-old Bella would react to Tanya stealing her best friend's attention. Then after this will be Bella at age 11, with the Volturi in town. P.S. Esme's POV wasn't in the previous chapter, so sorry, but it's in this one. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Edward, Bella, Rosalie, Esme. Edward's POV. It was still the holidays. I'd spent the last week being grounded by Esme for getting Bella sick and causing the house to look as if a hurricane to sweep through it. In all fairness, I hadn't actually stepped out of Bella's room since she got sick, but I do blame myself for getting her sick in the first place. I should have taken better care of her, ensured that nothing would go wrong, which was why I accepted my punishment without complaint. Emmett and Jasper, however, were a different matter. They begged, pouted and fell on their knees. Pathetic, really. Carlisle was the worst. Esme wouldn't even look at him for 3 days straight, especially when she found out that he had broken her china vase in a game of football inside the house. Alice was as angry as the rest of us, but she'd seen the games Bella had made us play, and she was always alternating between being extremely furious to shaking with laughter. Bella had apologized profusely to her friend Rebecca for missing the ballet camp. I knew Bella hated letting people down, and it seemed to her like this was an example of that. Rebecca had gone to ballet camp on her own, and Bella felt guilty for not going with her, which was utterly ridiculous, considering it wasn't her fault she'd gotten sick. I was watching Eloise at the Plaza, a movie Esme begged us not to watch since Emmett's influence was bad enough already, when Alice started squealing from her room. I hadn't heard her thoughts since she was upstairs, so it was fairly easy to block, so I was about as surprised and curious as the next person. She ran into the room at top Alice speed, Jasper following close by at a vampire speed stroll. "We're going to have visitors," she announced excitedly. At this, every one of us tensed. For us, visitors might not be such a good thing. Alice saw this and rolled her eyes. "Would I be so excited if they were bad visitors?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. We all exchanged looks and laughed, realizing she was right. Esme stepped forward and placed a hand on Alice's shoulder. "Who is it, then, Alice?" she asked. Alice started squealing again, jumping up and down. "Tanya and her clan," she said. I winced. "God, no Tanya. I've successfully spent the past 20 years avoiding her. Something that required skill, no less. And now she was visiting. Oh, God, this couldn't be a good thing." Jasper sensed my anxiety and fear, to put it mildly, and snickered. "Come on, Eddie," he teased. I growled at him. "It can't be that bad to see her." "See who?" Bella asked from beside me, not even taking her eyes off the television screen. Emmett's raucous laughter filled the hall. "Tanya," he answered between gasps of laughter. "His best friend." At this, almost everyone laughed at me, while I grimaced. Almost everyone. Bella frowned at me, though I could see the hurt on her face. "I thought I'm your bestest friend?" she asked quietly. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her to sit on my lap, though she looked away from me. I could tell that she wanted to get away from me. I threw Emmett a glare over my shoulder, and he shrugged. That smirk of his still hasn't left his lips. "Bella," I shook my head. "Emmett's being silly. I don't actually like Tanya. I find her quite irritating," I mused. It was true, her antics over the times we've met has left much to be desired. She found me attractive, and wanted me as a mate. Or even just a one-night stand, as Emmett called it. I, on the other hand, had never been interested in her. She was beautiful, but all of our kind were. She was nothing special to me. I acted civil towards her despite her childish manner of always trying to seduce me because she was a part of the Denali clan. Carlisle was good friends with them all, and I didn't want to cause a rift between them. It had been extremely unnerving for Tanya, who always got who she wanted, due to the fact that she was a seductress. She and her sisters were succubus. It surprised her that I could refuse her. That I wanted to refuse her. And it had been extremely unnerving for me each time I saw Tanya because I wanted nothing more than to escape her idea of seduction. Bella looked up at me timidly. "So I'm still your bestest friend?" she asked, dropping her gaze to her hands on her lap. I smiled. Silly Bella. Of course she was. I'd give her anything for her happiness, including my life. "Of course, Bella. You're my bestest friend," I grinned. Bella smiled, blushing. She hid her face in my chest, her overheated skin warm even through my shirt. Carlisle cleared his throat, smiling amusedly. I couldn't make out his thoughts, though. They were mostly about a documentary he once saw on alligators. Right then, now that that's all sorted out, he chuckled. "Do you know when they'll be here?" Alice scoffed, hands on her hips. "Of course I know," she said indignantly. "I'm psychic, remember?" "When, dear?" Esme asked. "Oh, dear. I hope it's not very soon. I'd have to tidy the place up a bit. It's a good thing they aren't human guests I'd have to cook if they were. Let's see, best start with the living room." Alice's face brightened as she started jumping in excitement again. "They'll be here by tomorrow night," she announced, dancing over to Jasper. He wrapped his arms around her in a futile effort to calm her down. "My God, Alice, please calm down, I'm starting to feel like squealing in excitement. Emmett would tease me for a century if I did. You heard that, didn't you, Edward?" I laughed, but focused my eyes on the screen so that my family would think I was laughing at the movie. I could almost see Jasper's mental frown at me. Bella couldn't sleep. I could hear her from my room, tossing and turning. It sounded like the sheets were eating her whole. I smirked, shaking my head, as I stood up from my couch and made my way to her room. Normally, all it took was Esme or Rosalie reading her a bedtime story, Emmett making some jokes and Claire de Lune playing on her stereo before she fell asleep. Claire de Lune has been on repeat 5 times. I knocked on her door, and pushed it open slightly. Bella sat up in bed and looked at me, frowning. "I can't sleep," she muttered unhappily. I laughed. "I know, I could hear you," I teased. Bella blushed at being caught and, I suspected, from embarrassment that the entire family knew she was still awake at this hour. I stepped inside and walked over to her, sitting on the edge of the bed. "May I know what's been bothering you?" I asked. I had an inkling that it had something to do with Tanya's family visiting. "Nothing," Bella replied, though her blush became more prominent. I sighed. It was easy to pick out humans when they lie. It was much easier with Bella considering she wasn't a very good liar. I didn't need to be able to read her mind to know when she was trying to be deceptive. "Really?" I prodded. "It has absolutely nothing to do with Tanya and her family visiting?" "Yeah, good Eddie," Emmett threw his thoughts at me from the living room. "Just go straight to the obvious." I growled low in my throat, something Bella sitting in front of me didn't catch, but Emmett did. I heard him laughing. Bella blushed again and looked away. "Bella, you know you can tell me anything," I said gently, smiling at her. She sighed and folded her arms across her chest. "I just don't know anything about them, and everyone else does," she pouted. I laughed. "So this was what has gotten her in a tizzy? I'll tell you everything you want to know," I promised. She brightened up, but I held up a finger. "Tomorrow," I finished firmly. "I want you to go to sleep now. It's late." Bella gaped at me, then frowned. "Edward, you can't tell someone you're going to let them in on a secret then tell them to go to sleep first," she said incredulously. "The Denali clan aren't a secret, Bella, they're to me." I sighed again, and pinched the bridge of my nose with my thumb and forefinger. "Bella," I rolled my eyes. "Would you please listen to me just this once? I don't want you to get tired tomorrow, please? Just sleep?" I used my best smile on her in the vain hopes that she would actually forget that she was stubborn for a minute and go to sleep. To my utter surprise, it worked. Bella rolled her eyes, but slid down in the bed, her head on the pillow. I tucked her in, and picked up the remote control from her nightstand. I pressed the play button, and Claire de Lune filled the room from the speakers. Almost immediately, her eyes closed and her breathing evened out. The house was in chaos for the most part, anyway. Esme was frantically going through the whole place, cleaning every inch of it. She'd been doing that since 4 in the morning. Alice was trying to see if she and Kate could do any shopping while the Denali clan stayed with us. While they weren't the best of friends due to the distance, Kate and Alice enjoyed each other's company. When they meet after a long time apart, it was like two sisters seeing each other again. Jasper was trying to control himself because he could feel all the emotions running through the house. Emmett was indifferent, of course, as was Rosalie. Her only concern was of Tanya. She didn't particularly like her, either. Tanya considered herself to be extremely beautiful. Her vanity rivaled Rosalie's. It was why the two could never get along. Carlisle was wondering if Eliezer would have any stories to share the last time they'd seen each other. Eliezer had recounted several meetings with newborns he'd encountered while traveling north with Carmen, his mate. I was merely dreading the entire thing. I hoped beyond hope that Tanya has gotten herself a mate, so she wouldn't bother me anymore. I planned on asking Alice if she saw anything, but she'd answered before I even opened my mouth. "Nope. Sorry, Edward, but she's still as infatuated with you as she was the first time she saw you." That made me cringe. The first time we saw each other had been extremely painful. She'd followed me everywhere, using her seductress techniques on me. While none of them worked, they did make me uncomfortable. Very much so. I was practically begging to leave Denali by the end of our 2-week stay. This had only served to make Tanya pursue me even more, and Emmett to crack up laughing. I wondered if he was going to tell me to just let it go, and let loose. He'd told me there was no harm in just having fun. I'd rather chew glass. "They'll be here in 5 minutes, Alice chirped from the love seat, where she perched on Jasper's lap. Emmett and Rosalie sat in the same position right next to them. I held Bella in my lap on the couch. I hoped Kate, or Carmen or Eliezer were to sit next to me instead of Tanya. Please, God, don't let me suffer. Carlisle and Esme took the armchair. A moment later, I heard the doorbell. Esme climbed off of Carlisle's lap and answered it. "Carmen. Eliezer. Kate." I heard her exclaim. "Welcome, come in, please." She didn't mention Tanya. I brightened up slightly. Maybe she couldn't make it, or maybe she was mauled by a grizzly. Highly unlikely, but a vampire could hope. The 3 astounding vampires came in the door. "Hello, Esme," Carmen said warmly. I hope you don't mind. Irina and Tanya are parking the car outside. They'll be in soon. My hopes sank. Jasper felt this and chuckled quietly. I scowled at him. Great. She was here. What was I going to do? Would I have to avoid her this time, as well? It was pure torture whenever she was around. I never minded her company as a friend. But 20 seconds into our conversation and she would start flirting with me. It made me feel highly uncomfortable. Of course. Come on, everyone's excited to see you, Esme said giddily. We all stood up as the three of them entered the living room. Bella stood behind me, gripping my legs for comfort. She was still incredibly shy when meeting new people. She begged me to stay. With her on her first day of school, I chuckled internally at the memory. Kate, Carmen and Eliezer scanned the room, greeting us all with their warm smiles and quick hellos, but ultimately, their attention was on Bella. So it's true, a human child. I wonder if Carlisle knew what trouble he was getting himself and his family into, Eliezer thought. He used to be a Volturi guard, so he knew Arrow's strict rules on humans never finding out about vampires. Carlisle was an old friend, it was no wonder he was concerned for us. Irrational as it was, I still felt a tiny surge of anger towards him for judging the situation so harshly. Oh, my. She's adorable, so look at that ivory skin, that blush, those eyes. She would be very beautiful when she's grown. Oh, Esme must be so happy to have a daughter, a real human daughter. I smiled at Carmen's thoughts. She was so gentle, so loving. Esme had always liked her. I wonder if they have any plans to change her in the future. I hope the Cullens know what they're doing. You have to admit, she's cute. Kate always the practical one, the blunt one. With feeling, of course. Unlike Irina, who just spoke without thinking. Her tenacity rivaled Rosalie's and Emmett's combined. Noticing that all three of them had their eyes on Bella, Esme stepped forward and scooped Bella up into her arms. Bella, noticing that she was being given full attention, blushed, and buried her face against Esme's neck. Esme laughed, and stroked Bella's hair lovingly. This is Bella, she said, her voice dripping with motherly affection. We found her when she was 6. More than a year ago, actually. She's human. I heard a voice from the entryway. We all turned to find Irina and Tanya looking disbelievingly at Bella. Esme placed Bella on the floor, and she immediately ran towards me, hiding behind my legs again. Yes, Esme answered coolly, though I knew she was fighting hard to keep her anger in check. She had never been all that fond of Irina because she was too rude for her liking. Tanya had gotten on her nerves as well, but that was purely because she tried too hard to be with me and yet found time to be with other men on the side. Esme found this disgusting. But she's one of us. I'd like her to be treated like a Cullen. Esme took her place next to Carlisle, and he wrapped an arm around her waist, smiling proudly at her. That's my wife. Irina and Tanya didn't seem as if they would be recovering anytime soon. But Kate, Carmen and Eliezer were already smiling at Bella. Of course, Esme, Carlisle, Eliezer said gracefully. In his thoughts, I could see he was still slightly apprehensive, but he understood that this meant a lot to us and decided to just keep his opinions to himself. I respected him for that. Esme gestured for our 5 visitors to take a seat, while we Cullens resumed ours. I scooped Bella up and settled her on my lap as I sat. Kate sat next to me, while Eliezer sat next to her and Carmen sat on the armrest next to Eliezer. Tanya and Irina were offered chairs. Kate turned her body slightly, angling it towards Bella, and she smiled down at Bella, who promptly blushed. Kate laughed. She's adorable, she said, looking up to smile at all of us. I grinned down at Bella. Adorable, that was one word to describe it. Kate turned back to look at Bella. Hello, Bella, she said sweetly. I'm Kate. Bella's blush still tainted her cheeks, but she swallowed loud for every one of us and smiled shyly back. Hello, she whispered. Kate was unfazed by Bella's shyness. In fact, she found it endearing. I like your dress, Bella. Did you pick it out? I felt Bella begin to relax, and smiled at Kate. Thank you, I mouthed at her. She gave me an almost imperceptible shrug, before turning her attention back to Bella. I could tell she really did find Bella intriguing. Bella shook her head, fingering the fabric. Alice did. She went to the biggest mall in America, Bella announced. Then she frowned, pouting her lips the way she did whenever she was thinking. I don't know why she was happy about that, she mumbled, almost to herself. I suppressed my laughter, but I already saw Alice shooting Bella a glare, and Jasper trying to calm his wife while he himself shook with laughter. Kate threw back her head and laughed. I like her, she grinned, winking at Alice. She simply stuck her tongue out at Kate, folded her arms defiantly and huffed. Before I could stop her, Bella had reached out to touch Kate's bare arm. I felt panic surge through me. Would Kate's power spark right about now? A current as strong as the one Kate would produce would kill Bella instantly. But Bella placed her small hand on Kate's surprised arm for a full 10 seconds before pulling back, nothing happening. You're cold, too, she said. Is that something all vampires have? She asked, looking at me. I nodded my head numbly. My confusion and shock was multiplied tenfold because of Jasper. He was feeling everyone's shock and he was subconsciously projecting the emotions back to the room. Bella, of course, noticed my silence and frowned. She placed a hand on either side of my face, her brown eyes seeking my golden orbs. Edward? Her voice shook. Are you okay? I nodded silently again. Did I do something wrong? I wasn't able to answer that. Did she do something wrong? Did she do something right? How was she able to block Kate's power? From the shock on her face, and her own scattered thoughts, I could tell that Kate had produced a current. She hadn't mean to, it was pure reflex. She couldn't control it quite well either. But it hadn't even affected Bella. She looked as if she didn't even. No, she should have been curled up on the floor, writhing in pain, dying. Carlyle was the first to recover. Bella, he said slowly, but gently. Bella's tear-filled gaze turned to him. I could tell I was scaring her by being so passive, and I didn't want that. I forced myself to snap out of it. Bella needed me. Did you feel anything when you touched Kate? Bella sniffed, then frowned at Carlyle. What do you mean, Daddy? She asked softly. I grinned a little. Daddy. She thought she was in trouble and was trying to pacify Carlyle. Carlyle must have known this too because I saw the corners of his lips pull back into a smile. But his thoughts were too scattered for me to read properly. He was too intrigued by this new discovery. When you touched Kate, did you feel like a tingle? Or a pain, maybe? Bella's frown deepened, and she shook her head. She turned back to look at me, and that's when I noticed that she had a look of fear on her face. What could she be fearing? Could she be finally realizing that she was in a room full of vampires? Could she somehow know that something wasn't right? Was she afraid that she was in trouble? Jasper sensed my confusion and anxiety, and answered my unspoken questions mentally. Edward, she's just worried about you. She thinks you're mad at her, that she's in trouble somehow. Snap out of it, you're scaring her even more. I inclined my head once to let him know I heard him, then placed my hands on Bella's shoulders. Bella, I said. Some of the fear on her face disappeared. I'm not angry at you. You're not in trouble, okay? I told her quietly. Bella nodded her head, and I felt her muscles relax under my grip. She gave me a tentative smile. I leaned forward and brushed my lips against her forehead, closing my eyes to breathe in her scent for a moment. I pulled back and looked her seriously in the eyes. Really, Bella, I just want to know you felt nothing out of the ordinary when you touched Kate? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. It must have worked, because Bella started playing with my sleeve absent-mindedly. It was a habit of hers whenever she became bored. No, she replied. It was the same as touching any one of you. Interesting, Carlyle said. Eleazar shot him a look. Interesting? Carlyle, the human child could block out Kate powers. Eleazar, Carmen warned, but he didn't heed her. This isn't interesting. This is an anomaly that the Volturi would be very concerned about. I would have gotten angry at him had I not heard only concern for Carlyle's safety in his mind. Bella, however, didn't have the same advantage. She curled up into me, whimpering. Eleazar heard it and glanced at Bella guiltily. Eleazar, sit. Look what you did. Carmen scolded him. Eleazar looked too bashful for anyone to be really mad at him. Bella, it's all right. I soothed, running my hand through her silky, long hair. Really? Eleazar isn't angry with you. He was just very concerned. Kate reached over and hesitantly placed a hand on Bella's back. When Bella didn't react in pain, she smiled. It's okay, Bella, she said. I promise. When Bella still won't look up, I sighed and said, won't you smile for me, Bella? I made sure to use my best pleading look on her when she looked up at me. Bella giggled, and threw me a huge grin. I smiled back, and wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Eliezer looked uncomfortable and he tried to apologize, stuttering all the way. Bella looked at him, confused, wondering what he might be trying to say. After a few minutes of groveling, I decided to let him off the hook. I leant forward and whispered that he only wanted to say he was sorry. Of course everyone else heard, but Bella liked her privacy and I wanted to give that to her as much as possible. She laughed again and blushed. "It's okay," she said quietly. Eliezer smiled at her and she smiled back, snuggling into me. Carlyle cleared his throat and, once he'd gotten all our attention, he continued. "I only said, interesting, because I think I've figured out why Edward can't read Bella's mind," he said. "Your gift, like Kate's, is an invasion of her mind. It's psychological. Bella likes to be private, even now as a child. She hated the idea of you being able to read her mind, Edward. I think she somehow, subconsciously, blocked it." I raised an eyebrow. "Her 7-year-old mind can do that?" I asked incredulously. "Hey," Alice huffed, glaring at me. "Great things come in small packages." We burst into laughter at that. "What about Alice and Jasper?" Emmett asked. "Alice can see her future, and Jasper can sense her emotions." Carlyle shook his head. "Those have nothing to do with her mind," he reminded us. Bella looked confused and, for the most part, uninterested. Eliezer was pacing by now, his Volturi past crashing down on him. He was thinking of how Arrow, Marcus and Keyes would be interested in knowing about Bella, and how we would have a hard time hiding her, protecting her. "So will this, blocking," he said, stopping finally to look at Bella. "Intensify and become her gift once she's changed?" I growled low in my throat, and all of our guests turned to look at me, surprised. Jasper spoke up before I could do or say anything. "Don't be ridiculous, Edward," he warned mentally. "They don't know anything. To them, it's the most rational thing to do." I wanted to ask if he thought it was the rational thing to do, if they all thought it. But we had guests. And Bella was sitting right here. I would lose my temper for that particular conversation and I didn't want her to see that side of me. "We haven't actually decided on that yet," Jasper said quickly. At Eliezer's perplexed look, he elaborated. "She's only 7, we have time." Eliezer looked unconvinced, but he took his place next to Carmen anyway. "I hope so, for all your sakes, Carlyle," he muttered, shaking his head. "Arrow won't be pleased." Rosalie snorted. "Arrow could just—" Carlyle shot her a glare and she stopped talking. "We'll take into consideration your concerns, Eliezer," Carlyle said pleasantly, "but how about we forget about Arrow and the Volturi for this visit and focus on the pleasant things?" Carmen and Kate agreed instantly. Since Carmen agreed, so did Eliezer. Tanya had yet to say anything, as had Irina. Suddenly, Tanya stood up from her seat and smiled at me. I felt an involuntary shudder run down my spine. Jasper of course felt that and started laughing at me mentally. "Well, I think she's cute," she sang, prancing next to me and sitting on the arm of the couch on my side. I should have sat in between Kate and Carmen. Tanya flipped her strawberry blonde hair and smiled at Bella. "Hello, I'm Tanya," she said. At this, Bella blushed and buried her face in my chest. I chuckled to myself. Emmett really shouldn't have told her about Tanya wanting to be my bestest friend. She was being irrationally fearful of something that would never happen. Tanya frowned at this, and raised an eyebrow at me. "Edward," she whined, "did I do something wrong?" I shook my head, running my hand soothingly up and down Bella's spine. I could still feel the heat on her face. She wasn't done blushing yet. I cracked a grin. "No, Tanya, nothing to be worried about," I said dismissively. "She's shy." She brightened at this and leaned forward. "Well, let her play with someone else for a while, Edward," she said in a low voice. I felt my eyebrows draw together. What was she playing at now? We could go out for a little while, hunt, walk, whatever. I fought the massive urge to roll my eyes. That again. I felt Bella's arms tightened around my neck. I think she was using as much force as her 7-year-old human body could allow. I smiled, planting a kiss on the top of her head. "Sorry, Tanya," I said as politely as I could. I promised Bella I'd teach her how to play the piano. It wasn't a complete lie. Bella had heard me play the piano, of course. She'd gotten attached to that, always asking me to play. I'd never been bothered by that. I loved playing for her as much as, maybe even more than, I loved playing for Esme. Bella had been intrigued, and had asked me to teach her how to play. We just hadn't specified on when. I turned my gaze towards Carlyle and Esme, who looked as if they were trying their best not to laugh. I wanted to scowl, but that would only make Tanya suspicious. She wasn't facing them, so she didn't know. I would rather avoid confrontation. "May I please be excused?" I asked through clenched teeth. Esme only nodded her head. I stood up, setting Bella on her feet and taking her hand in mine, leading her towards the piano room. As we walked away, I heard Eliezer and Carmen talking in Spanish in hushed tones. I couldn't help but wonder why suddenly, all of my family had their thoughts blocked against mine. Esme's pa of my poor son. I would have defended him, but it was just too funny. As much as I enjoyed the entertainment, though, I couldn't help but feel a resentment towards Tanya and Irina. I thank God no one from the Denali clan were empaths. Jasper kept trying to calm me down, too good a son to laugh at me every time I started imagining Tanya being strangled to death, and Alice enjoyed the visions too much to care. Irina hadn't gotten any better at being tactful. After Edward had taken Bella to the piano room, and the beautiful notes only my son could produce had floated towards us, Irina had looked at us all and bluntly asked how we hadn't eaten Bella yet. If Carlyle hadn't been holding me, I would have lunged at her. Tanya must have sensed that because she asked her sister to keep quiet and respect the guests. I knew she was only saying that to get on my good graces. But Irina had to follow her commands because she was the leader of the coven. The next few days were spent in the most tortuous way possible. I enjoyed Eliezer's, Kate's and Carmen's company, so did the rest of the family. Alice, Rosalie and Kate took Bella shopping their second day here, and Bella had gone because she seemed to like Kate. That was a good thing, that Bella was able to connect with her. It was strange how this human girl fitted with vampires, but not with humans. She was ready to scream and run with that Darla Noonan. Not that I blamed her, but she hadn't really made any close human friends. Except for Rebecca. I'd have to talk to Bella about not being so shy with people. I don't think it was a good thing for a growing girl. Carmen, too, had taken a liking to Bella. Carmen was an artist, and she had a sketchbook at all times with her. She had been sketching the horizon from the garden one evening, and Bella had come out to look at it. I think Carmen enjoyed the perspective of an innocent child. And to be honest, Bella was adorable whenever she gave her opinions. She blushed, she stuttered at times, but she spoke the truth. I supposed Bella loved Carmen's work. Eliezer still hadn't gotten over his apprehension over the matter, but he was warming up to the idea. I even caught him trying to teach Bella Spanish. Irina avoided Bella at all costs, something I was actually happy about. Tanya followed Bella and Edward around like a lost puppy. She tried being nice to Bella, to talk to her and get her to like her, but it never worked. Like Edward, Bella was impregnable. She wouldn't be bought by Tanya's bribes because she hated being the spotlight. She wouldn't give in to Tanya's charm, because she knew Tanya wasn't being honest in liking her. In truth, Bella was afraid Tanya would take away her best friend. She had no idea how close she was to the truth. Tanya wanted Edward to be her mate. The fact that he was off limits only made it even more worth the chase. I found it repulsive, as do the rest of us. I had never been happier about Emmett's big mouth. At least this way, Bella's fear of being abandoned by Edward was set to good use. Not that I'd actually use my daughter that way. Edward would never leave her. The only time he left her alone was when she needed to go to the bathroom, or bathe, or change into her clothes, or sleep. Other than that, the two were inseparable. I sighed. I couldn't wait until Bella was older, no matter how much I loved her now as a child. She would always be my daughter. I just wanted to see my son happy. Seeing Edward and Bella together like this the past few days have gotten the rest of us thinking of Alice's vision much more often. It was harder to keep it blocked from Edward. Emmett was always so close to telling. Rosalie didn't even let him leave the room, keeping him too preoccupied to think of anything else. Edward had left the two of them alone, disgusted. The rest of us just had to fare our best. Esme, I heard Tanya's voice from the kitchen doorway. I gritted my teeth, but turned to smile at her briefly before I get back to stirring the batter for the brownies I was making for Bella. She had gotten addicted to them recently, and I wanted to indulge her. It was the least I could do since she had to endure Tanya and Irina. She pranced over to me, and sat down on one of the stools at the kitchen aisle, right opposite where I was standing. I chose to ignore her and focus on the task at hand. What on earth are you doing, Esme? Tanya asked, bewildered. I smiled slightly. Not a lot of vampires cook. I'm baking brownies, I said cheerfully. It was really a pleasure for me to be able to cook for Bella. I'd never been able to do that for anyone. At least, not for a very long time. And Bella enjoyed my cooking. I wanted to be able to do this as much as I could while there was still time. The way I saw it, there were only two options. One, Bella stays with us and she becomes a vampire. The other, Bella leaves to have a normal life. Both options would mean that her humanity would leave me. I wanted to make the most of it while I could. Tanya wrinkled her nose. It was nowhere near as adorable as when Bella did it. Tanya had never done that before. I guess she'd picked it up from a 7-year-old. I rolled my eyes at that. Baking brownies, she repeated slowly. I nodded my head, and poured the batter into the baking tray. Bella loves these, I told her. I wanted to make her something special. Tanya sighed dramatically and placed her elbows on the table, cupping her face in her palms. Esme, I love Bella, I really do, she begun sweetly. I stiffened. Yes, of course she loved Bella. But it's all everyone talks about. It's like she's the center of attention. What she wanted to say was Bella's the center of Edward's attention. I didn't bother with the oven mitts as I opened the oven door and placed the tray inside. Shutting it, I set the temperature and time, and turned back to face Tanya. I sighed, shaking my head. Tanya, I said as politely as I could. She was the leader of the Denali coven. If I insulted her, I insulted them. Bella is very special, very important around here, I explained. It's hard to describe exactly what she means to us, but the bond is very strong. I'm sorry that we've been neglecting you. It's just that Bella always comes first. Tanya pouted, as if that would change everything. Thank God Rosalie chose that moment to enter. Hey, Esme, she greeted me with a smile, completely ignoring the fact that Tanya was in the room. Bella's coming home from the park soon. Should we make her a snack? I knew Rosalie was only saying this to get rid of Tanya. She knew fully well that I'd have made Bella a snack on my own, without reminders. My life revolved around that girl now. I smiled widely at her. Sure, Rose. How about turkey sandwich? Tanya huffed silently, then excused herself. I waited until her footsteps died down, then said as low as possible, Thank you, Rose. Rosalie only smiled, and walked out of the kitchen. I shook my head. My family sure was interesting, Rosalie's pav. Tanya was getting on my nerves. As if she hadn't already all those other times we've met. She had to think that she was the most beautiful, that she was who men would fall head over heels for. Don't make me laugh. She was repulsive, in every sense of the word. And now she wasn't only making my brother uncomfortable, but she was trying to con Bella into liking her. As if that would work. Bella was smarter than your average 7-year-old. I really thought the Denali clan would be gone by now. It's been 4 days. I didn't mind Carmen, Kate and Eliezer. But Tanya and Irina was making life a lot harder. I hoped there didn't come a time when we have to stay with them for an extended period of time. I had been busy keeping Emmett distracted. Thank God he had to hunt today, not that I minded distracting him. But 4 days in a row was tiring, even for a vampire. We'd all been thinking of Alice's visions lately. Maybe it was seeing Edward and Bella never leaving each other's side. Maybe it was seeing Tanya trying to seduce Edward. Maybe it was seeing Bella getting jealous of Tanya. Whatever it was, we'd all been thinking of those visions. I'd kept myself busy with Emmett. I knew Alice spent most of her time shopping with Kate. Jasper went hunting with Emmett today. Esme kept cooking and cleaning and talking to Carmen. Carlisle debated with Eliezer. I thought we've evaded Edward finding out so far. Boy was I wrong. Edward was watching TV with Bella. She'd gotten a whole set of I Love Jeannie DVDs, courtesy of Alice, and had gotten hooked. Dracula. I Love Jeannie. What was next? Bewitched. Alice had just gotten through the door with Kate, and my mind just slipped for a second. Instead of thinking about the fashion magazines in my room, I thought about Alice's vision. Edward and Bella dancing, looking into each other's eyes lovingly. What? Edward bellowed, leaping to his feet. I gasped, and blocked my mind immediately. But he had already seen that in my head. Thank God it wasn't her second vision. What on earth was that, Rose? He demanded, his eyes black with fury. Bella had stopped watching the screen to stare up at him anxiously. We had all stopped what we were doing to stare at him. Finally, it was Esme who broke the silence. She sat next to Bella and wrapped her arms around her trembling form. "Edward, really," she chided. "A little discretion, please." Edward glanced down at Bella, guilty. "I'm sorry, Bella," he said sincerely. Then he turned back to glare at Alice and I. Alice raised an eyebrow and I shrugged, repentant. Alice sighed, and rolled her eyes, waving for Edward and I to follow her out the door. We ran towards the woodland area, and went as far from the house as we could. Then she stopped and we followed suit. "What did Rose do now?" she asked warily, though she must have seen it. "I saw me," Edward spluttered. And someone else. There was dancing." She looked, he trailed off, unsure of how to finish. Or maybe he thought that if he continued, we would think he was just mentally insane. "Maybe we could use that defense, like Bella," Alice prompted. Both Edward and I turned to look at her sharply. I gave her a confused look, but she ignored me. Surely she didn't think now was the right time and place for him to find out. What? Edward asked weakly. Alice rolled her eyes again and placed a hand on Edward's shoulder. "Edward," she said quietly. "It just means that Bella would be with us for a long time. It means that you and her would have your relationship intact even after all those years. It means she won't be scared off, so don't you get scared off, okay?" She finished that last part sternly. Ah. I see what she was doing. She was attempting to convince him that the vision was nothing more than two best friends sharing a dance. "But, Alice," he started to protest. His thoughts were too jumbled up for an actual argument, though. I cut in. "Alice is right, Edward. This was one of her visions that told her Bella would be staying with us. It showed her that Bella would be safe with us." I tried. Edward narrowed his eyes. "One of?" he asked suspiciously. Alice interrupted before I could stutter in panic. "Yes. One of. The others are of her as a child. I got one of her attempting to play football with Emmett. Wanna see?" Edward glared at her, then sighed. "I suppose I overreacted," he allowed. I was still nervous, but I was good at lying. We all were. So I snorted and folded my arms huffily. "Suppose?" I mocked. We ran back to the house, crisis averted for a little while. Bella's Pav Tanya was still here. It's been 5 days, and she hasn't left. I knew it was wrong of me to want my family's friends to leave, but I didn't like her. I liked Kate, Carmen and Eliezer enough, but Tanya I couldn't stand. At first she ignored me, only wanting to talk to Edward. When she saw that Edward didn't want to talk to her, she tried talking to me, I guess to make Edward like her. She wasn't being honest with me, and I didn't like that. 5 days. I wondered when she'll leave Edward and I alone. I knew I was being selfish, but I couldn't help it. When my parents died, I didn't just feel sad and angry. I didn't just feel guilty. I felt abandoned. Like they had left me, and they'd gone off to heaven to be happy without me. Edward and the Cullens gave me a lot of happy times, and I loved them for it. I just wished that I didn't feel so afraid of being left behind by them, too. Especially Edward. I didn't know what I would do without him. I noticed Edward's eyes were starting to get black. It meant he was thirsty. He was always a lot angrier whenever he was thirsty. I didn't like that Edward. So I told him to hunt. He refused. He wouldn't allow me to stay in the same house with our guests unless he was there. I think he didn't trust Irina and Tanya. I don't think they like me very much. But the others would still be there. There would be no danger. Even Esme noticed Edward's eyes and told him to go. Finally, he gave in. I smiled, leaning forward to kiss his cheek. He could be so stubborn. Then Tanya spoke up. "I'll go with you, Edward. I need to hunt, too." No, she didn't. Her eyes were golden. Edward growled in his throat, and I giggled silently. He didn't like her very much, either. Alice piped up. "That's a good idea, Tanya," she chirped. I shot her a hurt and confused look. She was supposed to be on my side. "Rose and I will tag along, too. It's time for us to hunt as well," she winked at me. I blushed and turned to face Edward. I tightened my grip around his neck, but I was sure he could break my hold on him without even blinking. "I'll be back before you go to bed, okay?" He smiled at me. I nodded my head. "Come on, Edward," Tanya called from the door. The smile on her face told me she was very happy that she finally got to spend time with Edward. Alice and Rose went to the door, as well, and Tanya's smile slipped a little. Well, at least she won't be alone with him. Edward gave me a final hug, leaning in to whisper in my ear, "You're still my best girl." I, typically, blushed, and Edward chuckled, setting me on the couch next to where he sat. Then he stood up and joined the others. I sighed. A whole day without Edward, that's a first. I sat up in bed. It was already time for bed. Esme had tucked me in half an hour ago. Lily was already asleep in her bed. But I couldn't sleep, not even when I closed my eyes. I was waiting for Edward. I was starting to worry. He'd told me he would be back before I sleep tonight. Where was he? Normally he hunted while I was in school on sunny days, or while I slept. He never went during the day. What was I thinking, telling him to go? I was thinking of him, of course. I knew it hurt him to sit with me, and played with me, and be so close to me when he needed to hunt so badly. I didn't want to hurt him. But I was worried, nonetheless, and it was making me too anxious to sleep. There was a knock on my door, and I jumped. Edward poked his head in and smiled. "Can I come in?" he whispered. I smiled, relieved, and nodded my head. He slipped inside quietly, careful not to wake Lily. She's a crabby cat when she gets woken up early. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" he asked, sitting on the edge of my bed. I blushed, turning away. I was worried, I admitted sheepishly. "You said you'd be back by now." Edward smiled, reaching out to tap my nose playfully. I wrinkled it at him. "Sorry, Bella. I was just saying goodbye to Kate, Carmen and Eliezer," he told me. I frowned. "They left?" Edward nodded, handing me something from behind his back. "Carmen wanted me to give this to you," he said. It was a rolled-up piece of paper. I opened it up to see a sketch of Kate, Eliezer and I sitting in the living room tonight. We had toasted marshmallows. Well, I had toasted marshmallows and Kate, Eliezer and Carmen had told me ghost stories. They were trying to scare me, but all it did was make me laugh hysterically. At the bottom of the drawing, Carmen had signed, "From Carmen with love, don't forget me." I smiled. Tears starting to pool behind my eyes. I really was going to miss them. Except for Tanya and Irina. Edward took the drawing from my hands and placed it on my nightstand. "I'll miss them," I whispered. He nodded his head, brushing away a stray strand of hair from my face. "I know. I'll miss them too." I frowned at him through my tears. "Tanya, too?" I asked sadly. Edward laughed, shaking his head. "Definitely not," he retorted, still chuckling. I smiled, and he tucked me in. "I'm sorry I was late tonight," he whispered. He leaned down and kissed my forehead briefly. "Good night, Bella." "Night, Edward," I mumbled sleepily, turning to sleep on my side. "I love you." All right. So I completely love writing the Denali clan, and I can't wait to write more and develop their characters further. More could be done when Bella's 13, so I think moving to London first was definitely a good choice. I'm so sorry the update took so long. Don't kill me. The next 3 chapters are when Bella's 11 years old. Something's going to happen that would bring Bella to the Volturi's attention. Don't worry, no deaths or anything like it. I just find Arrow funny in a deranged sort of way. And Jane's intriguing. In a deranged sort of way, too. And then, the long-awaited, Bella's 13 Cullens moving to Denali. Edward finding out. Part of the story. Would you believe it'll be up by Thursday since I'm posting the next 3 episodes by tomorrow? In this chapter, Garrett, Kate's mate, hasn't joined the clan. He only joined in BD. Irina is still a member because she hasn't met Laurent, and hasn't left the clan due to revenge and bitterness. I still don't like her that well. As much as I hate Tanya, I love writing her character. I can't wait for more of her. Please review and tell me what you think. Do you love or hate it? Thank you so much and sorry you had to wait for so long, and sorry for yet another way too long. A.N. Juliet. Goodbyes A.N. Okay, here we are. Bella's 10 years going to 11. She's in her last year in England. Sorry my British readers, I didn't get to write a lot on England, as are the Cullens. I need to wrap up some things here. I'm sure you remember our little vampire friend Connor. There's a reason to his introduction to the story, as dry as he may seem. He's physically 10 years old and have only been out and about for a decade or two. Do you know the reason yet? No? Read on and find out. The next 3 chapters is situated in London. After that, We will skip ahead to when Bella and the Cullens are living in Denali. They would have done so since Bella's 11, but I decided to skip 2 years. Hope you won't mind. Judging from the reviews, I know you'll mind if I don't skip. So here it goes. Volturi is included, so I'm sorry if I don't write them very well. I'll try my best. Happy reading. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Bella, Edward, Jasper, Alice. Bella's POV: it's my last week in England. The Cullens and I would be moving to our new home in Alaska by June. I'd have to say goodbye to Rebecca and my small group of friends. Even Connor. Yes, he's still around for a little bit. When I first met him, he was posing as a 9-year-old. Now, he's passing for a 12-year-old. He'd have to move soon, too. He'd be moving to Scotland, though, so I won't be able to see much of him, if at all. Edward seemed pleased about it for some reason. I never understood his dislike for Connor. Every time I asked him, he'd ask me to compare the situation with Tanya. Point taken. Although Connor doesn't have a disgusting crush on me. Rebecca was throwing a going-away party for me. I hated the attention, but she was too adamant. She said that we had been best friends for 4 years, she deserved the right. I think Alice brainwashed her just a little too much all those times she slept over. We were telling people Rebecca was just throwing a party for the fun of it, but I think they knew. Rebecca told me I was being paranoid. The worst part of it all wasn't saying goodbye to my friends, and our great home in London. It wasn't saying goodbye to the London weather I'd grown so accustomed to. It wasn't even saying goodbye to Connor, and the funny English accents I'd started to enjoy listening to wherever I went. It was knowing that we were simply miles away from the Denali clan. I didn't mind Kate, Carmen and Eliezer. We'd visited them once or twice over the years, and we'd had plenty of fun. Carmen taught me a little bit of art every time, though I never really captured it as well as she did. I didn't think anyone could. Carmen promised we'd try harder once I moved to Alaska. Kate was like a blonde version of Alice. But it was okay, even though they forced me to go shopping every time. I secretly liked it. I made Jasper promise not to tell. Eliezer was still apprehensive of me, but that was because of the Volturi. I had to admit, after hearing him telling me about the Italian vampires, I was, too. Edward Said, not to worry, he'll protect me. It reminded me of one of those old movies where the knight saves the damsel in distress. The thought always made me laugh. I sighed as I knocked on Alice's door, wearing my bathrobe. She'd made me swear that I'd let her do my hair and makeup and pick out my dress for the party. She put on that sad puppy dog look that made me feel so guilty about saying no, even though I knew she was just faking it. The door swung open before my knuckles even touched it. Jasper looked at me amused. I scowled at him. I don't suppose you could tone it down a little? I tilted my head towards the room behind him, referring to his gift. Maybe if he could just make her a little less excited. Jasper shook his head, still smiling. Alice would kill me, was his reply. Coward, I thought, as he let me in and walked out of the room himself, chuckling to himself. Vampires, I shook my head. Alice danced into the room, her face alight with happiness. I heard that, she sang out, too excited to be offended. I rolled my eyes at her. Okay, let's dry your hair first and get started on it. I already have your dress picked out. She started squealing that Alice way. When she starts doing that, even vampires had trouble understanding what she was trying to say, I've been told. What more a mere human like me? Alice took my hand and dragged me into her huge bathroom. God only knows how many times I'd been pulled in here against my will so Alice could play Bella Barbie. She sat me down in front of the vanity and grabbed a hairdryer. I let out a huge sigh. I had no idea why Alice enjoyed this so much. It felt like torture to me. But Rebecca was doing this for me. I had to be in my best behavior, even if it meant letting Alice do all the gruesome work on me for the next few hours. She ended up giving me curls for the night. I was only 11, and Rosalie and Esme would kill Alice, figuratively speaking, of course, if she put a lot of makeup on me. That is, if Edward didn't get to her first. Finally, after an hour and a half, she was done. I think I'd get back problems by the time I'm 30. She dashed into the bedroom to get my dress. It was a pink baby doll dress, with spaghetti straps and a black bow at the back. I'd never worn anything like it before. I don't think I could. Alice? I gulped nervously. I was only 11, was I even allowed? Alice rolled her eyes at me. Don't you want all eyes to be on you? She demanded. All eyes? On me? The clumsy Bella Hale? No thank you. I shook my head vigorously, panic starting to overwhelm me. She handed me the dress and took me by the shoulders. Bella, she said, her tone both disapproving and calming at the same time. Don't worry about it. Your sister's a psychic. I saw the whole night. No accidents this time, she promised. It was my turn to roll my eyes at her. No accidents this time? She'd said that for the last 5 parties she made me go to. Not one of those parties had been accident-free. Just wear the dress. You'll look amazing. I bought you the perfect shoes to go with it, she said, exuberant once more. At the mention of shoes, I looked up at her warily. Alice sighed, shaking her head. No heels, Bella. I promise. They're ballet flats. Ballet flats. Thank God. She must have brought Rose along with her. Rose wasn't as overeager or as crazy as Alice when it came to shopping. Alice left the bathroom to allow me to change. She always made a fuss, wondering why she had to leave. In her defense, she'd said. She'd seen me naked since I was 6. I'd put a stop to it when I was 9. It was just too embarrassing. Alice was perfect in every way. She was a beautiful pixie vampire. I, on the other hand, was the ugly humans living in what could have been Mount Olympus. I shrugged off the bathroom and slipped on the dress, careful with my hair and makeup. I didn't want to ruin anything just to have Alice come in and redo it all. It would take hours. The bathroom door flung open the moment the dress was on and I gasped. Alice, I glared at her. Have you ever heard of knocking? Have you ever heard of psychic? She retorted. Let me look at you. She squinted, scrutinizing me to make sure every part of me was the way she imagined, or saw, it to be. When she was finally satisfied, she grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the bathroom. It was time to meet my fate. Edward was going to drive me to the party. It was at Rebecca's house. Alice had wanted it to be thrown in our house, but I knew that would only mean Alice would take over. The party would have been way overdone. Edward, Jasper and Emmett would have gone around glaring at every boy that came close to me, thus scaring them all away. I didn't know why they bothered. I wasn't interested in anyone. I was only 11. Okay, 11 in a few months. Edward was sitting on the couch, playing yet another video game with Emmett and Jasper. Those 3 acted like immature children sometimes. Oh, Bella, you look wonderful, Esme said, and started snapping pictures. Yet another reason why I didn't want the party held here. I loved Esme and the rest of the family. But sometimes they tended to annoy me. And embarrass me. When I confided this to Rose, she'd just laugh and said that it was a preteen thing. I'd get over it. It didn't feel like that to me, though. Mom, I said, blushing in embarrassment. Esme only chuckled, and kept snapping photos until Rose took it away. Come on, Esme, she'll embarrass herself enough tonight without our help, she smirked, winking playfully at me. I glared at her, then turned to Edward. Edward, could we go already? I'd rather have this over with as soon as possible, I muttered. Just a minute, he said, distracted, as he continued zapping who knows what on the flat screen. I sighed, and waited. Finally, Alice had had enough and snatched his controller away. Alice, Edward growled. Game over, flashed on the screen. I spent hours working on her, Edward, Alice snapped. Get to it, Edward has got nothing on Alice's anger. When he turned to me, however, his eyes widened. What on earth are you wearing? He spluttered. I blushed again and hid behind Rosalie. Rose shook her head. You're making her self-conscious, Edward, she warned. As if I couldn't speak for myself, and yes, he really was. She should be. Edward stood up, glaring at Alice. She's too young for that. Go upstairs, he told me. Change, or I'm not taking you. I stepped away from Rose and placed my hands on my hips. You are not the boss of me, Edward Cullen, I snapped. Emmett and Jasper had stopped staring dejectedly at the screen, and were looking at me open-mouthed, but I didn't care. Edward was treating me as if I was still the 6-year-old he found and I didn't care for it. I heard the click of a camera somewhere to my left. If you won't take me, Alice will. He just stared at me, disbelieving. Alice chuckled, but grabbed my hand. She's right, she said proudly. I'll take her. You just sit and enjoy zapping aliens. We dashed out the door as fast as my human legs could make it. They're not aliens. we heard Edward's brilliant reply. As soon as we were in Alice's Bentley, peeling out of the driveway, we burst out laughing. That was the first time I'd ever stood up to Edward or took a different side, and I loved it. It was exhilarating. My heart was pounding so fast it hurt, but it still felt good. I wasn't a little girl anymore, and while I wasn't ready to go wild and crazy, I still wanted a little more freedom, a little more independence. I needed to know Edward would trust me to go out and have a little fun without getting harmed. I was, after all, only going to Rebecca's party. What was the worst that could happen? Rebecca's party was significantly more toned down than any of the Cullens' parties. Just the way I like it. There were balloons, and a snack table, and music and dancing, but I didn't have to mingle, I didn't have to dance, and I had Rebecca to talk to. "I'm really going to miss you, Bella," Rebecca said quietly, touching my arm. She was a shy girl, just like I was. "I guess we fit together because of our personalities. Promise me you'll email me all the time?" I nodded my head and smiled. This I would do. I'd miss her greatly, too. "Don't worry," I assured her. "I'll definitely email." We were both highly uncomfortable talking about feelings, so we just smiled, and said things like how different Alaska would be. I'd told her about Tanya, and her weird ways of getting Edward's attention through me. Rebecca found it funny. Jody, Alex and Donnie, our friends from school, came up to meet us. They, too, knew of my departure from London in a week's time. "Bella, it's so sad that you're leaving," Jody whined. I grinned. She and I had gotten quite close throughout the years I'd helped her with English, and she'd helped me with math. Jody was a genius when it came to math. She could have won the Nobel Prize, in my opinion. Give it a few years. "I'll miss you, too, Joe," I teased. The rest of the party I spent talking to my friends, and occasionally to others I wasn't so familiar with. They knew, of course, that I was leaving. It was already all over school, courtesy of Jody, who had been sobbing about it the past month. I ended up with a table full of gifts. After everyone had left, Jody, Alex, Donnie and I stayed back to help Rebecca and her mom clear up the mess. Rebecca stayed in a 2-story terrace house. It was pretty amazing, considering her mother was interested in interior design. She and Esme had tea often at our house, or hers whenever Esme dropped me off for a visit. We still had half an hour before Edward or Alice was supposed to come pick me up, so we decided to just sit around and enjoy each other's company. The school semester was already over for this month, and the next few days would be spent packing. Rebecca and I would have one last visit together right before I leave London, but this was pretty much it. I could already feel the tears starting up. "You won't forget us, would you, Bells?" Donnie asked. Sweet boy. He was a bit annoying at first. He had a doctor for a mother, and they were close. So every time he spoke to us, he started talking about bones and guts and whatnot. It turned out that he was just shy, and it was his defense mechanism. He has a crush on Rebecca. Though I was told not to say anything. If I were, though, it would be a lot better. Rebecca has a crush on him, too. "Of course not, Donnie. I could never forget any one of you," I said sincerely. We talked about the crazy times we had, like the time Alex put super glue on the toilet seat to prank a girl we all hated, and ended up slipping and getting stuck herself. It was a pretty hilarious sight. Finally, the doorbell rang. When Rebecca's mother answered it, Alice came bouncing in the room. "Hey, Bella." She grinned at me. I smiled back, though my stomach dropped at the thought of Edward mad at me. Why else wouldn't he show up? Why else would Alice be the one to pick me up? "Ready to go?" she asked. I nodded. We all stood up and helped Alice carry the gifts to her car. In truth, she could have carried it all in one hand and still dance around the room like a prima ballerina if she wanted to. But the others couldn't know that. When all the gifts were in the car, Alice got into her Bentley to give us some privacy. She could hear every word, though, so it didn't actually matter. Rebecca's mom hugged me and smiled at me. I hugged everyone, saving Rebecca for last. "Promise one last visit before you leave?" she sniffed. I nodded my head, waved and got inside the car. We drove in silence for 5 minutes while I recollected my thoughts. "Are you okay?" Alice asked quietly. I shrugged. "It sucks saying goodbye," I said truthfully. Alice sighed. "I'm sorry, Bella. Our lifestyle." I shook my head. "Alice, I wouldn't give it up for anything," I said firmly, giving her a smile. How could she even think that I would give up the Cullens? They were everything to me. Alice laughed shakily. I'm supposed to be comforting you, she teased. I shrugged again, and fell silent. Why wasn't Alice bringing him up? Was he that angry that she didn't even want to mention it to me? Finally, I sighed, and shifted slightly so that my body was angled towards her. Is he still mad at me? I asked. Alice bit her lip, glancing sideways at me, her eyes on the road. I knew this was just so she could avoid answering my question. Alice never looked at the road when she drove. None of the Cullens, except Esme, did. This was what I believed would kill me, ultimately. Alice, I complained. Okay. Alice gave in grudgingly. He's stubborn, she said hesitantly. I rolled my eyes at her. I'm not looking for an attitude description, I told her. I'm asking if he's still mad at me. Yes. I grumbled, and turned away, looking out the window. Bella, you know he's only like that because, well, he's Edward, she said. Don't defend him, I said, leaning my head on the headrest and closing my eyes to rest for a bit. Edward was being childish. This coming from someone he considered a child, must mean something. Alice wasn't happy that I, too, was angry, but she didn't say anything for the rest of the journey back, and for that I was thankful. When we reached home, Alice carried most of the gifts back inside. I sat on the hood of her car, procrastinating. I wasn't even sure if Edward was home, or if I'd run into him. I just didn't want to take the risk. I had never been mad at him before, not like this. It wasn't so much the fact that he was overprotective. That part of him I'd gotten used to. What I hated was the fact that he thought he could just order me around and I'd obey every command like a sick puppy. I wasn't asking for the right to vote. I wasn't asking for a late curfew. I just wanted him to not look at me like I'm still 6. I wanted him to have a little respect. I was growing up. Edward needed to accept that. I sighed, about ready to head in. Bella. I turned around and smiled when I saw Connor. He was walking in the driveway, looking around anxiously. I laughed at his expression. Afraid you'll run into Edward, Connor? I teased. The two of them were still on harsh terms. After a while, Connor had given up trying to be on friendly terms with Edward. Instead, every time they saw each other, they just glared. Connor laughed and straightened up. Bella, I'm here to say goodbye, he said sadly, standing right in front of me now. My brows furrowed together. Goodbye. Oh, right. We were both leaving, separating for what might be forever. Going in separate directions. Without my consent, tears started to well in my eyes. It had been one goodbyes too many tonight. Connor smiled sadly when he saw my tears. I'm really going to miss you, Bella, he whispered, stepping closer to give me a HG. I wrapped my arms around his neck and closed my eyes, leaning into his embrace. I felt Connor bury his face in my hair, but this was nothing new. He'd always smelled my hair, always said I'd smelled good. What that meant I couldn't really understand. He'd told me it was a vampire thing. My scent was just really good. I don't know whether I should be flattered or frightened. But Connor was a good friend, so I let him. I wish you could come with me, Bells, he mumbled into my hair. I'd be happy to have you around for eternity. I stiffened immediately. Eternity. The one thing I wasn't allowed to discuss with Edward, or with anyone, really. Edward threw a fit the last time he found out I'd asked Esme. If it weren't for her, he'd have wrecked half the house. Edward was too sensitive on the matter. I just didn't understand why. The truth was, I wanted to be like him. I wanted to spend forever with the Cullens. I couldn't imagine a better fate. Edward might see this as a one-way ticket to hell, but I saw it as a chance to have a happily ever after. I'll miss you, too, I said, pulling back. What I saw shocked me. Connor, with the blackest eyes I'd ever seen. His irises were surrounded by a dark red. Red. Edward had told me that red meant blood. Human blood. If you see a vampire with red eyes, run, he'd told me. Had Connor been drinking human blood? Had he slipped up? I started to back away from him, my heart pounding like crazy. I knew he could hear it. I knew he could smell the fear on me. He knew I saw his eyes. But he didn't let go of me. Bella, he pleaded. Don't be afraid of me. I'm still Connor. I only wanted to make sure I was able to do this. I didn't want to mess it up. You just your scent, it's incredible. I didn't want to mess up. I didn't understand any of it. He could have been speaking Urdu for all I knew. I didn't care. All I wanted was to get away from him, and go back into the safety of my own house. Connor, I shook my head, trying to reason with him. I didn't know what he wanted from me. I just knew it wasn't a good thing. He pulled me closer to him, into an embrace, as though we were hugging again. But my arms stayed limp at my sides. I was too frozen in fear to move. I gasped at the sudden movement, and my eyes widened in shock. "Shish," he whispered into my ear. "This won't hurt a bit." And then my world went black. The only thing reminding me of tonight was the pinpricks of pain at the side of my neck, and the whispers of a scream. Edward's pav. Bella. I stiffened, my head snapping in the direction of the door. Connor was here, out front, talking to Bella. I stood up without even thinking, from my spot on the couch, and headed towards the front door. "Edward," Rosalie warned me. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned around to glare darkly at her. "Don't give me that look. It's their last chance to say goodbye." "Let them be," she snapped. I hesitated. No matter how many times Connor had been around with Bella, I still didn't trust him. He was too young, mentally and physically, and he was too much of a newborn. He'd only been around for 15 years as a vampire. He could snap at any moment. Bella's scent has grown slightly more potent throughout the years. She had even captured my attention, my bloodlust, as much as I hated to admit it. Jasper and I didn't have much trouble being around her because first of all, we'd been partially desensitized by her scent so far, and secondly, she was still young. Her scent still wasn't all that strong. "Edward," Esme jumped in, saying my name in a warning tone. I sighed, and sat back down. What was the harm in it? After all, it was their last time seeing each other. I couldn't be more than happy about that, actually. "Afraid you'll run into Edward, Connor?" I heard Bella tease, and I smirked, Jasper and Emmett snickering at my side. If I said so myself, I had been very successful in scaring that little nitwit. I tuned out the rest of their conversation, not wanting to hear their heartfelt goodbyes. I didn't feel guilty for Connor and Bella never seeing each other again. I did, however, felt guilty for Bella having to say goodbye to her friends from school. I knew she had gotten close to a small group of people, especially Rebecca. The girl seemed quite nice, too, from what I've observed. I knew it must have been hard for Bella to say goodbye to them at the party. I'd wanted to go pick her up and comfort her, but I was too angry with her for not listening to me, for blatantly ignoring my wishes and leaving in that dress anyway. And I knew she was still angry with me too because Bella was just plain stubborn. Still, I wished Bella had a normal life, instead of the one I had. She would have to say goodbye to a lot more people along the way until she could live on her own. Then she'd have to say goodbye to us. It would hurt her never to see us again. I knew that. She was an integral part of the family. It would hurt us, too. It would hurt me. But that was the selfish part of me talking. I couldn't allow Bella to be a part of this life. She meant too much. She could have a nice, normal human life, the way she was supposed to. She could grow up, go to school, maybe get a doctorate or two, have a nice career, a lovely family, children, all things that would almost be impossible if she were one of us. What if she'd wanted to write a book, or be a musician, or do something else that required attention? She couldn't be able to do that because it'd draw too much unwanted attraction. People would wonder why she never aged. They would wonder why she suddenly disappeared. And when she showed up at a high school a few years later, they would recognize her as well. The Volturi won't be happy. In fact, they would ensure it was the end of her. No, she deserved to be happy. I wouldn't do this to her, and then my world came crashing to a halt. "Bella," Alice whispered. I turned to look at her, just in time to see her get that faraway look in her eyes that meant she was getting a vision. I looked into her thoughts to see what she was seeing about Bella's future. "This won't hurt a bit," Connor said, as he leaned in and pressed his lips to her neck. Bella froze, her eyes wide and in pain. "Edward," she whispered, her eyes rolling back as her life was taken from her, little by little. I gave an enraged roar and dashed out the door, not caring that I had crashed through the closed door and had let it crumble to the floor in splinters. I ran to the driveway, where Connor was in the same position as he had been in Alice's vision. Bella saw me approaching, and I screamed her name. But she had closed her eyes, slipping into the unconscious. I grabbed Connor by his shirt and yanked him off of Bella. He ended up being thrown across the lot towards Esme's garden. He recovered as quickly as if it had never happened, getting to his feet and crouching into position, poised to attack. I didn't have time to check on Bella as she collapsed on the floor. I crouched as well, glaring menacingly at Connor, and giving a feral growl. His eyes were red, with my Bella's blood. This only served to make me angrier. By this time, the entire family had approached us. Carlisle went straight to Bella, knowing the rest of us would deal with Connor. They formed a semicircle with me, around Bella, facing Connor. They were all poised to attack. Their worried and angry thoughts attacked me, but I didn't let my guard down once. Connor, deranged with the need for blood, Bella's blood lunged forward, but I swiped at him, and he fell to the ground. It didn't even hinder him as he got back on his feet, attacking Jasper this time. Jasper growled, and got him in a chokehold around the neck. Wrong move, Connor. Jasper was a militant. He dealt with newborns all the time. Connor wasn't even half as strong as they were. Suddenly, two other figures appeared so quickly it was as if they'd materialized there on our driveway. It was Matt and Haley. "Let go of our son," Matt growled, his eyes sweeping past the driveway. I heard a flicker of fear in his thoughts as he considered going up against a coven of 7 vampires. He T-tacked my daughter, Esme snapped angrily, taking a step forward. Haley actually took a step back before regaining some of her confidence and standing her ground. As if that would deter Esme. As if that would save her from Esme's grip. She had harmed a Cullen. "We wouldn't stand for that. And you're attacking my son," Matt snapped. "Maybe I should convince them to let Connor go. Then we leave. 7 vampires is too much for us." "But they wouldn't. Think, Matt, think. We need a game plan here." Haley wasn't faring any better. "My baby. Oh, my baby. Why did he have to be so stupid? Oh, God, I never should have let him come here so often. I bet it was her idea in the first place." I snarled at Haley and her eyes widened in fear. Without warning or so, they thought Matt attacked Jasper, who was still crushing Connor's windpipe. Not that he needed it. Alice saw it in her vision, and I saw it in her head. It was why I stepped in front of Jasper and threw him a punch. Haley stepped into the fight, taking on Esme and Rosalie, but she never got far. Matt was right. We were 7 vampires, 6, if you excluded Carlisle, who was working on Bella frantically, and they were no match for us. It didn't take long before Emmett and I had Matt pinned to the floor, and Esme and Rosalie had Haley pinned. Alice was by Carlisle's side, holding Bella's hand and glancing around worriedly. Jasper still had Connor swiping at him, trying to get away from his iron grip. "What do I do with it?" Jasper asked, disgust in his voice. I turned to look Matt straight in the eyes as I answered. "Destroy it." Malice dripped from each word. Alice bounced from Carlisle's side to help Jasper. Matt and Haley struggled against us, but they were no match. They had been around for a shorter time than us. We had more strength, more power, and Emmett, of course. Jasper held Connor by the shoulders, pinning him so that he couldn't move, while Alice, anger glinting in her eyes, reached out and pulled his head off of his shoulders. The keening sound of it suddenly broke off, leaving only Haley's anguished screams, and Matt's incoherent threats. "She's lost a lot of blood," Carlisle shouted. I snapped towards him, where he was trying desperately to stem the blood flow. Alice moved back to Bella's side immediately. Our distraction was all it took for Matt and Haley to push us off of them and make their escape. A part of me wanted to chase after them, but Bella needed my attention more. "Leave it," I yelled to Emmett, who was already making his way to run after them. "Bella comes first." We agreed, and ran to her side, and then the unimaginable happened. Jasper's paw. I felt satisfaction run through me as Connor's head was ripped from his body. I gave Alice a grim smile, to show her I was proud of her, yet disgusted at the situation. We had allowed Connor into our home, allowed him to be around Bella. And he had turned around and stabbed us in the back by attacking her. How dared he? Carlisle called for our attention, saying that Bella had lost a lot of blood. Matt and Haley escaped because we were distracted. Emmett and I were about to give chase, but Edward called us back. Bella came first, she always did. I spoke quietly to Emmett, asking him to guard Connor's body. He'd have to rip it to shreds and burn it so Matt and Haley couldn't come back and sew him back together. Vampires weren't easy to kill. Ripping us apart and burning us was the only surefire way. Emmett nodded his head solemnly and got to work. I moved away and went to crowd around Bella, like the others. I didn't need to see this. I could already smell the smoke coming from the garden, where Emmett was burning the shreds of Connor's corpse. A smell hit me. Delicious. Mouthwatering. What was it? Frisia. My senses snapped back and slapped me hard. Frisia. Oh, God, no Bella. I just hunted a few days ago, but my strength was fading. I could already see myself pushing Carlyle aside, gripping Bella to me, sinking my teeth in her neck. Jazz, no, Alice whispered, horrified. She must have seen my fantasies. I must have decided on it. I couldn't stop myself now. I was beyond emotion. I was beyond remorse. I was beyond love. All I wanted was her blood, her warm blood, gushing down my throat, quenching my thirst, ending the urge. Without thinking, I lunged forward. I never got to her. Edward pinned me down, throwing me about 10 feet back. Emmett, already done burning Connor's remains, ran to us. His eyes widened as he realized what I must have done, and helped Edward to contain me as I struggled against their hold. Jazz, come on, man, Emmett pleaded. He wanted me to come back to my senses. I wanted it, too. I wanted to remember my family, my love, my life. But I couldn't. My want, my need, for her blood was too strong. Carlyle took Bella in his arms and rushed inside the house. My wild eyes followed them inside. Edward and Emmett brought me to my feet, and ran with my still between them. I struggled, but my bloodlust had weakened me, and their resolve had strengthened them. They ran with me all the way to our normal hunting ground in London. We came across a few bears, and they pushed me towards them. I ravaged them, drinking from them as fast and as hungrily as possible. When I was done with 3, I stopped, panting on the ground. What have I done? Bella, our Bella, had been bitten, hurt, and I'd tried to finish the job. My body wrecked with dry sobs as I realized the monster within me. I had grown to treat Bella like my own sister, but I'd forgotten all of that and succumbed to my bloodlust. If Alice hadn't seen it, if Edward and Emmett hadn't been there, I would have killed her. Oh, God. What have I done? Jazz, I heard Emmett's pained voice from behind me. I stiffened, my sobs subsiding. I'd forgotten they were there. Come on, let's go home. Home. I couldn't go back. They'd kill me. They'd shun me. Bella would hate me. Alice. I was pretty sure I'd lost Alice. She was concerned for you, Edward said quietly. She still is. Let's go home, Jasper. You're stable enough. Stable enough. Like I was the mentally ill. I could have been, I might as well have been, the mentally ill, the way I'd lunged for her. Would everyone even forgive me? Would Edward? She meant more to him than she meant to every single one of us combined. Even Esme and Rose. Would he forgive me for doing this? I heard Edward sigh, no doubt hearing my jumbled thoughts. Mind readers. It's who we are, Jasper. No one could deny that. You had a moment of weakness. It's understandable, he said. I bowed my head, taking deep breaths. I felt Emmett's big hand on my shoulder and looked up into his pained, sympathetic eyes. I took in another deep breath, then took his hand, standing up on shaky feet. I nodded once to show that I was ready and all right to go back. We started to run back, but Edward stopped me. I said it was understandable. But do it again, and I myself will end you. I stared at him. I would have been disbelieving, but knowing what I know, seeing them together, I was more than sure it wasn't an empty threat. And I deserved it, too. So I nodded my head once more. I know, I said quietly. We ran back home, back to my downfall. Edward rushed up the stairs to Bella's room where Carlyle was still attending to her the moment we stepped through the doors. Emmett ran to Rosalie, wrapping her in his big arms. I stood in front of Alice, unsure how to act. To my surprise, she ran at me, wrapping her small arms around my waist. She was sobbing into my chest. God, Jazz, she whispered once she'd calmed down enough to talk. If I didn't have my visions to tell me you were okay, I'd have died worrying. She wasn't angry at me. Bless her pixie mind. I wrapped my arms tightly around her and buried my face in her spiky hair. I love you, I whispered into her hair. Please, please forgive me. I'm so sorry, I was sobbing again. I couldn't help myself. How could I have been so monstrous? Alice pulled back and placed her hands on either side of my face. Jazz, it wasn't your fault, she said seriously. You didn't touch her. I opened my mouth to argue his point, but she shook her head, pressing her hand against my mouth to stop me. No, Jasper. It's not your fault. You need to believe that. You're new at this, it's only reasonable that you would react that way. I sighed. I didn't have it in me to argue with her. She was so desperate to believe the good in me. I wanted to be that man she fell in love with. I had to give her that. She deserved it. So I merely nodded my head, give her what was supposed to be a convincing smile, and pulled her closer to me. Alice, understanding my need, stood on her toes and crashed her lips against mine. I stayed that way, just feeling the love between us radiating from her, flowing through me, for as long as I could. When we finally pulled back, we were both panting heavily. I rested my forehead against hers. Thank you, I smiled at her. I love you, too, she grinned back at me, pecking my lips once more. Then we succumbed to our worries for Bella. Carlisle had come into the living room an hour after my return, and told us that Bella was resting. She would wake up tomorrow morning, because he'd given her morphine to dull the pain. Connor's bite had drawn her blood, but he hadn't had time to pump in his venom into her bloodstream, so no irreversible damage was done. Edward stayed by her side the entire night, and the rest of us were restless enough. We visited her, one by one, Edward never leaving the room. I was too guilt-ridden to actually enter the room. The scent of her blood lingered faintly in the air, but I wasn't tempted by it as I had been just hours before. Dawn was approaching fast. Esme was busy in the kitchen, making Bella some of her chicken noodle soup. That reminded me of the time Emmett had tried his hand at it when she was sick. Instead of making me laugh, it only intensified the pain I was feeling. Thank God no one else in the room was an empath. The emotions I felt were killing me enough. But my emotions were the strongest. They overrode all others. Finally, I heard Bella stir. Edward. I heard her mumble. It's me, Bella. I'm right here. You're all right, he whispered back. The others were already on their way up. I heard Esme moving faster in the kitchen, trying to hurry up. I took in a deep breath and stood up. Alice was waiting for me by the stairs. It'll be all right, Jazz, she whispered, taking my hand in hers. God, I love this woman. I walked tentatively inside Bella's room. The others were already crowded around her. Edward was sitting in a chair beside her bed, holding her hand. Rosalie had crawled under the covers next to her. Emmett was sitting on the edge of her bed, and Carlisle was bending over her, checking her vitals. I took in a shaky breath. I could still smell her blood, of course, but I was under control. This time, my love for her as my sister, my love for my family and my love for Alice kept me grounded. I just felt so remorseful of my actions. Bella noticed Alice and I and smiled widely. Alice, Jasper, she called out. Then she frowned. Why are you standing so far away? She asked, tilting her head to one side. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Why on earth did she have to be so observant? I took another tentative step forward. I could sense Alice's excitement to be closer to Bella, to hug her, and kiss her and tell her about a shopping trip that would surely cure everything. But she stayed by my side, knowing that I needed her. I brought Alice's hand, entwined with mine, to my lips and kissed her knuckles. Then I let her go. Alice shot me a smile, and bounced on the bed, making it shake. Bella gasped in surprise. We have to go shopping, Alice squealed. It'll make you feel better. Bella stared at her as if she had grown another head. No, it won't, she said truthfully. Alice chose to ignore that, and went on about the new line at Gap Kids. I took another step back, and Edward shot me a warning look. I sent a calming wave through the room, mainly to calm myself more than anything. I sat down gingerly on the edge of Bella's bed. Bella, I started. Her wide chocolate eyes looked me, waiting for me to say something. Anything. With my vampire speed, I reached out and crushed her to me. I'm so sorry, I whispered. I felt her small, fragile, human arms wrap around my neck, hugging me back. When I finally released her, Bella smiled at me. For what? She asked, confused. I didn't want to keep my near slip up from her. She deserved to know the truth. When Connor bit you, I said. Bella made a face at that, but she waited for me to continue. I sensed a tiny bit of fear at that, but I knew that Emmett had told her about getting rid of Connor. She was mostly curious to know what I'd say next. Jasper, maybe you shouldn't, Rosalie said. But I needed to tell her. I needed to ask her to forgive me. I almost lost control, I whispered. Bella looked puzzled for a moment, then her eyes widened as she realized what I meant. I almost hurt you, I'm so sorry. Bella was silent for a moment. Her emotions ranged from shock to sadness to love. I searched her eyes, waiting to see what she would say, how she would react. Say something, Bella. But you didn't hurt me, she said slowly. Only because Edward and Emmett held me back, I said remorsefully. I turned my head away from her, sadness overtaking me again. I felt Bella's presence, smelled her freesia scent washing over me. I felt the tiniest bit of the monster rising within me, but I quelled it almost instantly. She was more important. Bella climbed on my lap, and wrapped her uninjured arm around my neck. You didn't hurt me, she said again. That's what matters, Jazz. She leaned forward to peck my cheek. I closed my eyes, hugging her to me, burying my face in her hair. Sweet Bella. How on earth did our family get so lucky to be blessed by her? To be graced by her? You're asking me, Edward chuckled. I looked up and smiled slightly at me. He returned it. The last bit of my guilt faded away, but I knew that I needed to be on my guard. Nothing would justify hurting Bella. I loved her. She was a part of this family. More than she even realized. I couldn't allow myself to hurt her. Edward frowned, probably at my thoughts. He opened his mouth to ask me what I meant, but I was saved by Esme, waltzing into the room with a bowl of chicken noodle soup and a relieved smile. Alice's pav. No one had left Bella's room for the past 5 hours. Not even Carlisle. He had called in sick at the hospital. His daughter needed him. She had recounted the events of her party to us, and Rosalie had asked her about boys. Bella had, typically, blushed. Edward had growled. Bella said she wasn't interested in boys. Well, that was understandable. She was only 11. Soon. I wondered when she would get her first crush, or her first boyfriend. It would be interesting to see. Bella had had 2 helpings of Esme's chicken noodle soup. She had been famished, and Esme couldn't be happier. Oh, the simple things that brought joy to our mother. I, of course, was planning our next shopping trip. Maybe I should bring her out of London. It was the holidays, after all. And she wouldn't have to start school until September. It was barely June. I knew we had to unpack and get settled in Alaska, but it didn't require 3 months to do. Maybe New York. Or Paris. I was getting excited, and even Bella was eyeing me warily. I couldn't be bothered by that. I would change her mind about shopping. She was merely a child. She'd grow to love it, I know it. Then my mind blanked, the way it always did before a vision struck me. Black robes flowed around their feet as they glided across the grass. Their cloaks hid their faces. They entered the house, 8 fearful pair of eyes on them. The one in front lifted his hood and it fell back, revealing the red eyes and wide grin. Carlisle, good to see you again, he said. Arrow, Carlisle said, his voice friendly but strained. What brings you here? The vision quickly shifted to a different part of the visit. She doesn't belong. She's human. It's over, Carlisle. Cloaks cascaded around, fists clashed, screams were heard. Bella's frightened pleas. And 10 it all went dark. I gasped, snapping out of it. Everyone had their eyes trained on me, aware that I'd just gotten another vision. By the expression on my face, I'm sure they knew it hadn't been a good one. But my eyes were trained on Edward, clutching Bella to his chest as if his life depended on it, his eyes wild as they mirrored my own shock and fear. The Volturi, I whispered. I'm evil, I know. I'm sorry to leave it hanging like this, but remember that the next 2 chapters are on their way today, so no worries. Tomorrow we move on to When Bella's 13. To Capella 85. I hope there's enough conflict and cliffhangers in this one. I know it's not much, but I couldn't really factor in those things earlier. I have enough for the future, though, so please keep reading. And yes, I do enjoy your review. As much as I love short ones that acknowledge my readers liked it, I enjoyed long ones even more. To Agnes Jean, thank you. Your review meant a lot. To Jasper X Rose X Edward, yes, she's 7 going on 8 in chapter 16. Here she's 11. In chapter 18, she will be 13. Sorry if it's confusing. To The Venom Runs Through Me, I'm really sorry I had you waiting for so long. To Attic, the Cullens giving Bella the sex talk, I might just use the idea, it was bound to happen when Bella starts dating. Lol. I think that would be funny, though. Thank you for your support. Thank you to everyone who read and reviewed. But I received 102 reviews for chapter 15, and only 46 for chapter 16. Come on, you're killing me here. Please review and tell me what you think. Thank you, Juliet. The Volturi A.N. The second part of Bella at 11. Third and last part coming soon. Bella at 13 tomorrow. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Edward, Emmett, Bella. Emmett's POV. Alice, calm down. Carlisle was shaking her gently by the shoulders, although his panic was starting to show. Jasper was shooting wave after wave of serenity throughout the room, but I knew my brother, he was as scared as she was. The Volturi. I've never met them in person, but I've heard stories. Rumors. And Carlisle had lived with them for a period of time. They were human blood drinkers. They lived in Volterra, Italy. They had a castle. They had an army, and they were royalty. Alice must have seen something horrible for her to be in such a bad state. She was barely moving. She just kept staring at Edward and Bella, and Edward kept staring at her, open-mouthed. Bella just looked frightened. That's when inspiration hit. Stop it, I shouted at them both, my loud voice making Bella jump. You're scaring Bella. Both of them snapped out of it quickly, and Carlisle and Jasper both shot me grateful looks. Alice was dry sobbing now, clutching onto Jasper. Oh, God. Oh, God. How could this happen? She asked, not really looking for an answer. Jasper held on to her tightly and rubbed her back soothingly. I exchanged worried glances with Rose, Carlisle and Esme. Come on, guys, what's going on? Rose asked, looking from Alice to Edward worriedly. The Volturi are coming, Edward whispered, still not blinking from the shock of Alice's vision. And they're here for Bella. All eyes snapped to Bella, and she glanced around, confused, blushing. For me? She asked, puzzled. Why? You're human, Bella, Alice said gently, her sobs slowly subsiding. I think Jasper was to thank for that. Remember what we said about them protecting the secret that vampires exist? You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to be here, her voice broke. Bella turned to Edward, her seraphic face troubled. Edward, they're going to take me away. You can't let that happen. She was frantic, clutching at his shirt, rumpling them as she fisted the material. Edward shook his head, shushing her, kissing her forehead. It seemed to me like a private moment as they stared at each other, concerned over the coming issue. I turned my head away and looked at Alice worriedly. What do we do? I asked, almost afraid of the answer. Alice shook her head, her bottom lip trembling from the effort to keep from sobbing again. There's nothing to do but go through with it, she said apologetically, as if this was her fault. Edward turned his razor-sharp eyes on her. You have to be joking, he glared. I am not putting Bella at risk. We leave, we run, we escape. We don't put her in danger. Alice shook her head, standing up to start pacing. You don't understand, Edward. No matter where we go, they find us. The longer the chase, the angrier they get, the worse the consequences. Worse than dying? Edward asked harshly. Bella gasped, and started to shake, trembling in fear. That's enough. Rosalie snapped, getting off the bed. She stalked over to where Bella was, and took her from Edward. You will not discuss this in front of her, she hissed menacingly at Edward. Surprisingly, Edward didn't retaliate. He simply bowed his head, as if he was ashamed at his actions. Rosalie turned away from him and looked down at Bella. Let's get you cleaned and changed, Bella, she said, smiling tightly. Bella looked back at Edward, worried, but he smiled at her, too. Don't worry, Bella, he said, taking her hand and giving it a squeeze. I'll protect you. Remember? Bella gave a shaky laugh, and Edward dropped her hand. The room was silent as we watched Rose take Bella out and into the bathroom. I turned back to them as soon as they were out of sight. Carlisle began speaking in low, hushed tones. What exactly did you see, Alice? Don't leave out any details, he commanded. I listened in horror as Alice recounted her vision. I listened to her tell us about the cloaks, the guards, the fight. I knew Rose could hear us in the bathroom, but I was glad that Bella couldn't. I was glad that Rose had taken her out of the room. I didn't want to see her reaction to this. I was barely functioning right now, too stricken in horror and grief of what's to come. How much time do we have? Edward barked as we hurried down the stairs. We were planning our escape, away from London, away from civilization. Alice had warned us that they would find us anyway, but Edward was being Edward. He didn't care. he was too stubborn. And this time, I was with him. I didn't want Bella to get hurt. If she died, it would be the downfall of this family. I knew that. I was already too attached to her, just like the others. She was my little sister. If she died, I wouldn't be able to spend eternity going through the same routines. I wouldn't be able to live in the same place as the others, to see their grieving faces. I wouldn't be able to face Esme, or Rose for that matter. Edward would be too guilt-ridden. Everyone would fall apart. She held us together now, no matter how young, no matter how tiny she was. We were going to take our cars and drive as far as possible. At first we thought we'd go to Scotland, or maybe even back to Forks. Somewhere the Volturi wouldn't expect. Maybe even someplace sunny, like California. We'd have to stay in, but it was worth it if it saved Bella's life. But then we thought going to Denali seemed a more appropriate place. We have friends there who would no doubt help us protect Bella. They would help us reason and, if the need arose, fight the Volturi. It might not be much. The Volturi were the most powerful vampires around. But we couldn't allow Alice's vision to come true. Not much, Alice yelled back. We have a few hours at most, we have to go now. Just as we headed towards the garage, Alice stopped us. Wait, she screeched. We turned to find her having another vision. Edward gasped as he saw what she saw in his mind. I rolled my eyes. It was getting frustrating how the two of them had these silent conversations together. What? I bellowed, anxious to know. Alice turned her fearful gaze on me. They're here, she whispered. Icy shivers slipped down my spine as the front door burst open. All of us turned to welcome our guests. Bella was whimpering in fear, buried in Edward's chest as he held her close. I stepped in front of them, Jasper on my right, Rosalie on my left. I watched the Volturi appear before us, black cloaks, just like Alice mentioned. Carlyle, good to see you again, said the one in front, the hood of his cloak dropping back. I stared in disgust at his red eyes and his warm smile. He had come here to destroy us, to kill Bella, and yet here he was greeting Carlyle like an old friend. I turned my head slightly to see Carlyle smile back a little. Arrow, his one-word greeting was strained. What brings you here? Arrow's laugh sent shivers down my spine. I narrowed my eyes at him, then relaxed my facial muscles as I remembered what Carlyle told us about them. Arrow might be on good terms with him, but the others weren't too happy. Especially now. The guards won't let an opportunity to strike a fight with us go. I scanned the others as they let their cloaks fall back. There were 5 of them altogether. Arrow. A small girl around the age of 14 I think. A boy that looked like he could be her twin and 2 other males. I thought back to what Carlyle had told us about them. The girl must be Jane. The one who could create the illusion of pain. I shuddered just thinking about the stories Carlyle had told us about. I didn't know much about the other 3 males. Arrow must have seen us looking at the others apprehensively. He clapped his hand together and turned to his entourage. How rude of me! He cried jubilantly. I brought my coven over and didn't even introduce them. Was this guy for real? He came all the way here to kill us, and he thought it was rude not to make pleasantries first? Twisted. Real twisted. He clapped a hand on the shoulder of the girl. This is Jane, he said fondly, smiling down at her. That's Alec, her twin brother. Wow, did I nail that or what? And this is Dimitri and Felix. Arrow turned back to look at Carlyle. Surely you remember them, he said, crimson eyes piercing. Carlyle looked like he would flinch if it didn't cause Arrow immense pleasure to see us in discomfort and pain. This is all very nice, Arrow, he said, pained. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm still wondering what you were doing here. Arrow laughed again, and glided over to where he first stood. Bella, of course, he said amusedly, eyes dragging over to where Bella was shivering in Edward's arms. We've heard so much about you, he said as he drifted closer. I stood my ground, refusing to move. Arrow found this amusing. The human girl who managed to not only find herself in the midst of vampires, but somehow get them to protect her to such extreme measures, he clucked his tongue. Remarkable. My brows furrowed. Extreme measures? I asked, without thinking. Arrow nodded his head, suddenly excited. You see, just mere hours ago, I received 2 very interesting vampires, quite new to our world. They were angered at your coven, Carlyle. Something about their son. I stared at him in horror. Matt and Haley? They had informed the Volturi about this? Oh, God, I knew I should have gone after them. We had every right, Arrow, Carlyle said. They harmed one of us. Ah, but that's just it, isn't it? Arrow smiled. She isn't one of yours. She's one of them. It didn't take a genius to figure out he was talking about humans. Edward started to speak, his voice stiff. She would never reveal us, he assured Arrow. Arrow shrugged. I don't indulge myself in promises. More often than not they come up empty. I want to see results, he said, baring his teeth at Bella, whose eyes widened slightly. Who the hell does this guy think he is? I felt a low growl in the back of my throat, and then suddenly, I was on my knees, blinding pain shooting through me. Good God, I was on fire. I'd never felt like this since my transformation. I pressed my palms on the floor, unseeing as I gasped. If I could have vomited blood, I would have. Stop, I heard Rose shriek, and then her cool hands were on my skin. It was the tiniest distraction from the pain, but I was already near giving up. That's enough, Arrow, Carlyle's voice rang with authority. I heard Arrow's chuckle, and then the pain subsided. I gasped, looking up to a very amused Arrow and a smug Jane. I bet you didn't even realize you screamed, Jane sang out. Bella was sobbing into Edward's chest, her trembling more prominent. I knew she was scared out of her mind, and worried for me. Bella, I gasped. She didn't turn around, too scared of what? She'll find. Bella, it's okay. I croaked out, letting Rosalie help me to my feet. I'm fine. I'm Emmett, remember? Bella sniffed, then turned to look at me slightly. Seeing me on my feet cheered her up a little, but she cringed back when Arrow moved forward. I want to see her, Carlyle. See what she's seen, he said, his eyes never leaving Bella. No, I'm afraid I can't allow that, Arrow, Carlyle said, as pleasantly as he could through gritted teeth. She is but a child. I won't harm her, Arrow smiled. You know how my gift works, Carlyle. I'm surprised at this. Right. Because he came in here acting like a psycho with a deranged sadistic girl with him and he expected what? A red carpet. Carlyle looked at Edward, and they seemed to have a silent conversation. I knew they were deciding on what to do with Bella. I hoped to God, if he exists, that they would find a way to protect her. Edward's pav Bella was scared, afraid for Emmett. She had never seen him like that, screaming in pain, down on his knees. She kept sobbing into my chest, and I could do nothing but hold her. I wished I could do more. I wished I could kill Jane, or whisk Bella away from here. I didn't want her to see this, or hear it. Emmett's screams would forever be embedded in her mind. I was supposed to be protecting her, not giving her nightmares. It's going to be okay, I whispered to her, rubbing her back. Soothingly. Shush, Bella, please, don't cry. For some reason, that only made her cry harder. Finally Jane stopped, and Emmett stood up shakily with Rosalie's help. He tried to convince her to look at him, and she finally did. Then Arrow stepped forward and she cringed back into me. Arrow wanted to see her, touch her and see her every thought. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let Bella be violated. Edward, I heard Carlyle's voice. I turned to look at him, my black eyes pinning him, daring him to say something I wouldn't like. But he was my father, in all sense but biological. He had more authority. If you don't let him, all hell breaks loose. We have to avoid Alice's vision at all costs. Be as cooperative as possible without compromising too much. Please, Edward. It's not pleasant, but we have to think of Bella. Think of Bella. That was all I did anymore. For the past 4 years, all I'd done was think of her, make her happy, see her smile. All I wanted was for her to be safe. My world revolved around her. But Carlyle was right. If we don't let Arrow see her thoughts, he would just get agitated. I'd met Arrow once before, when he'd offered me a position as a Volturi guard. He was very interested in my gift. I couldn't have been more repulsed. So I gave a tiny nod. As Arrow drifted closer, Bella's heartbeat sped up. She looked at me, terror plainly etched on her angelic face. Her brown eyes were tinged red from crying so hard. Her fragile arms tightened around me. Don't worry, Bella, I whispered, touching my lips to her forehead. I'm here. Her heartbeat didn't slow as Arrow reached out with one finger and touched her arm. His smug smile disappeared, only to be replaced by the most frustrated frown. I can't read her thoughts. Why can't I? This This has never happened before. Why? How? I was about to rejoice when Arrow's thoughts went another direction. Maybe Jane could affect her. Jane, dear, he said, turning around. No, I growled, turning around and shielding Bella from Jane's sight. I felt the blinding pain a moment before I dropped to my knees, Bella still clutching to me. Edward, she whispered, frozen in shock beneath me. I refused to make a sound. Bella didn't need to hear this. She'd heard Emmett's screams of pain and it had traumatized her. I couldn't do the same to her. Edward, she whispered again. I felt water on my cheeks, and realized that I had my head bowed, pressed against her cheek. She was crying again. She didn't need to hear me scream to know I was in pain. I was already unable to respond, already looking so pained. I'm so sorry, Bella, I wanted to yell out, but I couldn't. Every nerve in my body was on fire. All I saw was white, endless white. Jane? Let's not get carried away, Arrow's voice called out. The pain disappeared, but I was panting. Slowly, I reached out and wrapped my arms around Bella tightly. She kissed me on the cheek, worried. Edward? She asked again. I lifted my head and gave her a small smile. You're all right, Bella, I whispered. I didn't know what to do. If I turned around, Bella in my arms, Jane would attack her. But I couldn't stay on the ground forever. Get up, Dimitri growled. I reluctantly did so. You're very brave, Edward, Arrow chuckled. To endure in silence. I asked Jane to do that to me once just out of curiosity. God, I hoped he was in the worst kind of pain when that happened. I saw Jane direct her gaze at Bella, but I couldn't move in time. I waited, flinching, for Bella to scream. It was the worst experience in my life, to know that my Bella would be in pain. That she would be tortured. But she didn't scream. She just stared back at Jane, confused and fearful. The room was silent, until Jane screamed out in frustration. Arrow chuckled, shaking his head. Don't be disheartened, Jane. I, too, was unable to penetrate her mind, he mused. She could be a threat to our kind, or she could be an asset. An asset? Was he planning on taking Bella away from us? He couldn't possibly do that. But then again, he was Arrow, and this was the Volturi. They would do anything they deemed right to protect our secret. Edward, I'm curious, Arrow said, tapping his chin with a chalky finger. Can you read her mind? I shook my head, not daring to say anything out loud. If I were to speak, my words would drip with insolence and malice. Jane would no doubt inflict pain on me again, and it would be enough to send Bella hurtling over the edge. He came closer again. I gripped Bella to me closer. May I? He held out a finger. It's all right, Edward, Carlyle thought to me reassuringly. I took a deep breath and held out my palm. Arrow placed his finger on my palm, and I felt him sifting through my memories, looking at my very first memory of Bella, in that dreadful wreckage, to my last one of her whispering my name, afraid Jane had hurt me too much. Finally, he took his finger away, laughter shaking his body. Interesting, he exclaimed. I'm not Marcus, but even I can tell the tenor of your relationship, he said, gliding over to stand next to Dimitri. All was silent for a moment. Arrow kept his eyes fixed on Bella, and I couldn't see anything in his mind because Arrow had learned a long time ago how to block his mind from telepaths like me. I hated the way he was looking at us, as if he was regarding an experiment instead of people. Of course, people might be a loose term in regards to me. Let's strike a deal, he smiled. Bella's pav, I keep telling myself to stay calm. I would never have done it without Edward holding me or Jasper sending calming waves at me every few minutes. Arrow scared me. He had blood-red eyes, even worse than Connor's, and his skin looked papery, like it would crumble. He laughed at everything, and he seemed so happy about the fact that Jane could hurt Edward and Emmett without even touching them. I wanted nothing more than for the five of them to leave. I wanted to just be with my family, safe and happy and looking forward to tomorrow. I'd even suffer through years of Tanya. I didn't care. I just wanted to be away from Arrow, Jane and the other two. Let's strike a deal, Arrow said, smiling widely. I shivered at that. Whenever he smiled, it was the opposite of a good thing. How could one person be so evil? Edward started shaking his head, Alice gasping. Maybe he'd read whatever Arrow planned in his mind, and Alice saw it in her vision. They had all the cool powers. Bella knows too much about our world, Arrow said. I saw Carlyle open his mouth to say something, but Arrow held up a hand to silence him. Surprisingly, Carlyle stopped. I gaped at him. Carlyle never took orders from someone else. He was always the one telling people what to do. He's the dad. I only see two options here. 1. Bella dies tonight. He shifted his gaze back at me. Die? Tonight? No, I didn't want to die. I didn't want to leave. I might go to heaven. I don't know where that was, but I might reach there if I died. I might see my parents again. But I didn't want to. Not right now. I wanted to stay with Edward and the Cullens. I wanted a long life with them. I wanted to be happy. I even wanted to see Kate again, even though that might mean I'd have to shop with her and Alice for hours. I couldn't help the small sob from escaping my mouth. Arrow smiled at that, pleased. I would have scowled at him, had I not been too terrified to do so. Or she has to be changed. I stopped sobbing. Changed? Did he mean I'd have to be a vampire? That I didn't quite mind, actually. I would get to spend forever with the Cullens. I get to have forever with Edward, my best friend. What could be better? No, Edward sighed flatly. His rejection shot through me like a bullet. Bella will stay human. Carlyle tried to be pleasant, still. Arrow, she's only a child. Arrow laughed, shaking his head. A deadline, then, if you will. He cried happily. By her 18th birthday. I want her change. Edward must still be shaking his head. I wasn't even aware anymore. But Arrow must have because his expression hardened. Decide now. Either she dies at our hands tonight, or you change her by her 18th birthday, he said, his voice low and full of threat. I looked up at Edward to see him glaring back at Arrow. He put me down on my feet and ushered me behind him. Neither, Edward growled. She will live. As a human. You will not touch her. I don't remember what happened. One moment I was there, right behind Edward. He was safe, and so was I more or less. Then the next moment, I was flying backwards, landing with a thud at the foot of the sofa. My back was in pain, and I whimpered. But no one could come to my aid right now. Edward was fighting off Dimitri. Emmett was on the ground again, Jane's work no doubt. Rosalie was trying to fight off Jane, to tackle her and distract her so that Emmett would stop hurting. Alice, Jasper and Esme were taking on Alec and Felix, and Arrow and Carlyle were fighting yet trying to sort it out with words. They were yelling at each other. I started screaming for them to stop. I couldn't stand this. They were hurting. My family was hurting because of me. I had to stop it. But I was just a human girl. I couldn't stop them. The sound of them clashing against one another sounded like thunder. I was still shaking so hard at the sight of it. Because of my bad back and my wound, shaking this hard only sent me jolts of pain. I blinked. Emmett and Rosalie were both on the floor, writhing in pain, screaming every now and then. Jane was standing over them, smug and evil. Alice and Jasper looked like they were in a big deal of pain, though they were both lying on the floor, unable to move. Alice was sobbing, in pain. Esme had her arms locked to her side, captured by Felix, and Edward was in the same position but Dimitri was the one holding him. Carlyle and Arrow were the only ones still combating. Make a decision, Carlyle, this isn't just a game, Arrow said. Carlyle laughed bitterly. You could have fooled me, Arrow. Rosalie screamed again, and I shut my eyes. I couldn't stand this. Bella, it's okay. Edward yelled at me, but I heard his cry of pain a moment later. I opened my eyes to find him on the floor, in pain as well. How was this possible? How were they so strong against the Cullens? Make a decision. I had to. I couldn't let this go on any longer. It was now or never. I'm just evil, I know. I'm sorry. It took a really long time. The next chapter is in the works, so I'll post it up in a few hours. If you live in the US, I guess you won't read it until tomorrow unless you're totally crazy and read on until 3 in the morning or something, like I do. This chapter isn't as long as the others because it's a two-parter. The next one would be the Volturi still, before we move on to Denali. P.S. In case some of you forgot their gifts, Jane illusion of pain, Alec cut off your senses, Dimitri tracker. Okay. There were slightly more reviews for Chapter 17 than Chapter 16, but still not as much as the reviews for Chapter 15. I know, I'm being greedy, but work with me here. I just love hearing what you think. To Ziva Cullen, I'm glad you think I edit. Usually by the end of the chapter, I'm so worn out I don't even look it over before I publish. God, that makes me sound like a total slob, doesn't it? To Maddie, of course she's a brat. She's a pre-teen. We've all been there. To Nayli forever 2333, I thought it would be logical to do something about her period. I mean, blood on the outside of the body they'll. No. But then is it too embarrassing for Bella? I empathize with her character, it'll be fun to write, just real embarrassing. What do you think? To Sylvia XOXX Cullen, I'm so sorry I neglected to mention you. How's life? Lol. Really, I appreciate your reviews, as I do everyone else's. To Palinx Passion, I know Mike Newton has been in hundreds of fanfics, but I can't help myself. It's just too good. I love Edward's reaction to him. To Tanwellman, he bit her for like half a second before Edward got to her, so the veins were opened, but Carlisle cleaned the wound before the little bit of venom on his teeth could do any damage. Mostly the wound just made her lose a lot of blood. To Eliana, lol. I can't tell you what the book's about. All I can say is I've been working on it for the past 6 years because I hate it when the story isn't good enough, and it's a series. I hope I could get it published in a few years' time. I'm so sorry again for keeping you waiting, and getting ahead of myself. I hope you enjoy this. Please review to tell me what you think. Juliet. Sacrifice A.N. Alright, the last chapter for the Volturi visit. The next chapter is when Bella's 13. Are you excited? I know I am. Disclaimer. SM owns it all. POVs. Bella, Edward Bella's POV. Emmett and Rosalie were both on the floor, writhing in pain, screaming every now and then. Jane was standing over them, smug and evil. Alice and Jasper looked like they were in a big deal of pain, though they were both lying on the floor, unable to move. Alice was sobbing, in pain. Esme had her arms locked to her side, captured by Felix, and Edward was in the same position but Dimitri was the one holding him. Carlisle and Arrow were the only ones still combating. Make a decision, Carlisle, this isn't just a game. Arrow said. Carlisle laughed bitterly. You could have fooled me, Arrow. Rosalie screamed again, and I shut my eyes. I couldn't stand this. Bella, it's okay. Edward yelled at me, but I heard his cry of pain a moment later. I opened my eyes to find him on the floor, in pain as well. How was this possible? How were they so strong against the Cullens? Make a decision. I had to. I couldn't let this go on any longer. It was now or never. I'll do it, I blurted out, without even thinking of what I should say. Edward froze, his face a mask of horror. Arrow turned to look at me, surprised. No one moved a muscle. Then Arrow smiled, pleased. He glided over to me, and I struggled to sit up, to stand and move, but I couldn't. I was in too much pain. My back was really hurt. Arrow crouched down in front of me and I flinched back from his crimson gaze, his amused smile, his papery white skin. You agree to be changed? He asked me softly, though there was nothing tender or caring about his tone. I nodded my head mutely, tears running down my cheeks. I was more afraid for my family than I was of making my decision. Ever since Connor had told me about people being changed into vampires, and spending eternity on Earth, I had wanted it. I didn't ever want to leave Edward, and my family. They meant too much to me. When Connor bit me, I wasn't prepared. And I had to admit, I wanted to be older. I didn't want to be stuck at 11 forever, bound to be the baby in the family. So telling Arrow that I would be changed by the time I was 18 wasn't a big deal for me. I just wanted him to agree and leave my family alone. I couldn't stand them being in such pain. You agree to being one of my kind by your 18th birthday? Arrow asked again, his eyebrows raised as if he didn't believe it. I nodded again. I agree, I whispered, as long as you leave my family alone. Arrow threw back his head and laughed, the sound reminding me of nails scraping on a chalkboard. Nothing at all like when Edward or Alice or any of the Cullens when they laughed. Astounding, he exclaimed happily, when he was done laughing. I had no idea what he meant, but I didn't care. As long as he agreed to it. He held out a hand, and I looked at him hesitantly before taking it. Well then, a deal has been made. Arrow smiled at me once more before standing up to face the others. He walked away from me to resume his place next to Jane. You'll understand that I expect you to follow through on this, Carlisle, he said, still grinning. I'll be checking on her myself. Personally. Come, Jane, let's go. He didn't mention the others, but they followed after Arrow and Jane, as well. I guessed Jane was his favorite person. Even after they were gone, most of my family laid on the ground. I started to shake from the sobs wrecking my body, but it hurt my back. I tried to stop, but I couldn't. I stopped trying to make the sobs subside and tried to move closer to Edward. I gasped in pain, and my eyes automatically drifted shut because of it. Bella, I heard Edward's frantic voice. I struggled to open my eyes once more and looked up to see Carlisle leaving Esme's side as she stood up, and hurrying over to me. He lifted me off the ground and set me gently on the couch. Edward and the others, too, were standing up. They looked good as new, despite their messy clothes and hair, and the pained, puzzled looks on their faces. Are you all right? I asked weakly as Edward knelt down beside the couch and took my hand while Carlisle examined my back. We're fine, Bella, Edward spoke up, though I thought I heard anger in his voice. We're vampires, remember? It's hard to hurt us for very long. I wanted to say something else, to reply, but I felt like I was slowly drifting off into darkness. Somewhere behind me, I heard. Carlisle said that I had glass stuck to my back, that's why it hurt so much. I felt something being pulled out of my skin, felt something warm trickling down my numb skin. Blood. My eyes flickered to where Jasper was standing, rigid in Alice's embrace. From his expression I knew he had stopped breathing. Was this hurting Jasper? I hated that. I didn't want to be the cause of his pain. I didn't want to cause any one of them pain. So, in my weak voice, I called out worriedly, Jazz? My eyelids drifted shut as my control slipped. I welcomed the darkness with open arms. Edward's paw I played with Bella's small fingers as I waited for her to open her eyes and look at me with her brown eyes again. It had been 9 hours since Bella had fainted. Carlisle had treated her wound, stitched it up and given her morphine for the pain. She was supposed to wake up any minute. My mind kept replaying the events that had transpired in the last few hours over and over again. Arrow and his guards had left, leaving us with an injured Bella. It was ironic how even though she hadn't actually been a part of the attack, she had gotten hurt. She had been worried for Jasper, for his control. She'd seen how much it had shattered him to even think of hurting her the last time he came close to her blood. She had called out for him, concerned, before blacking out. But it was the promise she had made to Arrow that had been tormenting me. She had agreed to being changed. Oh, Bella, what had she gotten herself into? Arrow would be adamant about her change now, more than he had been just hours ago. He would insist on it. Carlisle would have to do it. He'd have no choice. I'd seen the desperation in her eyes, heard it in her voice, as she called out to Arrow to stop hurting us. Bella, sweet Bella. Did she forget that we were vampires? We wouldn't be seriously hurt. We would have recovered, of course. The Volturi would have killed us all, along with Bella, if she hadn't agreed. But I still believed that, given the time, we would have thought of a different alternative. We would have been able to stall them and compromise. What Arrow asked us to do, what Bella had agreed to, was a sin. She was the purest, most innocent being I've ever seen in my life. I don't doubt for a second that no one in the world rivaled her innocence. And he had happily waltzed into our lives and asked us gaily to remove it from her, to snatch it away and replace that purity in her heart with an eternity of darkness. An eternity of blood-red nights. I couldn't do it. Bella deserved better. She didn't deserve to spend forever trapped by the shackles of this existence. And he had tricked her, too, I realized. Arrow had seen the attachment Bella had with our family. He'd seen the lengths we'd go to protect her in my head. He'd seen it all from my memories of her the moment he touched me and read every single one of thoughts. He might not have been Marcus, but he wasn't stupid. He'd seen her affections for us and tricked her. He'd tortured us in front of her, reduced her to a whimpering, fearful child, and had given her an ultimatum. Bella did what anyone would do for a loved one. She sacrificed herself. I felt my jaw clench, and forced myself to calm down. I dropped Bella's hand from mine, afraid that I might accidentally break it in my anger. Bella had suffered through enough physical pain in the past 24 hours to last her a lifetime. I paced the room, and tuned in to my family's thoughts. I still feel them, still see them. Carlisle wasn't kidding when he talked about Jane. God. How did she even have that power over me? It's just too much, man. I wish Bella would wake up. Rose is going crazy. I'm going crazy. I think I'm getting a vampire migraine. Ah, Emmett. No matter how much he tried to hide the fact that he had been scared of Jane, of her gift, and of her control over him, it would never work in a family with an empath, a mind reader and a psychic. There were no secrets in the family. Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Bella would wake up in exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Alice's thoughts were like a broken record. She was much too focused on her worries for Bella to concentrate on anything else. I didn't try to get to her. Thank God. Not breathing helped. Why did she call out my name? She felt worried, for me. Really, Bella. She was so sweet. I loved her. When is she going to wake up? I'd better ask Alice. I smiled to myself. Despite my threat to kill Jasper if he tried to harm her again, I knew it killed him inside that it happened that first time. He loved Bella as if she was truly his own sister. The monstrous instinct that took over him had caused him self-torment all this while. I was incredibly surprised and proud that he was able to resist the temptation. Why the hell is it taking so long? Maybe Carlisle gave her too much morphine. Maybe she's way too tired. Maybe it's something worse. This is killing me. Rosalie, the overprotective mother. I knew it hurt her to see Bella so incredibly hurt herself. She was barely able to control herself as she paced around the living room, desperately trying to keep herself from dashing up the stairs and shaking Bella awake. I should talk to Alice about taking Bella on a vacation. Somewhere away from all this nonsense. God only knows she deserves it. Oh, my poor baby. I can't believe Arrow would do that to her. I'll wring his neck with my 2 bare hands if I got the chance. Esme had always been more of a pacifist most of the time. She was never much of a fighter unless she absolutely had to. During her hunts, she was absolutely lethal, of course. But other than that, she preferred the calmer solution to things. But her maternal feelings towards Bella was overwhelming. I didn't need to peek into Jasper's mind to know that. So it hardly surprised me that she was having violent thoughts on Arrow. This change. It'll have to happen before her 18th birthday. She would have no time to waste. I know Edward would probably try and find a way out. A loophole of some sort. So stubborn. He has to realize there was no way out. It was either this life, or death for Bella now. Arrow would insist on it. We would have no power to stop him or the Volturi. Then again, a lot can happen in the next 7 years. He might even are you listening, Edward? Carlisle's thoughts took a different turn. He began to play around with a memory of him and Esme dancing to The Way You Look Tonight, not too long ago. I scowled at the door. There was something he wasn't telling me, something they all weren't telling me. They kept singing different songs, distracting each other, thinking of wild fantasies every time they came close to revealing whatever it was they were thinking. I kept wanting to scream at them to tell me already, but that wouldn't work. Besides, my main priority was Bella. I felt Bella murmur something unintelligible and turned around at my inhuman speed. Bella was shifting on the bed, eyes still closed. Her breathing quickened, though, so I knew she was waking up. True enough, her eyes fluttered open, and her warm, brown eyes met my golden orbs. A smile touched her lips and she struggled to sit up. I heard her breathing become labored. I dashed to her side and gently held her down. No, Bella, I shook my head firmly. Stay. You hurt your back, don't strain it. Bella pouted, but nodded her head. She stayed still and didn't move. Her eyes traced my features, and her smile disappeared. She must have seen the anguish on my face. And here I thought I'd hidden it well. Why was it that Bella could read me so well? I was like an open book to her. And she was only 11 years old, for God's sake. What's wrong, Edward? She asked, her lip trembling. I saw the fear in her eyes and realized that she thought the danger wasn't over. I took her hand in mine and brushed my lips across her knuckles. Shush, Bella, everything's fine, I said, my voice cracking. Everyone is safe. You are safe, for now. She relaxed, but only a little. Then why are you so? You look like you're in pain, she said finally. That was because I was in pain. I couldn't bear the thought that 7 years from now, this pure angel would be condemned to spend eternity as a monster. How could such a thing even happen? I felt like sobbing so hard every time I even thought of it. This was torture. Edward? Bella asked, her eyebrows drawn together, her teeth biting down on her lower lip in a nervous habit of hers. I sighed, realizing that there was no possible way for me to lie to her. She would know something was wrong. I needed to talk to her about this, after all. It was why Alice had everyone wait a few minutes before coming up the stairs. Bella, I begun. My voice cracked as I said her name. How could you do that? I asked, my breath coming in short gasps even though I didn't need oxygen in my lung. My heart was just constricted too tightly for me. I would imagine a human would feel the same way if he were drowning. Bella looked confused at my question, and I could see her wrecking her brain for what she had done wrong. I almost sighed out loud in frustration. Honestly, did she forget it all too soon? A sudden fear gripped me. What if she didn't remember making the deal? What if it was a part of her adrenaline rush that overtook her because she had been forced to watch her family suffer right before her very eyes? What if I told her now and she regretted it? I felt like a monster for even bringing it up, but I had to. She had to know. She had to find out. And if she remembered, then I needed to know why. Why did you agree to Arrow? Why did you sacrifice yourself like that? Bella's forehead smoothed out as she realized the meaning of my question, the reason behind my grief. Ah, so she did remember.